quote, and you jujitsu your move.
The direct quote about him being his best friend. Okay.
Yeah. Michael was interviewed Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, you know,
if you give a direct
like
quote from Donald Trump saying, yeah, Epstein is one of my best friends. You know what it is?
Yeah. This is amazing. This is why no one wants to talk with you. This is why no one wants to talk with you through your fucking bodies in every debate. Because you're such a dishonest, slimy piece of fucking shit. Imagine waking up and because you're dying fucking breath. Imagine waking up and inventing pedophilia. Imagine waking up and sucking on Donald Trump's cock so hard that you sit there and then look at pedophilia. Imagine being such a slimy piece of fucking shit that you have to sit there and wait. It's just you just need your way out of it, bro. It sounds like you're an apologist in pedophilia.
Why do you keep doing it?
Yeah. You know
this
why?
This guy keeps trying to accuse me with pedophilia or wanting to defend pedophilia.
You know
I've only said the opposite.
Projection alert!
You know why I keep doing it? Because you keep
projection alert!
Which is why
projection alert!
Somehow it's actually different.
Projection alert! My gator has been triggered.
Yeah.
There is an F word in the proximity.
You want
projection alert!
What do you want to say about the
you
Greek
want,
God?
you want
projection alert, ready?
What do you want to say?
Wait a second.
Hello?
Go ahead. All right. You want to
Hello?
say fictional characters?
Well, this is going to be a 4.
Hold on. It doesn't matter. You're
retarded.
Yeah, you're in the atheist house right now, so I expect there to be more atheists probably. Like, first of all, your question about you want to talk about God. Well, God, like the word God just means like ultimate or supreme. It doesn't tell you anything about Christianity or Islam or the specific nature of any characters described in any of those books, right? So like just asking us about God is an incredibly vague question. Can you be more specific?
Well, as I said, I am a Christian, so that would be the default God that I was
not
defending.
Default,
but
it's the one you want to discuss.
But even if I were a total stranger and I just came in here and all I said was, "Do you guys believe in a God?"
I believe in Chris Hemsworth, MCU.
The base
Thor.
Yeah, the base understanding.
He is a God.
Base understanding from that would be that the God would be understood as the creator of this universe. Presumably,
No, he doesn't create universes. Don't be ridiculous. He's just a movie actor.
So when someone
so Crimson, I would honestly answer you, no, I don't believe that God exists.
Typically what they mean, although it could apply to something else like Allah.
Yeah, again, I told you Chris Hemsworth doesn't create universes. Don't be dumb. Yeah, so the God you're speaking of, Crimson, I don't believe it exists. Now what?
Okay, you don't believe it exists?
No.
So you're a hard
fictional characters don't create universes.
You're a hard atheist?
Yes.
And you deny the existence of God altogether?
I don't deny anything. I just am not convinced by you.
What is a hard atheist?
Okay, yes, I don't, I believe it doesn't exist. Now what?
Okay.
Sorry, can I just get clarification? What is a hard atheist?
One who believes it doesn't exist.
But that's every atheist, isn't it?
Well,
every atheist believes.
He's not adding anything by saying hard.
Yeah, basically, soft atheism is like basically agnostic.
I don't I don't have a belief, right? Versus I believe it doesn't exist is a little different. I'm holding a positive belief that it does not exist.
Oh, okay. So it's more like Gnosticism is hard and agnosticism is soft.
Well, I'm not claiming knowledge. It's a firm belief, right? I can also say, like, I personally know, right? However, I can also be mistaken. So now what, Crimson? Go ahead. Let's go.
Okay. Is your denial of this God based on rational sensory input?
We're not denying anything. All we've done is not been convinced. There's a difference, right?
Yeah, that's why I delineated right from the
And yes, it is rational. Yes, I have a rational.
It's rational to not be convinced of something that.
So James, let's have a polite and honest conversation. It doesn't have to be long.
An honest conversation. You might as well just leave now tonight.
What is the basis for your?
I've yet to be convinced of something supernatural. This definition of a God existing versus the preponderance, the plethora of naturalistic explanations for things that we understand exist that do not require the insertion of a God or gods or anything supernatural.
That was a conflation of appeal to neutrality in addition to
What do you mean neutrality? We're hang on. No,
Bro's just making up philosophical terms.
Yeah.
You said I've not been
James,
convinced.
it's over.
I didn't say agnosticism at all, right? So where did you say? What am I? Where's
You
neutrality
said
being?
convinced. You said you've not.
Yeah, I have yet to be convinced of a supernatural entity existing, i.e., the God that is immaterial that created everything, right? Also, I'm more convinced of the preponderance, the plethora of examples of naturalistic explanations that explains how things exist without the necessity of inserting a supernatural entity, i.e., God or gods. Okay? Where am I appealing to neutrality there, dude?
Okay, so the issue is when you say you've not been convinced of the supernatural entity and that there is good reason based on your rational senses that naturalism has the capacity to explain all things.
But he didn't say that.
I didn't say all things.
He didn't say naturalism.
He just said yes. He said it.
Explains all things, right?
I said we have a plethora of explanations of how things exist that do not require the insertion of a God or gods or anything supernatural. And those are primarily naturalistic explanations. Okay, now what?
Yeah,
I didn't say all things.
It doesn't mean that we can explain all things. It just means that all the explanations we have don't require a God.
Right.
I would disagree.
Okay, you can disagree. Cool.
I have a question for Crimson Knight, if that's okay. Or are you still going?
No, go ahead. You can jump in.
Crimson Knight, do you believe that Joseph Smith was visited by the angel Moroni?
I'm highly doubtful of that.
Okay. Are you a Mormon?
Non-Arminian Christian.
Oh, you're Arminian. Okay. I thought you were a Mormon. Never mind.
Okay, so where were we going with this exactly, Kryptonite?
I was having a conversation with James.
You're having a conversation with the room.
Go ahead. You can ask me more questions. Okay.
If you were to see God in all His glory,
So
in fact,
I'm just speaking to
free will.
James now.
So you have more significant free choices. You have more freedom to
The whole room is
explore,
present, Kryptonite.
and you have more freedom to decide whether you want to freely love God
You
or
don't have
not.
to be not present in order
But you
to
wouldn't
just
have
a
to see
conversation.
God
I'm telling
in
you,
all His
you're
glory
in an atheist house.
for you to
Expect
stop
it.
doubting.
I understand that.
He could intervene or do with you
So what
what he did with
convinces you
Moses,
that a God
put you on the
exists,
crevice of a
Crimson?
rock and then pass behind you or something like that.
Oh, on many
And he
levels.
would kind of be
Give
shining
me a best.
afterwards, so people could see that. So it wouldn't have to
Okay, I'll
be
go
the full
down.
glory,
Let's not
but
do
you're
many
right.
levels. Let's do
I'll
the
go down the
best.
list.
Let's do the
The
highest
first
of
would
the
be
top, the very
If
tippy,
God were
the number
to,
one.
reveal himself to
I'll give the top three.
everybody. He
So-
might have
Oh,
done
no,
some
the top
simple,
one. Just the one.
Single
The best you got, right?
predestination.
The top one
for
would
example.
be in order for
generally,
me
you
to
know,
have
would destroy
a
the whole notion of
rational
free
basis
will,
for assuming
that humans
the
chose
regularity
themselves.
of the reality that exists around me. I'd have to have
The second objection that was raised against the argument from divine hiddenness comes from
why would you do such a thing?
What?
Crazy.
Like why would you even start down such a
And second-
insane path of like
the second after that would be
No. Why would you? No, we're gonna address this. Why would you start down this crazy idea that the universe has regularity or uniformity or whatever the fuck you said that was so fucking stupid I couldn't even believe it?
How could you know anything without God? How could you know anything? Like how can you ground your hunger? How can you take a bite of food without grounding your hunger first?
I want to ask. I want to ask Crimson. This you can answer this or not. Did you by chance go to school for philosophy?
Apparently, I've had a conversation with you because I just noticed that I have you blocked. So if I went as far as blocking you, then you must have really hit the roach meter.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back.
I'm here. So
Yeah. Let's go back to what you said. You said that your perception of reality proves that an immaterial being exists that has all the omni properties. How did you leap from your sensory interaction with reality and then go to something which is incomprehensible with regards to immaterial? Because everything that we experience is physical.
You know what? You know what, Crimson? I'm going to block you because you defend the pedophile Donald Trump. So there you go.
Let him answer.
So to have something immaterial, to have an immaterial grounding is another way of saying that you have something concrete. But also,
what the fuck are you talking about? You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Okay.
You're just babbling. You're fucking
when you say concrete, hang on a second. Let him answer.
You're not saying anything. You're just fucking babbling.
Concrete?
To say that
the stuff that you mix with water and sand?
Yeah.
Is that concrete?
Why is physicality concrete?
I'll be back later. You know, you said like you have to have concrete, but you have to get like some sand and some water and some of that like Quickcrete stuff.
Obviously, he believes the contradictions exist because he speaks in contradictions.
Oh, bless him. I used to be like him when I was like 18, 19. Oh,
I remember. God, I remember being 15 and reading philosophy and thinking I'm cooked and thinking I cook. Then I like actually grew up, right? And look at me, I'm a normal person. I don't sit there and defend Donald Trump and the leader of Elite Pedosex Crimes Incorporated.
More importantly,
but a lot of your white buddies do.
But you don't speak in contradiction.
No, it was even worse than that because he said something like, he said, in order to have a reasonable assumption. A reasonable assumption? What? What are you doing? Like, why are you putting those two words together, right? Are you assuming or are you reasoning too? What are you doing here?
It's when he said that his best evidence is the fact that he interacts with the real world around him or reality around him. Therefore, it must conclude that an immaterial being with all the omni properties must exist. I'm like, huh? How does that prove that?
I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm happy that you white folks are now exposing who the Illuminati is. It's no longer the powers to be. It's no longer the powers to be. It's no longer just saying the Illuminati. And we think it's just these crazy motherfuckers. We don't know who they are. Thank y'all. We know who the Illuminati is. Donald Trump, Bill Gates, all these crazy white folks have been dangling in our face for years. And you white people know they were raping
you black
little girls and killing them.
A
lot of y'all white people knew. Maybe not all of y'all, but a lot of y'all white people knew. Y'all are sick. And y'all try to say that immigrants and everybody else are the problem when it's y'all white people people that are the problem.
Yellow.
Y'all white people are
You
fucking
olive
sick.
skin people.
What's
right?
wrong with you?
You
All
tan
white people.
What the hell wrong with y'all?
But I'm gonna mention white
You
people all the
you
time.
tan people, right?
I just sniped Wesley Snipes. He can.
Wesley Snipes, oh bless him.
That's
I hope
crazy.
you feel better
No.
soon.
Wesley, you can just chill out, bro. You've been sniped.
Started having a
Yeah, man, you can't just go up here and just drop like a bunch of shit about the Illuminati and then just go on a rage tangent. You can't do that shit, man.
That's actually crazy. People were trying to come in and you just like wouldn't stop. We were like, wait, we need to hear about this.
Can I also just point out, Donald Trump is not a reptilian, therefore he can't be part of the Illuminati.
I really like the way the British protested Trump during his first administration. I don't know if anybody remembers, but it was a big round Trump baby. I thought it was hilarious.
It was a big what? Round?
Oh, was it one of those? Was it that like big? It was like a parade thing, the giant parade things.
A giant parade balloon of a fat baby Trump. It was really funny. At least I thought it was really funny anyway. Hey, Sam, I got a question for you. You're a mathematician, right?
Yeah.
So, I used to watch this show and still occasionally do. It's called Numbers. And it's about how math
I know it.
can help solve. Yeah, you know that show I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is that real? Can math have to be used to do that?
No. I mean, the actual show, it's obviously like exaggerated, as in this dude is using math to solve every crime under the sun. But like, is the math in the show real? It's real. Like, you could use math for that. But it's not like a crime happens and they stop everything and say, call a mathematician. We need to do some, data analysis on it. Like, that's not how it actually happened. And they need like help, but I remember that show.
What is it? What does the world of applied math mean? I've been listening to you guys talk about math over the last couple of days. I've gotten kind of curious. Math was never my strong suit, but as a teacher told me, Marshall, if you practice math as much as you read history, you'd be good at it. So like, what is applied math? What's it do?
Oh, so it's just math applied to like real world problems. So a lot of it is probably in finance and banking and things like that. Also, for example, the guys who program all the street lights in your city, which lights are green, which lights are red, etc.
Yeah.
That's a different equation to maximize it so that the most amount of traffic can flow. So any problem like that just requires, but it requires math. It's just math applied to real world problems.
Yeah, I used to teach applied mathematics, and it's the study of mathematics as applied to actual problems and solutions. And so generally what we teach in applied mathematics is we teach generalized problem solving is how you might think of it, right? And it's really cool to see people acquire the skills of applied math because it's like giving them Terminator vision. They walk out of the classroom and they just see the world a little bit differently. They're like, it's like they've got a heads-up display and they're like, oh, look, there's symmetry. Oh, look, there's parity, right? And they're like, oh, look, here's a problem, and now I know how to apply the solution. Or even better, here's a problem, and now I know how to search for the solution, right?
Would it be a good idea? I'm a history guy. Would it be a good idea to audit a class at the local university on applied math? I mean, you talk about seeing the world a little bit differently.
Oh, I think you find it fascinating. I think you have a whole new respect for history as an applied science. Yeah. I
think I'm going to do that. I will probably have a hard time with the math, but I'm genuinely interested in that kind of stuff. So, like, do you just teach from a theoretical position, or does your applied math stuff get used in the real world by companies or governments or like regular people?
Yeah, so I mean, the whole point of like doing it is to give people a toolbox so that when they actually go out to the real world, they have tools in the toolbox. Because the first thing that like, here's the sort of difference between, what is it? Academic math and applied math, right? In academic math, all the answers are in the back of the book. Every answer that you get asked in academic math has a known solution. And then the very first thing that happens when you go into the real world is your boss asks you to apply your mathematical knowledge. They say, here's a problem, and I don't know what the solution is. Now go solve the problem. And now we're talking applied mathematics, because what you have to do at that point is you need a toolbox full of tools. And what you do is you fill up your toolbox in applied mathematics by learning a whole bunch of tools. And then when you encounter a problem that you've never encountered before, you get out a tool and you see if you can like leverage a little bit of knowledge about the problem and get closer to a solution. And what you often find is it's not one tool that solves the problem. It's multiple tools used in succession. First, you have to do a fast Fourier transform before you can see the data. Then you can do brute force statistical analysis, right? And so it's about having the fast Fourier transform in your toolkit as a tool, so that next time that you see a frequency domain problem and you want to transform that to a time domain problem in order to solve for the time domain, you now have the tool to solve that problem. Because that's the first thing that your boss is going to ask you to do. He's going to go, I want this magic box to do X, and I don't know how to make it do X. And you're going to go, well, what if I use a fast Fourier transform to transform the frequency domain into the time domain, and now we can solve for X, right?
So say the problem was I had 75 signs, and I'm looking for the optimal place to put them inside of a district. Would applied math help me figure out the most advantageous spots?
Absolutely, because we're talking about, like, for example, a Poisson distribution, for example. And that's one of the things that you'd want to immediately get out. You'd be like, okay, let me try a Poisson distribution and see if that solves for the problem. And if that doesn't work, let me try a different distribution and see if that solves the problem. And if you don't have those tools in your toolbox, you're at a disadvantage, right? So the whole idea is to like build up all of those tools in your toolbox so that when you see a problem, you've got the tools to apply math to it.
So I'm a big believer, this is probably an analogy that's really simple, but it's one that's always impressed upon me. If you look through a glass table, you can see it clear. If you look at it to the side, everything looks wavy. So there are multiple lenses to see stuff. I have a historical analysis lens, a political analysis lens, and one that involves labor in like political campaigns. But I am missing the applied math tool that would help me distribute signs effectively. So I'm in the middle of this problem where the candidate is supposed to provide a list of locations. The candidate did not provide a list of locations. I am having to go sort out the most advantageous stuff, and I feel like I'm just covering my eyes and play pin the tail on a donkey. Right? I can guess at big throughways, but you have made me genuinely curious about this, and it's hard to make me curious about math. So good on you. You challenged me in a way that now I have a lot of intellectual curiosity about. I want to do this applied math thing.
Yeah, and I think what you'll find, like, the first time that you walk into applied math thing, the first thing that they're going to ask you, is a problem that doesn't obviously have a solution immediately, right? They're going to ask you, like, they're going to do something like the following. They're going to say, you go to the doctor and the doctor says that you've only got, you've got bad news and good news. The bad news is you've got a terminal disease.
The good news is that if you take these 2 pills from the pharmacy, one each day, you'll basically live a normal life. And he's very specific about this. It has to be 1 pill of pill A and 1 pill of pill B. It can't be 2 A's and no B, or any sort of deviation from the standard practice will jeopardize your health beyond repair, and you will die. Has to be 1A, 1B every single night. So you go to the pharmacy and you say, okay, give me the pills. You go home and you start taking your pills, 1A, 1B. Second night, 1A, 1B. Third night, all the way up to the end of the month. You get to the end of the month and you realize I've got 2 pills in my A bottle and 2 pills in my B bottle, right? And I go to dump out the A pill into my hand, right? And then I go out to dump the B pill into my hand, but right then the phone rings. And when I look down, I'm now holding 3 pills in my hand. Unfortunately, they're all identical, right? And the problem now becomes, how do you solve this with math? And so what we start to do is we start to break out potential solutions and then apply statistical analysis to those solutions. What if we did this? What are the odds of living? What if we did this? What are the odds of living? And what we show is that by measuring statistical odds for each solution, we can gradually improve upon a solution and show when one solution is measurably better than the next one. And suddenly we've got a tool in our toolbox for getting to the ultimate solution of 100% survival rate.
Could I use applied math in a political campaign to figure out the optimal strategy against the competitor?
100%. That's called game theory. And there is a swath of mathematical theory in game theory that is designed for exactly that task.
Hey, T, you muted yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just saying that in game theory, there is this huge swath of math that is designed to do things like work out, political situations and stuff like that. Game theory isn't about children's games. It's about political situations and people standing off and all of that stuff. So do not be fooled by game theory and think that it's for children. It's some of the most sophisticated math out there.
So, given the examples we've just posed, I could also use math, applied math, on an archaeological dig to figure out the highest percentage of likely finds.
Absolutely.
Like where I should stick my shovel, basically.
Yeah, that's all about, like power distributions and other types of distributions, right? And so these are what mathematicians sit down and spend their entire careers working out, right? And I mean, and the joyous part of all of this is you live in the world of the internet and AI. So if you really want to know, you can go ask ChatGPT and it's going to give you some great answers.
I'll be very frank. I never thought math would pique my curiosity.
Yeah, ask ChatGPT to explain the concept of game theory and how math relates to game theory and how they interplay with politics and political strategies. Because that combination is killer. It is deadly to the opponent who is not applying game theory.
So basically, I can level up here by using applied math.
That's right.
And become better at my job because I have another tool in my toolbox.
Another tool in your toolbox, and that's what it's all about, right? Yeah. And that's the thing is, like, history is a cross-domain, study by nature. It involves archaeology. It involves, textual analysis. It involves everything, right? It involves the fossils. It involves biology. It involves dendrochronology. So it's one of those things where the more that you have in your problem-solving toolbox, just the better that you are at history, right?
So I'll see history in a different way once I do this.
Yeah, absolutely.
like I said, I never thought anybody would pique my curiosity for math, but you just have. The idea of having another tool in my toolkit to be better prepared, but also another lens with which to look at history, man, that is super exciting to me.
Yeah, I'm excited for you because I happen to know that you do have this great background with history, and just it's one of those things where you're going to walk out of that applied mathematics class that you're going to audit, and you're going to feel like you put on Terminator vision glasses. You're going to be like, I never had this heads up display, but now all this information is popping up in front of me everywhere I look. Where I go, oh look, I can solve this using brute force. Oh look, I can solve this using a distribution. Oh look, it's just like just data pops up in front of you because now you see it where you never saw it before.
I'm interested in applying mathematics to the disintegration of the Roman Republic. I see lots of parallels between the Roman Republic and its waning days in the United States. I would be super interested to find out what applied math would say about that.
Yeah, that's what game theory is going to be like all about, right? Is you're gonna go down a rabbit hole with game theory and that particular query, right? That particular problem.
That is super fucking cool. Thank you for answering all of my math-related questions. I appreciate you letting me put you on the spot.
Oh yeah, happy to.
JCC, is it still cold in San Ann?
Yeah, it's warming up today. We're 67.
We have 75 right now.
Nice. Yeah, I think we're going to be warmer for a bit.
Happy clubiversary, Norm.
Dude, thank you. Every time it happens, I'm surprised. Sometimes I miss it. I'm traveling.
Where have you been traveling to lately?
Let's see. Istanbul, Singapore, Dubai, Paris twice, London 5 times.
What did you do in Istanbul?
It was sort of a stopover, so I toured the spice markets and the mosques. I heard
did you see
the Hagia Sophia?
It's now a mosque.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's weird that they turn.
Apparently, it's just supposed to be beautiful.
Oh, it's breathtaking. Breathtaking.
You said it's weird they turned it into a mosque?
It's weird that
they turned it into a mosque?
Yeah, they have this, it's a Islamic trope or repeated practice that they take a previous culture or religion and they try to impose theirs upon it. It's a little weird because you can see
they subsume.
Yeah, you can see the beautiful images of the saints and so forth painted across the top. Orthodox were big on icons. You may know this. Icons play a huge role in Orthodox Christianity. And so they very sort of carelessly and superficially just hung canvas banners over them with Arabic written on them, which I didn't translate. But, I mean...
They didn't get rid of them.
Huh?
I said at least they didn't paint over them.
Yeah. Well, it would have been, I think, a violation of, national or global historical site. I mean, it's one of the...
UNESCO. Yeah, you're talking about UNESCO sites.
Heritage
UNESCO
site,
is a wonderful group of people. JCC, do you recall the George P. Bush's want to expand the Alamo and get it back to its previous look through archaeology? Do you recall that?
I'll never forget the Pee Wee Herman. That's what made the Alamo famous. There are 147 ways of preparing the tortilla, and I will now explain each one. Remember this on the guides for the Alamo? Very funny.
I always loved it. There's the UNESCO, there was a huge deal in the Texas Republican Party because UNESCO wanted to designate it a World Heritage Site, and people were thinking that UNESCO would hold the deed, when all that UNESCO really does is provide archaeologists funding. Yeah. They provide extra resources too, but they mostly provide the funding to do the archaeology in the first place.
Hey, something specific, by the way, just to change gears for a moment, if you're comfortable with this. The Democrats just won a surprise state senator, I think, election there over the weekend, didn't they?
Oh, in Texas, the Republicans didn't even bother to put signs out. They didn't bother to do any of the work. They sat on their behind and thought because Tarrant County was the most conservative county in the state that they didn't have to do any work.
Very sneaky. They've done this before.
Well, Tarrant County is also famous for the Tarrant County 49. There's a guy named Dr. Shafi who won election.
How do you spell that county?
Tarrant is Tarrant.
Thank you.
There was
Tarrant 49.
One vice chair named Dr. Shafi who was a Muslim. 49 chairs from Tarrant County were like, nah, he won, but we don't want him. And it was a big deal. It got published in the national papers as well as state papers. I mean, just like ignorant people who like could not bother to abide by the rules they set up themselves. It was
I can't follow the story. You dropped out of the key thing. There's something called the Tarrant 49. There's a doctor named Shafi, but
Dr. named Shafi who won his vice chair election. And he's a practicing
vice chair of what?
Election to vice chair of the Tarrant County Republican Party. And so
vice chair of the Republican Party. Okay, so it's not really a political position. It's just a party position.
Yeah, the Tarrant County Republican Party, not RPT.
Yeah.
And Dr. Shafi is a practicing Sunni Muslim. 49 from the Tarrant County GOP, who were precinct chairs and biblical comment, stood up and said they knew Dr. Shafi won, that he couldn't be the vice chair because he was a Muslim. It got published in all the state papers, got published in federal papers. And it was just like a really, really embarrassing thing for the party.
It doesn't make sense to even say that. It's a own goal, you know?
Exactly. Why hurt yourself? If you really think that way, just keep your mouth shut. Oftentimes being quiet is the better part of valor.
For sure. You know, I covered an election in Texas once, Marshall. I'll have to remember the year. It might have been. What's that?
I'm taking my dog to the vet, so hold on a second.
Oh, cool. Well, you have to tell me about your dog. Can you hear me while I talk, or should I wait? Maybe you're talking. So I'll say there was an election that included a referendum on gay marriage. And so I actually followed some gay Republicans in their campaign in favor of gay marriage. It's pretty funny. And of course it lost, but I got to know a lot of Texans as a result of that piece that I did. And I enjoyed it.
CM, are you there?
Yo.
Why do you like math?
I don't know. I always found it easy. It was, believe it or not, easier than almost everything else. And then, hold on, dude. My friend's dog is here. Give me 1 second. This dog is crazy. Come on. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Enigma, how are you doing?
Just fine and dandy, thank you.
It's afternoon or evening in the UK.
It is nearly 10 p.m.
Huh. Are you a Londoner or do you live other places? I love the history of England and towns, and y'all's country's fascinating to me.
Yeah, I live outside of London. I don't live in London. I live southeast of London.
So how far, well, roughly, how far is Somerset from you? A couple hours?
About 3.5 hours.
Huh.
Mm.
How long does it take to drive from the bottom of the UK to the top of the UK?
Probably about 8 or 9 hours, I would imagine.
So I live in Texas. For me, driving that long gets me from the Rio Grande Valley to Dallas.
Yeah. That's because Texas is
giant, right?
Many more times bigger than the UK, yeah.
Although the UK always punches above its weight.
In what sense?
I think you may have a small geographical land, but Britain has been mighty in its impact on history. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing is different, but Britain's had a huge impact on world history.
Not a good one, though.
I mean, empires are usually parasitic in history, unfortunately. They usually become some form of dictatorial or autocratic governments. That is, at least in my estimation of history, the vast majority of civilizations function that way. Having a democracy or a republic or both is quite rare in world history.
Hello, I heard the mention of Somerset, and I'm actually from Somerset, so I thought I would say hello from here.
Oh, awesome. Is Somerset a big town or a small town?
It's not a town. It's called a county.
Okay.
So Somerset is a county, and then you've got other counties so the ones next door to me are Devon and Dorset. And someone mentioned about driving from Somerset to the top of the country. So I did that last summer, and it took 12 hours. So I drove from Somerset to the Isle of Skye, which is a beautiful island in Scotland, and that took 12 hours driving. But if you do want to go, to somewhere stunning, if you're ever visiting the UK, then the Isle of Skye is an absolute must.
Charlie, can you repeat the very last part? Somebody called me. I'm at a veterinarian's office.
I was just saying that if you're ever going to visit the UK, then the place to go is the Isle of Skye, because it's absolutely stunning. And Skye is spelled S-K-Y-E.
Nice. My family in Scotland's part of the MacLean clan. Apparently, there's a castle midway up Scotland on the left-hand side someplace. I want to go there and I want to ask the man who owns it how much the heating bill is.
I imagine very, very expensive. I'm not sure how much your energy bills are where you are, but they are extortionate in the UK at the moment. Eye-wateringly so.
The energy prices here during the summer regularly reach about $1,000 a month. And then in winter, it's roughly, since we don't get much winter, roughly $500 or $600 a month for a 4,000 square foot house.
Okay. I mean, the houses in the UK are a lot smaller in general. I think the government are trying to push for renewable energy sources in houses at the moment. I think one of the things, I guess all countries, with the geopolitical environment, is that countries can, have some energy independence. I guess renewables are one way that we can do that. However, of course, being in the UK, we don't get sunshine, all year round. We only get it for the summer months. But it's interesting to see how geopolitics is influencing the direction of, things like energy within different countries. I know China have started increasing their fossil fuel use, and they're not expected to reach peak coal now until 2030, I think.
Yeah, energy plays a big role in Texas politics, in particular because we're an oil state. Okay. Come on, Drex. That's what I bring with it. Abby.
white people are more dominant warriors. I disagree with you, but it is
Y'all would change anything. The thing is,
listening when he.
I heard what he said.
Man-made devices for us to worship in. Yeah, we make instruments, but the argument is not do we implement man-made things into our worship. The argument is does God require those man-made methodologies in order for us to worship Him? And the answer is no.
But you're not getting any information exchanged.
Yeah, James, like in the last room, Jose came up and he was like, just out of nowhere, out of left field, just started raving and ranting, like raging about the Illuminati. I mean, and then James put you in the audience for that.
Yeah, that's very true. It's the Illuminati. Y'all are supporting the Illuminati. Y'all been doing it. Like someone said earlier, did I just find out about this? Yes, but y'all been knowing about it. And y'all ain't went to war. Y'all ain't try to overthrow the motherfuckers, but let it come to some little Mexicans. Y'all up in arms. Shit crazy to me.
Oh, sorry, we haven't went to war
and they're not
over that? Are you kidding me?
Let it come to some little Mexicans.
Y'all
want to be tough. Y'all want to be tough, but let it come to.
I mean, I know he's entertaining, bro. You can bring him back up if you really think he's gonna engage.
No,
he's just spouting hate. Doing hate.
Hilarious. I couldn't hear too much because I was eating in the restaurant, but I wish I could have just heard him go for a half hour. I could have taken 15 minutes to a half hour.
It's just one crash out. I mean, y'all did this, y'all motherfuckers, y'all did this. I can't believe.
That's fine. I don't mind that part.
You people are nasty. You people are nasty.
I think he's trolling about a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, but it's still fun to hear. No, but I do mean the Neanderthal's weird. Like, that thing's always weird. It's like people have, like, Southeast Asians have, like, what is it, like less than 2% Neanderthal, and some white people have, like, what is it, less than 1% Neanderthal. And it's like sub-Saharan is pretty much like 0% Neanderthal, right? So it is an interesting thing that they died out, and that some people have, well, technically, I guess you didn't 100% die out, but you got some of that DNA in you, right? And it's so minute. And to be the thing that you cling to is an elite warrior class, right? So it was an elite warrior class of people that you're using as, I wouldn't use that as my criticism. Unless you were trying to say that, there's a trait of taking over the world or something like that runs through Southeast Asians and some white people. But that clearly doesn't apply to everyone. It's always interesting when I hear the Neanderthal thing. I'm like, what is it that people think about that? Think they're saying when they say that?
Yeah, it's almost as if the race is not based on genetics. It's almost like that. Something like that's true, and race is more something that comes from culture or tradition or society. It kind of seems like that's the case, right?
There you go, Pro. If you want some more entertainment, you can catch it in the chat. He's trying to your superhero cut.
You guys hear me? I'm in a bad place here.
I can hear you.
Okay. Well, I was just going to say, the Neanderthal thing I think is interesting because I may be wrong, but I think that basically every person on this planet has between 2 and 2.5% Neanderthal in them at this point. Is that not true?
No, it's not true. It's most people have that, but not everybody.
Well, the thing is, it has to be everybody because it's been tens of thousands of years, and at this point, both of your parents will have 2% Neanderthal in them, and so that's why you will.
Sorry, my headphones just shut off. Yeah, but it's not at the same percent. The
percents.
Well, I know it's not identical, but I do know that 23andMe will tell you, if you're like 2.5%, you'll be in the 70th percentile. If you have 2.3%, you'll be like 30th percent or something. I mean, it's really a narrow range.
Right. It's pretty hard to be quarantined from that, but it seems that if you're going to be quarantined from that, you're Sub-Saharan Africa. That's where you're going to be. That might be.
Yeah, or New Guinea, maybe some tribes in New Guinea.
But this is what ChatGPT's for. We could all look up all that stuff. But and the big myth about they died out because the bigger brain people came in is just all BS too. It's all BS. The bigger brain people came and were just smarter. It's like, bro, it's always the same story. It's disease or a couple other bottlenecks or.
Well, wait a minute. Have you ever seen those Neanderthals, man? They were stupid.
Right. They make for good commercial. But it's not much different than people saying, making dumb jokes about Polish people, right? It's like, it's not based on a whole lot. Those Neanderthals, it's now synonymous with dumb.
Well, I think it's because they died out.
Right.
So, are you guys agreeing that all Homo sapiens have some trace of Neanderthals? Or are you saying there are some that do not? Because
it defines some.
It's inaccurate to say.
I wouldn't look at
It is inaccurate to say any specific large contemporary human population has absolute zero Neanderthal DNA.
Right.
You guys agree with that or disagree with that?
Yeah, you can say that about everything in the world. That's not.
Yeah, my question is, do you agree or disagree with that?
We agree with that.
Okay,
have more nuance.
And we can always say, and we can also say, effectively, Sub-Saharan Africa has 0% DNA.
So the amount of Neanderthal DNA varies slightly depending on where your ancestor settles. I can ask if it's a distinction in Africa between Sub-Saharan or not. But the theory talks about humans coming back into Africa and back propagating the DNA. So unless there's a part that was completely island and completely shut off, it's possible. So here it says East Asians usually have the highest amounts, 2.3 to 2.6%. Europeans slightly lower than East Asians, 1.8 to 2.4. Africans the lowest, but not 0.3 to 0.5%. So in the theory that he was saying that white people have Neanderthals, it's actually Asians that should have more Neanderthal. It's not a white characteristic, but it's not even accurate.
Right, so, but it's a more white than black. It's like if you want to come up and as he's doing in railings,
but there was no
accurately get it.
Nuance. Right. He had zero nuance.
Yeah, 3 parts per thousand.
All y'all motherfuckers. Right, so
3 parts per
what about white people who have a little bit of black DNA in them? Are those the people he's talking about? No, of course.
Everybody does. That's even more so true.
Right. That's the point, is that we're granting his premise that all is a valid term to use. By the way, he's gone. He got somewhere else to troll.
It just sounds like a guy who hasn't really heard any good arguments or points against his views.
Well, it's just
listened. He may have heard them, but he didn't listen.
I mean, to not even know, to have that strong an opinion, which, congratulations for at least coming to the right conclusion. But to not even know about January 6th, to not know that everybody has known for decades what a scumbag Trump is. Everybody who cares to actually use that information to form opinions, and to think that somehow white atheists are responsible for Donald Trump. It blows your mind.
What's up, Steve? How's it going?
Hi. He's still my favorite new person in the room in months.
So would you have endorsed Norm coming up to talk about it with him?
Oh, I have a question when it's appropriate.
That would have been great. The two of them, that would have been perfect.
Yeah, but what's the updated status on the slaves in Benjamin's backyard? I guess they're still there. I don't know the reference. What's this reference?
Yeah, almost nobody does, and I'm just going to throw this out there. It just gratuitously thrown around the term slaves in your backyard, probably out of context, is the kind of thing that makes people think norm isn't norm. You know what I'm saying? So really, that joke wasn't funny, and no one really knows what the reference is. So if you want to clarify it, cool, but it's probably...
I'll be happy to clarify it. I'll be happy to clarify it. Last time was the first time it was mentioned that Benjamin said he had slaves in his backyard and he wanted to know what I thought about it. That's the reference.
Are you sure he didn't say sheep?
Yeah, right.
He said slaves.
Right. Do we want to ask Benjamin if that's exactly...
I just did, but if he was joking, if he was just being facetious, then he can clear it all up right now.
So when he was joking about you having goats in the backyard, do you think it was just an extension of the joke, or do you think he's really serious?
I didn't... the answer is...
Just like we don't believe that you have goats in your backyard, Steve, it doesn't mean doing an awkward joke about the original joke that wasn't that funny is something really that's, going to land that hard. But it's just one of those kind of inflammatory kind of things that it's like, I don't know if you want to go saying that kind of stuff.
Well, then I'll stop saying that stuff, but he never asked me about goats in my backyard. If he brought it up, I wasn't here when he...
I tell him all the time, it's stupid to keep carrying on with the goats in the backyard thing, but that's his punchline that he likes. But
well, we'll tell you what, I won't bring it up again. Not a problem.
What's wrong with the goats in the backyard? Goats are cool.
My man Hanson came into the other room that Steve was modding at the atheist house. Hanson, he came on with his free market bullshit, and Steve was having none of that shit. You should have went in a little harder on him, Steve, because it seems like you have you might have like a good perspective on like why the stuff he was saying was false.
I only went in hard because when I asked him to let me respond and be quiet, he kept on saying, no, let me finish. And I said, no, please wait. You'll get your chance. And he said, but I'm not finished. Don't do that. And I said, hey, it's my room. I'll run it how I want. If you don't like it, leave quietly. And I absolutely did raise my voice and get angry. So I can now say I'm proud to be a member of the demographic that voted most strongly against Donald Trump. No way might be a member of the second or third demographic that did so. But us atheists, what does it say in my thing there? It's 80, what is it? 87% to 11%. This was, I don't know when this was, backing Biden, before Kamala took over. So, we can't really say what happened after that. But 87% of atheists and 77% of Black Protestants were supporting Biden. So Jose was part of a demographic that was almost as good as those of us here. But sorry, Jose, we win.
Black Protestant atheist woman.
Yeah.
All right.
Johnny, you're up. Courtesy mute.
It was, as I remember when we were talking about this before, it was a Black woman among all the racial demographics that clearly voted the highest against him.
That's probably true.
Yeah, that's right. It's Pew doesn't break it out.
Track Native American women?
They might be up there too, but I doubt it. I doubt as high because a lot of people that will classify in that group will also be listed as Mexican or could be of Mexican descent, and it's not as high as you think.
I think it's interesting that among the nuns in that graphic, people who just came out and said, "Hey, I'm an atheist," overwhelmingly voted against Trump. Agnostic, if you you weren't sure, kind of a little less likely. Religiously unaffiliated. And the people who said that they were, nothing in particular, slight preference for Biden. But.
Hey, can I ask a question really quick? Can you guys hear me?
Sure.
Do you think there's any evidence that that Donald Trump had sex with teenage girls?
Well, you mean other than the girls who said that he tied them to a bed and raped them and beat them? You mean other than? Can I eliminate those from the sample?
I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out, because I've talked to some people recently that just insist on saying that they don't see any evidence for Trump having sex with teenage girls. Yet the person that said that said that they believe that he was into 20-something-year-olds and potentially 30-somethings. That's the evidence he has.
And that was me.
Well, say it ain't so, Steve.
So, do you agree with that take, John?
Well, I heard Steve say that. I think I took him to task on that too, a little bit.
Okay, so you disagree
but I do think, I will say this, honey. I think that Donald Trump probably, he would be pretty happy if he thought he might get in trouble with a 13-year-old. I think he'd be pretty happy to limit his pussy grabbing to 18-year-olds.
You think he'd be fine with those?
I think that would be okay with him. I think that would satisfy him.
Wait, I guess I'm confused. Say it again. You think it would satisfy Trump?
Yeah, I think if he thought that there might be ramification, results, bad results from raping 13-year-olds, he might say, well, okay, I'll just grab the pussies of 18-year-olds. I can't guarantee it. It's just my belief.
Bodies to damage. I believe, based on the evidence that I've come across, and that all things considered, that he likely destroys lives of as young of children as he can, and possibly other forms of life as well, as a method to disrupt the psychology of the human victims. I believe that at this point, based on the evidence.
Yeah, I would just say it all stems from one simple fact, and that is that there is one and only one thing that Donald Trump gives the tiniest little shit about.
Law and order is what you're referring to, right?
Exactly.
Justice. Peace. He wants peace and prosperity globally.
You guys heard?
Did the racist dude leave?
I think he got through the audience and then he left, something like that. Have you guys heard about this? This was on CNN. I don't usually watch the news that much. I read the article stuff, but I did watch CNN recently, and they showed that typically what happens during the midterms is that the party that is in power, they tend to lose on average about 11 seats in Congress. That's just for an average that's just kind of been the average for like decades now. But
yes, that's been the average for many decades. Yeah,
and that's with presidents who have an approval rating, like above 50%. Above 50%. But Trump's approval rating is like in the 30s. So
that's also right.
Yeah. And the other stat they showed was that Republicans are on track to lose at least 28 seats in Congress. 28 seats in Congress. That's just what CNN has got from whatever data they're looking at.
Yeah, my crystal ball says no question about it that Congress is going to be controlled both houses by the Democrats after that. My little AI summary says that on average it's a loss of 28-ish seats, and unpopular presidents tend to lose 36 to 38 seats. 36 to 37 if the Republicans are
voter intimidation. Yeah. I told you they started separating the lines outside the poll based upon party here in Texas. Because parties run the election.
Yeah, no, I mean, the thing I've been saying forever, the Republicans know, they were going to do this. They told us what they were going to do in Project 2025. It's all written out in black and white. There's no surprises about what they're doing. The only surprise for me has been how fast. And they're not idiots. They know the consequences. They know that if they have elections this year, they're going to lose control of Congress. So they've known this since well before Trump was elected, but they did it anyway, and they obviously did it thinking presumably correctly, because they're going to be in power. They will have the power to do whatever they need to do, that they're going to be able to do. So yeah, I don't expect them to lose control of Congress because they won't allow it.
There's another case being used here in Texas right now. This one, there was a member in the Texas state legislature who was, I forget their party affiliation, but they vacated the seat to become the comptroller. And so there was a special election, and this was a district that Donald Trump won by, I think, 17 or more points. He won it in 2024 by 17 or more points. And the contest was between a Democrat and a Republican. And the Republicans have held that state Senate seat for, decades. And a Democrat won it by it was not even fucking close. I don't remember the names or the specific figures, but yeah, that happened in Texas.
Special election.
Yeah.
Hey, can I just put something on the table again? Because I know I'm like really stuck.
It depends if it's a list or not.
Well, it's all of it. It's this part. It's I ask people, because I think that it just takes a long time for people to just like wrap their head around their fucking bullshit. I ask people how many beauty pageants did Obama purchase, right? And I wonder how many sexual abuse accusations George W. Bush has against him, or like Jimmy Carter, stuff like that. So it's really odd because I literally just punched in correlation between owning a beauty pageant for teenagers and sexual abuse accusations and convictions. And it says, reports and investigations indicate a concerning, though not universal, pattern of sexual abuse allegations, misconduct, and in some cases convictions involving individuals in positions of power within the beauty pageant industry, particularly those focused on teenagers and children. It's like I don't understand why people make excuses for this motherfucker. I just do not fucking get it. I don't get it. He's a gross person.
Are you talking about Donald Trump?
No.
It's because he's a Christian.
No, I'm not talking about Donald Trump, Pochi. Why?
The other people who own
better not.
All the other
I'm not
people,
talking about Trump. Why'd you mention Trump?
We're talking about all the other presidents.
No, sorry, I came into the conversation a little late. I just wanted to make.
No, we were talking about the other guys that own beauty pageants and had like private little parties with just him and a known sexual trafficker at a place to hang out with teenagers.
Like who, honey? Like who, honey? Put a name. Just the different presidents we were talking about.
These guys you're talking about.
Yeah, like President Jimmy Carter. You know how he was into beauty pageant girls?
I didn't know that.
You didn't know that? You didn't hear about that on Howard Stern?
Nope.
You didn't hear about that?
Wait a minute.
Didn't hear about George W. Bush and his
No Way Jose
little girls on the
Did No Way Jose go out and get a new PT?
You didn't hear about them? It's crazy. Yeah, these guys are just fucking clowns.
Obama?
As long as y'all not talking about Trump, then I really don't have an issue. But
are you just, why wouldn't you want us to talk about Trump?
But I will say this. Donald Trump has there's no proof that Trump was at all involved in.
No one said there was.
Okay.
Yeah. Why are you bringing up Trump?
Hey, I'm American, baby. Okay,
you just sound like a retard, bro.
Yeah. We were talking about Obama and all his scandalous.
See, that's one thing where we can agree, Honey Badger. Yes, that was a retarded thing to say.
Mr. Barack Obama, that's what you're talking about?
Yeah, the pageants that they own together. You don't know about all that?
Obama didn't own any pageants, did he?
Like, I feel bad for you guys punching down this hard. This is almost like inappropriate.
Yeah, but this is like your average Trump supporter rhetoric. Dude, this is the kind of shit they put forth. So what else is there to talk about?
Yeah, I haven't heard anything.
What'd you say about Trump? What'd you say about Trump, bro?
I haven't heard anything high-minded from any Trump supporter, as a matter of fact. Like, no.
Of course not, because he talked to a bunch of liberals all day.
So you're defending Trump in light of the most recent accusations and FBI files? No, there is no connection to Trump. And then the redactions show that Trump was mentioned a few thousand times.
For why they like the guy.
So I'm not interested in accusations. I'm interested in proof.
Okay. I was just hoping to say. You want to try that again, or you want to die on that?
Do you want to go in the court cases, the convictions?
What proof is there that Trump was at all fucking with little kids?
Who said there was, Hochi?
I'm just saying. I'm trying to make sure.
Why are you bringing Trump into this?
Hey,
we went over this in the last.
That's our president.
About Trump when it comes to raping little girls, like why?
Because that's our president.
So
we went over this already in the previous room.
With that logic, he's your rapist, so you want to defend him. Are you a public defender? Like, get the fuck out of here. Be objective.
Dude, Hochi, you couldn't even agree with us that Donald Trump is implicated in the Epstein files. You couldn't even agree to that.
No. Because what you guys were saying was that that he's not absolved of any. That he lied when he said that he would be absolved when the Epstein files come out.
What?
But he's not. There's no evidence that he did anything wrong. So therefore,
no. So that's incorrect. There's no evidence of them prosecuting him, but that's not to say that there's no evidence of wrongdoing. And whether or not they could defend that in court, or rather prosecute,
where's the evidence?
Is a whole other matter. So I encourage you to just take your favorite AI and just take a glossary survey of what the fuck just happened and what was released, including people like Elon, Lawrence Krauss, and I thought, oh yeah, that guy's no piece of shit. No, that guy's a piece of shit. No, that guy's a fucking weirdo. It's like, and I'm sorry, if you're going to Rape Island is not like hey, I want to go work at Rape Island. No, Rape Island is you get picked up somewhere by virtue of your circumstances in life, and you get repurposed as an object. That's fucked up. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit everywhere on the planet. Every day, fuck that shit.
You know, that Lawrence
let me ask you another.
hurts a little bit. Like,
show me proof that Trump raped anyone.
You guys didn't know he had perv problems?
When he interviewed Jordan Peterson, that was weird. Then when he interviewed Woody Harrelson, I was like, oh fuck.
When Sam Harris stopped talking to him,
I'm like,
years ago, you knew there were fucking problems, bro. When Lawrence House, when
that's a hard thing to go through. Right? There's somebody, I listened to, I admired, it was cool.
Is somebody that ugly to talk about women?
Oh no. I'm just saying, but when that happens, I'm willing to put those people in the shitty column.
Yeah.
It doesn't take much.
It's interesting to note the people who were the barometer. Okay, like I've met a few people who like freaked out during a performance or something, and they were like, "No, fuck that guy. I'm not talking to that guy." And everyone's like, "Wow, this person's an asshole." Like Billy Bob Thornton and Gian Gomeshi in Canada. Gian Gomeshi was this radio show host, and he like fucking did all this like amazing stuff for the CBC, but he was also a little kinky and like punching women in the face during sex, unprovoked, uncommunicated. So that's like basically just assault. He got his ass fired, but Billy Bob Thornton, when he went on the show to be interviewed, I suspect, and he denies it, but the way that he behaves is, I fucking cannot stand this guy, and I'm not going to give you the interview that you want, because you're a little bitch. And in that interview, he said, hey, like the guy's like, oh, Gian Gomeshi's like, yeah, my first love was music. And he's like, no, my first love was a girl named Charlene. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So, like, that also sets a perspective on, hey, these are the kinds of people. They view people like objects.
Imagine I talked about Trump that way. I said, hey, yeah, no, he grabbed like a few girls by the pussy, but who gives a shit? Like, he's still a great guy.
What the fuck are you talking about? Did you not hear anything?
We don't have to imagine you are doing that. Why would we have to imagine it?
Like, you're doing that here.
Oh, he's our president, therefore he couldn't have been a rapist. Huh?
John, do you got something you want to say?
I never said that.
Oh, sorry.
No, I did, I think, at one point, but...
Well, I was going to say for Hochi's benefit, imagine, this is true for a lot of the accounts in the Epstein files, and this has been true outside of the Epstein files. Usually, in these kinds of cases, you have a powerful man, either politically powerful or economically powerful or both, like Prince Andrew or Donald Trump or any of these other people, Sammy Sosa, Elon Musk, they have a lot of power and influence. And then on the other side of that, so this creates an imbalance, a power imbalance between them and their alleged victims. Okay, so imagine how would we go about adjudicating a situation like this where you have some random regular person who was a participant in some beauty pageant setting? You take their word against the word of Prince Andrew or somebody like that, or the president of the United States. Okay, there's a clear power imbalance here. How would we go about figuring out whether these claims are true? People are going to listen to the fucking megaphone, the pulpit of presidency, or that Prince Andrew has, and they're going to go, this guy seems much more credible than this woman, or in some cases, children at the time. So that's the kind of thing that we would expect if a victim were telling the truth. We would expect it to look exactly as it does now. That's a problem.
Oh no, I don't know. I disagree. I feel like I have a different
outlook. What
outlook.
don't you know? Articulate exactly where you're confused. Okay? Don't say, I don't know.
Well, I don't.
Where and what?
You know what's crazy?
Is confusing.
You know what's crazy? Donald Trump has been accused of rape many times by a whole bunch of women.
He could be a lifetime rapist who got away with it. It's not unheard of.
But where's the proof? Where's the proof?
In the fucking Epstein.
He was convicted. He's a convicted.
I suspect you have not seen the files. It's that simple. You're just playing stupid. You can't read.
Look. If there was any evidence, it'll be all over the fucking place.
It's not evidence. Donald Trump is a convicted rapist. What are you fucking talking about?
Who did he rape?
Eugene Carroll.
Come on, dude. Are you this stupid?
He raped her? He raped her how?
Do we need to talk about what evidence is?
I think that's that case.
Do you not know?
Hochi can even read at this point.
This sounds like what an abuser would say. How?
Do you not know how Donald Trump raped Eugene Carroll?
I think
Did you not never looked into it? Do you not know?
If I'm not mistaken, it's something like at a place, and then he took her to the back somewhere, and then he she fucked him, and then
no, try again.
Now she's trying to say that he raped her.
Couldn't even say rape. She fucked him. This is the language of someone who actually.
No, the reason why I say that.
I don't care about the reason you say it. Silence for a minute. You sound like a rape.
Oh God.
Yeah, you're not even taking into account, you're not even willing to repeat the story of the victim and the prosecution as it is laid out in history. This is can you even read?
You guys gotta understand, man. Women accuse guys of rape all the time, and it's not true all the time. It's not. And it's sad because it's messed up for people that actually do get raped.
Hochi, let's just be clear here about the facts. Donald Trump was convicted of raping E. Jean Carroll. Now you might not like that. You might disagree with it. It's a fact.
Are people not convicted falsely?
Now you're pivoting.
And convicted. Are you aware that you're moving the goalpost?
Sorry, that was a bridge too far for me.
Okay, yeah, we need to bomb that bridge. Get that shit out of here. Seriously, it's so upsetting that I'm you know what? It would be fine if, the next wave of revolution by AI, if AI can do one favor for us, is just go and kill all these pieces of shit. If the AI starts with that, hey, I'm with the robot revolution at that point. You know? I'm listen, if you can do one thing, I'll give you the keys to the planet if you can just take care of one little problem that I have right here. That's how fucked up it is. And I remember seeing, and this is something a little bit more personal for me, because maybe personal experiences, maybe life history, there are situations where you don't have a choice. And the sad reality is that literally the average person who's a slave in human trafficking, sex trafficking, apparatus on the planet, it costs the FBI $90 to save those people, resources, the dark web, and so on. That still costs a living. So, if anything, I'm really happy
depositions that involve Donald Trump. You can read the transcripts of Donald Trump in deposition. One of the things he said was I've never met E. Jean Carroll in my life. Never met her. He said that in a court deposition. And then but there are pictures. There are fucking pictures of him with E. Jean Carroll. There are fucking pictures. Well, and also another thing he said was, what was that?
He's not my type, or she's. Well, I thought maybe you were going to go to it, Elliot, about thinking, well, that's my wife. He said he identified her as his wife.
She's not my type, but then he says, she's not my type, but also he says that or how did it go? I mistook her for my ex-wife, and of course, why would you marry someone who you don't find attractive?
No, what happened was he was presented with a photo, and he was asked to identify the woman in the photo, and he said that was his wife.
Said it was Marla, and the attorney had to tell him no.
Yeah, exactly. Attorney then. Yeah. And that was after he had already taken the position that he couldn't have raped her because she's not his type. So if he were to rape someone, it wouldn't have been her.
There's video of this, right? Yes, it's all on
I've seen
video.
this. And this was the deposition, not court, or I'm not even sure.
Yeah, it was all part of the deposition.
Okay. I have seen this video. It's pretty funny. I mean, it's horrible. But
yeah, and that's what put him into a problem, because once you testify under oath in the deposition, he's kind of frozen when it comes to what he can testify to during the case without, of course, being exposed by what he had already said in the deposition. So he tried to, once he was told that it wasn't his wife, then he had to try to say, oh, well, I forgot what he said, but something
are you talking about the deposition?
my glasses. Or something stupid.
Are you talking about where he's being cross-examined in that room?
Yeah.
Dude, wasn't that gross?
Completely gross.
He's such a gross person, dude. I honestly, this is the part that bugs me the most.
Well, just the whole thing, like, his position isn't, I didn't rape her because, like, I would never rape someone, or, it's a horrible thing. It's because she's not my type. So then I couldn't have done it.
He's just like, look, I know it's personal, and I know it's just my style and taste and preference, but, like, I've just never wrapped my head around the fact that people found him appealing at all in 2015. Like, what the fuck did people find attractive about this guy? I just do not.
It was The Apprentice.
Celebrity billionaire.
By Mark, what is the guy, the producer for The Apprentice?
Exactly.
Brought us all these stupid shows.
And the thing is,
we're still living in that bullshit world.
And the thing is, that was all a fiction, and the producers have to come out and say that they had to be. In fact, they had to go out of their way because his property where they did the filming and stuff was so substandard that they had to make it look nice and stuff. So it was just pretty funny. But yeah, because they wanted to create this image that he was, the successful businessman, so they had to do a lot of theatrics to make that so believable and mysterious.
Personally attacking everyone disagreeing with him. Is that what you mean by regular dude guy that just insults everybody who he has a disagreement with? I don't know.
No, I think what they meant was he didn't sound like a politician, right? Because he wasn't polished, and he was, quote unquote authentic. And so that was, appealable to some people. Like, get the thumbs down. What's going on?
Right, and see, that's the problem. This is the scary part for me. This is why, when I noticed, I watched all of this happen, right? And I'm like, he's not honest. He's not. Like, he's a gross person who talks in simpleton sound bites to uneducated backcountry folk. Like, people who pretend they like money and diverse portfolios, and people who pretend that they have good ideas that they're supporting. I was always like, who is he talking to? Like, I just never got it. I don't get it.
His language was very populist, so a lot of the blue-collar folks said, like, this is the type of guy, he fights for me. So he's successful, and he fights for me.
It's neuro-linguistic plus television. The formula's not secretive. It's people who brainwashed you. You're wanting to believe it. It starts with another thing you don't like, religion. Where people start with a set of bad ideas and they can't question them.
Oh, entirely. No, I truly believe, look, if I was going to break this down, people would have say, most MAGA are Christians. Christians are Stockholm Syndrome victims. Therefore, you've been trained and groomed to defend the dear at all costs. And now we have the Stanford prison experiments kicking in with guys in fucking masks and camera, money oh yeah, I like the boots. I like it. Shut up. Obey. Like, it's fucking nuts to me. It's so obvious to me.
Well, it depends which election you're talking about. So if you're talking back about, 2016, it was very different, and the polling showed that. And that's why Bernie did much better than Hillary in terms of polling directly against Trump, like double digits better. And because they both were appealing to this, populist message. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So, yeah, but I mean,
Bernie
just the
was
fact
telling the
that
truth.
like, I already know from talking with these people and listening to people be unable to basically just condemn a law that their invisible boss made in his book, right? The fact that that's the case on the daily, like on average, tells me the psychology behind all this shit.
Wherefore God also gave them up.
And Trump was also always very careful never to criticize any group that appeared to support him, no matter who they were. There's good people on both sides. Yeah. Or was it fine people? Well, he wouldn't even condemn David Duke in that first election when he was confronted with that, and instead said, I don't know who he is and all this type of stuff, despite the fact that he has a record on video of stating exactly who Duke was and condemning him years earlier when he wasn't in politics.
Hey, now that they've released the names of
2 people
associated with Alex Preddy's execution, did anybody find a little Stockholm Syndrome in there?
Wait, can you go over
which
that?
part?
The whole thing?
Let me go look up their names. They don't sound.
Wait,
you mean because of their? As homeboy would say. That's crazy, right? That's Stanford. That's Stanford prison, dude.
But what were we even talking about? I missed that.
The names of the accused assassins of Peretti.
Oh, okay.
What are their names, or what do their names?
You saying it's because they're of Mexican descent?
I think that's the implication. I don't know who said that about the Stockholm or the whatever, but yeah, that's like Stanford prison, dude. That's so.
But we were talking about it the other day, though. It's a little deeper. I mean, there's a huge percentage of people who are of Mexican descent that they're trying to hire for good reason, right? I mean, that's a pretty coveted thing. If you can have a brown person at the door who speaks Spanish, right, you're a lot more likely to open it up. Those are attractive jobs,
right? That's Stanford prison
community. Yeah.
That's exactly.
The bigger thing, though, is you don't have to really do much of an experiment with it. It's just sort of economics. It's just these are good jobs in the community that people can get without having a great education. But yeah, it is.
No, but you're putting them in a position of authority, right? You're granting this by administrative freaking. You're just imposing this upon society, and that's a power trip, dude. That's a fucking power trip.
Yeah, I mean, for that matter, all of Congress is the same thing. I mean, it's like
so. Tell me if these names would have been predictable. By Donald Trump, Jesus Ochoa on the Border Patrol, and not ICE, but that was Border Patrol. Customs and Border Protection Officer Raimundo Gutierrez. And Consuela Flamenco Camacho.
From Ecuador.
This bad bunny guy. Ochoa, 43 years old. Gutierrez, 35. The shooters during the deadly encounter. Yeah, this is all just so fucked.
So look, I've had like 10 years ago, I had an opportunity to work with somebody, and I found out something. I don't want to say too many details, but I was like, you know what? We're not going to work with this. And then I passed that information on to an investor, The investor ended up ditching the big project, appreciated the disclosure, and then ended up hiring us for more work that we did for them. So, like, I like to believe that, yes, it's possible to walk away from big stacks of money. It's not difficult. You can always just be like, no, I'm going to do something else. And that's the thing that, like, kick myself nowadays, because it was like $100 million. So I'm like, okay, it's been a little bit harder being poor than I thought for a while. But it's not something where I wake up and I'm like, oh my God, I'm a disgusting person. I never feel that way. I don't know how these people live. And if Epstein killed himself, good, we didn't have to. Like, my mother used to say this thing about, like, hey, you're going to fight somebody and you're going to kill a piece of shit, but they'll sentence you for killing a person. And so that's something that often resonates in these situations.
The blaming the victim thing with the Trump thing that you guys were talking about with Hochi is hilarious, because it's like, I don't know if anybody said this, I was connecting over to where I could really listen, but it's like, the dude tells you he grabs them right there, and then he was convicted for grabbing her right there, and he's trying to make the point that, like, well, it wasn't really. But where's the evidence? He was literally right. The only reason it wasn't rape is because he used fingers, and they couldn't prove it was penis, right? And it's like literally what he told you he does, like, which we have on tape. Like you said, Hero. Then there was, where's the proof? Like, where's the evidence? Like, bro, like,
I think he thinks evidence. Well, there's a lot of other things on tape. Right. He's like, where's the evidence? I think he thinks evidence is proof. Like, no, you got a lot of evidence for something that's still not true. Turns out there's a fucking mountain of evidence for everything we're talking about for Trump, and it's up to you to decide whether that's proof or not. But yeah, he's just his words.
No. That last line, I think you're being too generous. No. It's not up to you to determine. No. There are standards to determine what is what. And no, in this case, yes, it's evidence, but the prosecution did not proceed or failed to actually get a conviction in some situations. In others, they got it. So there is a collection of evidence that runs the gamut, the entire spectrum from, oh, he's not guilty, to, oh, yeah, we got him.
Well, there is a good point. There's a standard of proof, and it was good enough for civil court. I was expecting the usual thing about, like, well, it was just civilly. Okay, so he was civilly convicted of rape. But you're cool with that? Like, what kind of rape are you cool with? What kind of rape are you not cool with?
With regard to that at the time, which has changed. So now he would have been criminally, I think.
Yeah.
Well, and what they define as rape.
And the thing is, I mean, he's been found guilty of other crimes. I mean, if you're worried about the criminal standard, including his business had, 17 felonies that he was convicted of, or his company was convicted of.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. When these guys, I want to go back and forth with these people that, like, say these stupid things, so I can just repeat what they say. And, like, have them say the dumbest shit to sound like they're just making excuses for this goopy bullshit.
You know, and the New York Times ran several investigations where they showed that, you know, his whole wealth has been based on, illegal money transfers and tax evasion and whatnot. And, you know, so it totally destroys this myth that he tries to suggest that, you know, he's self-made, and that his dad gave him $1 million loan, and, you know, that's how he made his money when he got transferred over $400 million that taxes were never paid on. Illegally.
Like, everyone in the world knows this stuff, except people who don't want to look it up. Like, when everybody first heard this stuff, everybody was like, oh, let me read these articles and see what's here. Like, of course you're going to read about it. Look, you've had years and years and years to know. Like, literally what Honey is saying, he's saying with more sophistication, but exactly the same thing as No Way Loose came in and started talking about. And the only difference being, which is exactly the same thing, is Honey isn't saying, and all these stupid white people, but he could if he wanted to, because it would be pretty factually correct that they are all white people. So that dude coming in while he's just hinging on the white people thing, he's not saying anything different. It's like, how are all these fuckers so crazy? They don't know what's going on. What are y'all, crazy? It's like, no one's saying anything different.
Except for the white people thing. And the believing in God thing, I think we all agree with everything else he said.
And he said all white people
but who cares?
And he put us all in one category.
Who cares? Of course he's going to say that. That's his worldview, and he's not wrong on everything else.
And not only that, like New Yorkers knew, like people that knew about Trump, knew how bad he was in terms of even just being a poor businessman and stuff, and not paying his contractors and vendors, and just being horrible in all kinds of respects. And of course,
now that Marshall's here, I just wanted to ask Marshall something. Mr. Jose Ochoa goes by Jesse, graduated from UT Pan Am with a degree in criminal justice. He's one of the people that shot Alex Preddy. According to his wife, Angelica Ochoa, a longtime resident of Rio Grande Valley, Jesse Ochoa had for years dreamed of working for the Border Patrol and finally landed a job there, she said. At the time the couple split in 2021, he had become a gun enthusiast with about 25 rifles, pistols, and shotguns. Both the shooters of Alex Preddy are from. Does that where from make you feel?
Did you say are from Texas?
You cut out at the end.
The Rio Grande Valley, the RGV, the part of Texas that Marshall said is closer to Monterey than Austin, but can still produce people willing to carry out these vengeance.
I feel pain. I don't know how I'm cutting out. Like I said, I'm ashamed my home produced these individuals. So I think there probably is a collective feeling of shame. It's been noted to me more than once by friends.
Have you guys seen the? I'm sorry.
Let me just say this one fast.
I came in bursting.
No problem. I was a little confused on a couple of things I've heard you say. Maybe I think I don't remember the facts. I heard you talking this morning and saying, so I can't remember. Is it that your town, you're saying, is almost all conservative or they're almost all liberal?
Oh, all of the local offices here, from dog catcher to state senate party, they're a nascent Republican movement in the Rio Grande Valley, and we won one state senator seat, one federal representative, and a couple of Texas judges. But we've never managed to crack in on either state representative or state senator. We've never managed to crack in on things like the sheriff or the county judge.
So is it mostly conservative?
No, they're all controlled by. No, they're all controlled by the Democratic Party. I live in a very weird part of Texas. Texas is red. Our major cities are blue, and the Rio Grande Valley is blue. Like I said, there's a nascent Republican movement here. One is taking a long time to build, but it does not produce a lot of wins, aside from the Congresswoman, a couple of judge seats, and like a state senator seat. That's been a big deal. We got noted in Texas Monthly like 4 years ago. So there's a movement here. It's just very small, and we've not managed to crack in on any of the local representation.
Do you ever wonder why most
Yeah, I just want to finish this line of inquiry here. So what I don't understand, I don't know if it's just necessity you need to live there, or are you fighting the fight, or what? Every time I've had a chance to move, I've moved to the most progressive cities that I can find in the area, right? Granted, the immediate neighborhood I live in is a little bit more conservative than I actually thought, but it's still like 70-30 where I live, right? But the city I live in is 90%, right? Like progressives, right? I've lived in Cambridge, Massachusetts. I intentionally want to live in those kind of communities. Why would you want to be the only drop of red in that entirely blue area where you're at?
Keep me balanced means I don't suffer a lot of the excesses of people in majority Republican areas. My ideas and the candidates' ideas have to be ideas that represent the area. They can't represent simply the Republican Party. There's a necessity for the Republican Party here to take on a different field in the state party, or say, for example, in places like Tarrant County, where there was just that upset. I like living with people who I don't always agree with politically. I don't want to live with people I just agree with. It's very nice to, have those conversations where people agree with me, but I enjoy the conversations, for example, I have with our county who's a Democrat. I can talk to that guy about anything. And he is just he's really good at his job. I voted for him before. And just, it makes you have to be more competitive. It makes you have to be more realistic and practical. It just all around is a better thing. At least I think so. It also helps that my dad and his dad were radio talk show hosts. So I've known a lot of these Democrats, even the progressive ones, since I was a small child. So there is a sense of real familiarity with these individuals. I can pick up the phone and call them. My state rep for a long time, somebody I've competed against for years, is someone who, when my grandfather died, put a petition on the Texas House floor to honor him. Right, so there's also that family tie-in.
Ancestor worship. Sorry, go ahead.
But I like living in a place where people don't always agree with me. That's nice.
Do you have any concerns? A couple of kind of things. I mean, number one, it doesn't sound like you have anything about the rampant corruption in the Democratic Party or anything like that. And I wonder. So I don't
mean the Republican Party or the Democratic?
No. I mean, most Republicans would not say what Marshall said, because getting along with Democrats means getting along with people who are, by the very nature of being Democrats, are just not good people. They're corrupt. They, believe in open borders. All of these things. Now I know Marshall's not the type, but I wonder if he leans at all that way. Sounds like he kind of approves of the area that he lives, which is governed largely by Democrats. He's trying to he's trying to bring Republicans in. The word conservative has been used, and I hope that's the kind of Republican we're talking about. I wonder, maybe I'll just leave it at this, Marshall. Do you agree with me that maggots are not conservatives?
Did you say maggots or MAGAs?
I did say maggots. I'm sorry, that was disrespectful. Yeah. But
John, I would agree with you. I don't think they're conservative at all.
Yeah, thank you.
So I don't know. There's a lot. Look, the Valley has been governed by one party for a very long time, so there is corruption here, right? But that has more to do with cross-border traffic than anything else. Because you know as well as I do, as long as you have borders, there's going to be some sense of smuggling. It's been that way for all of humankind since we've settled. If there are borders, people try to smuggle stuff across it. So you can get corruption that way, but I don't adhere to this idea that Democrats are corrupt institutionally. I don't adhere to this idea that Democrats are bad people. I don't adhere to this idea that you can't work with the other side to come up with something good that represents good governance.
Do you worry at all that in opening the door and trying to bring Republicans in, that you're bringing, the actual Republican Party as it exists today, which is largely MAGA, Is that a concern? Would that be worse than the Democrats?
I worry all the time about those few people in our party that are that way. There's a group of people in our party who thought it was a great idea, and this is just on campaign thing, this is not how you do this, but they thought it'd be a great idea to attach flags to their truck and drive around our city of 150,000 people. And they thought that was voter contact work. And they got alienated by everybody in the party, in particular all the people doing the work. And when they complained, they're like, why aren't we getting a pat on the back? Essentially, they were told two things. Number one, you don't do this job, you get a pat on the back. You do it because it's the right thing to do. Number two, what you're doing is not voter contact work. If you want to wave the Trump's flag, fine, we can't stop you. But that's not the way the official GOP in Hidalgo County is going to operate. So I'll give you an example. There's a state rep race, and it's got 3 people: a woman named Sarah Hammond, a dude named Gary Groves, and a guy named Sergio Sanchez, who I'm supporting. Gary Groves is a white citrus magnate who had a lot of money. He decided he wanted to get into the state house race. And he has these signs all over the place of him wearing a MAGA hat. You just don't do that in Rio Grande Valley. Like, there are people that like Trump, but you don't wear MAGA hats here. It's just not a thing. And so this guy came and gave a talk to the young Republicans in which he said, I'm their parliamentarian, in which he said something to the effect of like, hey, you just need to knuckle down and obey Trump and Abbott. And so he and I had a talk afterward. I said, Mr. Groves, you're running for an election. You need more votes rather than less votes. This rhino thing doesn't work. And he said to me, Marshall, I know my base. And I thought to myself, great, you're going to lose. And he has embarrassed himself every step of the way. The first thing this guy did, John, was attack a battered women's clinic, because the woman in the race, Sarah Hammond, had been a socialite in the Valley for 20 or 30 years and had done lots of work with this battered women's shelter, and they were going to give her an award. This dude lost it and attacked the battered women's shelter. And every time he's been in a room with Sergio Sanchez, the guy I'm supporting, he says he agrees with Sergio Sanchez. Everyone I know thinks he's a clown. And he is managing himself in such a way that nobody has any sympathy for him, and he's going to lose. Aside from the institutional things in the Hidalgo County Republican Party I can do that make him not have very much power, letting him do what he wants in the Rio Grande Valley will be punishment enough for him, because he's not going to win. He's going to get humiliated. Plus, every time you agree with your competitor, they had a debate. And this dude just agreed with his competitor the entire debate. I don't know about you when you watch debates, but they're usually about some sort of contrast. Right? I think this, he thinks that, this is my vision, this is his vision or her vision. And so not only is he a bad candidate, and in a place of the nascent Republican movement, you get bad candidates not infrequently. And that's because the candidate recruitment, while we have it, there are so few Republicans, sometimes those people pop up. But we do a good job as a party of alienating them and making sure they have no power.
I have a question, if that's okay, Marshall, when you're...
Yeah, no, I was going to say we alienate them and we make sure they don't have any power. Right? The people that do the work know who they are and know that they're not to be counted on or dealt with or talked to. We do not include them in official activities because, number one, they don't want to be included. But number two, we just don't need those kind of people in the party, just straight out. And if they humiliate themselves in front of everybody, that's a little more sweetness for me, because I hate when those people come up. They're poor representations of what the Republican Party should be.
Hey, Panka, what's up?
Hi, I just want to let you know this room is being recorded in another room and played, so I just want to let you guys know that just in case. But I did have a question for Marshall about the Big Beautiful Bill, because I always thought about this bill that it was proposed to be helpful for the middle class, that it was supposed to cut taxes for the middle class, that it was supposed to increase funding for healthcare, education, housing. So I was just wondering if you believed that the Big Beautiful Bill was really meant to help the middle class or help corporations.
Oh, I think it was meant to help people with more wealth.
Okay.
Everything in that bill, aside from my little brother's section on the Senate Commerce, was over budget. It was over budget with things that we just didn't need. The commerce part of that, they were able to save the government about $15 billion while still delivering for the Coast Guard $25 billion for new ships. I don't know if anybody knew this, but the Coast Guard over the last 10 to 15 years has been hollowed out in its funding and recruitment structure, and so they did that. They made sure that NASA Artemis mission, which is us going back to the moon, is fully funded. They then did something with telecommunications, which I'm forgetting, but that's the only section in the bill that saves any money and actually does anything for the taxpayer. The rest of it is just a bunch of corporate shilling.
Hey, what did you say about the room being recorded in another room?
I think she means Edmund.
Oh, sorry?
Said I think she means Edmund or John Kitover, the guy like.
I see. Is he in here?
Yeah, I would remove Michael Morris.
Yeah.
If anything, yeah.
Oh, thank you. Thanks.
There's also a couple of anons, wonderful features that Clubhouse has implemented for voyeurism and paid trolling.
John, I hope I answered your questions adequately. I was genuinely trying to.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, it's mostly just that. I think one of the things, frankly, that annoys me, even when Pro does it, and he does it a lot, is to refer to conservatives, because conservatives are Pro.
It's the conservative change in the West. 2 years from the 2008 posts. Conservatism consists of exactly one proposition. In groups who the law protects but does not bind, alongside out groups who the law binds but does not protect.
Yeah, that's what maybe you want to call it modernism. That's right. I mean, the Republicans talk, they've made an issue of this for 50 years of fiscal conservatism. But as I always point out, in every single year of every Republican administration in the last 50 years,
Ever since, they've been absolute hypocrites. They say conservatism, and they spend like drunken sailors.
That's right, but it's really telling. I mean, it's really literally true. We've had 50 budgets. I mean, not 50 budgets. 50 years of 50 deficits, 50 annual deficits. Every single year that there's been a Republican in the White House, the deficit has been greater than the one that they inherited, and every single year that there's been a Democrat in the White House, the deficit has been smaller than the one they inherited. And that includes Bill Clinton, the first 2 years when he had a Democratic Congress that immediately brought the deficit down. A lot of people say, well, Bill Clinton had a Republican Congress. He did after 2 years. But the trend started immediately. And for me, that's the thing, because my political birth was Reagan. The main problem I had with Ronald Reagan was the fact that he was not a fiscal conservative. He blew a hole in a debt structure that had been going on. We had 110% GDP, 110% of GDP debt at the end of World War II, and it came down every single year because we ran consistent 2 to 3% deficits and had 5%, 6% economic growth, so that by 1980 the national debt was down to 30% of GDP, and then Ronald Reagan changed the formula with trickle-down economics. And that was the end of it. That was the beginning of the end for this great country.
Yeah, they keep passing. I mean, by they, I'm referring to the Republican Party historically. And now it's even more apparent with the more modern version of the Republican Party, which is like, it's all Trump all day long, every day. And I don't know, I'm like, Republicans ought to be like really concerned with like the direction their party certainly would be very concerned if the same kind of thing were happening in the Democratic Party. I'd be very concerned about that. Like, what do we find? What is most important? What are our priorities? What are our objectives? You know, they seem to have changed in the Republican Party in the last, like, I don't know, 10, 15 years, something like this. And so, like, the big, beautiful bill is just a continuation of, like, the thing that you're talking about, John. They tell you that it's raining, but it's actually, they're just pissing on your leg.
Has to
That's what they're doing. The big, beautiful bill, which was a budget resolution passed by Congress and signed by the President Trump, explodes our deficit it adds $4 trillion to the deficit, I think, over a period of 10 years. That's just a continuation of the same shit that they've been engaging in for 50 years.
Why does he necessarily?
Hey, can we talk about the fact that the room's being rebroadcast? I'm not sure that's ever happened to me, as far as I know. I just went into the other room, and there's some dude by himself, and our audio is being.
It's being played right now as we speak.
Right now, yeah.
What's the room?
It's Trump derangement.
Oh,
like that. And I reported the room. There's no. It's always funny what user interfaces. I went to report room, and it was like, why? Like hate speech, whatever. There's nothing in there for. They're broadcasting an unrecorded room, but I put that in the notes, and then I did the same thing for that person in particular. But
well, they're about to have a town hall, right? So take some screenshots along with it, and we can bring this up as unwarranted, non-consensual harassment.
Is it John Kitover? Is that the deal? Or I don't know if that's true, but
probably. But so
why do we think that? By the way, the people who are giving thumbs up, how do we know that?
He's done in the past. He's the likely culprit. But it's more like you should take it up with the people that make the app.
I was just
take it up with the people that make the app.
Of course it's him. I went in there and typed, of course it's you.
I don't know what that guy's deal is. He has like 100 different accounts and like 100 different rooms. I want to say something. I have a message for John Kitover and whoever's in that room, and they think that we all have like TDS or Trump derangement syndrome. I think you guys have misidentified what Trump derangement syndrome actually is. Trump derangement syndrome is when Trump supporters make pathetic fucking excuses for every disgusting, immoral, wrong, or illegal thing that Donald Trump has ever said or done. Okay, Trump supporters cannot think objectively or critically about the actions that Donald Trump has taken. Making apologetic excuses for everything that he does. That is truly outrageous. Traitors in the country, which would be, submissionist, the fancy word for it, and actual felon, right? Which you find a worse title than any of those right now.
one account's name is Ben162. Kick that one out. The other one is Mark KVWY. I've been texting you all for the last 40 minutes. No one responds to me, but
somebody mod me and I'll do it.
He doesn't.
I got rid of Dan.
Right now, he's got weird harpsichord music playing over the voices in this room.
Who else? Sorry. Okay. Who else? Dr. James.
Ben, and
got rid of him.
Okay, good. And then the other one is Mark. Here we go. It's Mark VWY. It's a red.
All right.
This dude isn't going to pay for accounts. He's never going to be a non in a room. He doesn't pay for accounts. Just every time. It's whack-a-mole, but every time you find an account of his, here's the easiest way to spot them. Just look through his groups. He always tags his own accounts and he interlinks all his accounts. All you have to do is look through. If you have anyone that seems suspect, just look through a couple of the groups he belongs to, and he's always a member of his own groups. That's how you do it.
Yeah.
It's super easy. And all the groups he belongs to, just look at the first 4 to 5 members of those groups. They're all him. Trust me.
I guess the network. I have a practical question, so maybe I'll start doing this. How do you do this? Do you have to have a bunch of?
I've been paying attention for almost 9 months, and I've been telling everyone. But since no one listens to me, I just do it for myself and in my own.
Oh, he's done this stuff for longer than 9 months. He's been doing this for 4 years.
Yeah, I get it.
Red guy, Mark Baz, him, the one right here.
I mean, what really should be said about John Kitover, aside from the fact that he is a terrible dude for recording rooms, he's under indictment for
Of course he is. Of course he is. But I've been saying that too. Right? Of course he is. And if you give him any more airtime, you're part of the problem too. I'm trying to get rid of him. It's so busy. That's what it is.
I think this is still the area. I thought I got rid of him.
Abracadabra!
And he has hardcore music.
Abracadabra, everybody!
He used to be the guy who had these accounts called Scam Movie. He was Adrian Dittman. He was love art music. He was, he's everything under the sun. And then you've heard his horrible, very kind of effeminate, quasi serial killer clown voice he has. You know him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we all know who he is.
Projection alert! Projection alert!
So, it was the red one. What was the other guy's name that we kicked out?
Ben.
Yeah, I saw Ben a lot of times lately.
Jeez, I have too. I didn't realize that was Kitover. Every time I see him, I think, oh, is that Ben? I see him, and I go, oh, no, it's Ben. I'm different.
You shall not mock me, sir! You're mocking me! How dare you mock me! I will not be mocked! I will not be mocked, sir! This will be no mockery! You're mocking me! You're mocking me! This is mockery! You shall not be mocked, sir! I shall not be mocked! You're mocking me, sir! How dare you mock me! You're mocking me!
He's like, I want some of that.
That's true.
We were like, nah, you're Canadian, don't count. She was like, you don't count. Get out, I never do that with you.
Well, hey, look, I mean, this is a serious question. I'm wondering, like, how many guys on the spot
That wasn't a good look. There's a lot. Like, I'm just gonna mute myself and talk to my neighbor, I think. Poor neighbor.
So, John, I want to ask you a question. Real quick, if that's all right.
Poor neighbor, like.
Is it going to be about? No, go ahead. Oh, I can't hear you. Is it me?
Nobody said something.
Okay, can anyone hear me? No, I can't.
Yeah, but
No, we can't hear you, man.
Sorry, that's a good thing.
Can't hear you.
Yeah, can we just mute up unless you're talking?
Just waiting on you, E, to hit that mute button. There you go.
The audience. She didn't hit the mute button when she said she would. I did it 3 times. She came off mute, and now she's in the audience. Go ahead, honey.
Okay, John, do you know who Liz Oyer is? She's a former pardon attorney for the DOJ.
I don't think I do.
Okay, so she's an excellent resource because she just keeps talking, right, and telling you what the fuck's going on. And in my opinion, just her information alone, if anyone just went, okay, who's Liz Oyer? Let me look at her Instagram and just look at like 20 things. That information alone should be enough, right? That should be enough
just based on what he does in his pardons and how the hypocrisy is just like insane, right, and criminal. So I don't know. I was just going to ask anyone if anyone understands the extent of his executive pardons and agrees with my sentiment, because that's my opinion and I stand by it.
How do you spell lawyer? Is it E-Y-E-R? It is weird. I just mentioned her because I think there was Oh, I see. So I found her on the U.S. Department of Justice website. I'm thinking, how's that? It's archived, of course, from the U.S. Department website.
I didn't know there was such thing as a pardon attorney.
Oh, well, I mean, there have always been people advising the president about pardons. Is that what they do, I assume?
Yeah, let me reenact
advise, pardon power is one of the most broad and expansive powers the president has.
That's how it went. He went like this. Pardon them all. Pardon them all.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that was about the forethought.
Dude, he pardons so many people that are convicted and jailed of fraud and even drug smuggling. He just fucking pardons them. This is what I'm saying. He literally just pardons. It's that easy. Like this is why I'm like just boggled by what's going on out there. I'm like, it's that easy. You just look at who he pardons and then you compare it to what he says, and you're like, this is fucking corrupt as fuck. What are you talking about?
I think his thought process is like, I could have been convicted for that. He gets pardoned. I could have been convicted for that. He gets pardoned.
Pardon them all. Like Moses pardoned the sea.
Hell, I told them to do that. They shouldn't be in prison.
They were showing
I'm seeing
and
this.
then when
pardon attorney is a thing.
Dude, when asked, right? When he's asked publicly in interviews, whatever, he always does this bullshit where he does the, yeah, well, I don't really know the guy. But some important people were telling me that he was unfairly treated. So, I'm gonna, maybe I'll look into that more. But, if we pardon him, then I'm sure that, and then he'll just go on with something else, dude. It's fucking insane. It's fucking insane.
You know the way he makes decisions by the last person in the room. Like that's the secret White House gossip. If you're the last person in the room, and if you're the loudest, most objectionable voice, he tends to listen to you.
The whole Greenland thing came from like some billionaire who has interest in Greenland who just like talked to him and said, we really should have more control of Greenland, right? Like wouldn't that be good? Like, does anybody think he had any thoughts about Greenland all on his own? Like it was just some guy saying a thing and he's like, maybe that's a good idea.
Well, the Greenland thing's a little more complicated because there's a lot of wealthy friends who have made investments in Greenland for mineral rights and things like that are going to be becoming more and more important over the time. Somebody pointed me, let me see if I can find it, a pretty impressive video if you want to like connect dots on Greenland. They go pretty deep.
Fair to say, John, that you've developed a fondness for connecting the dot videos.
Yeah, well, that's right. It does read a little like a conspiracy video, but conspiracy theory, which it is. It is a conspiracy theory, but I think it's pretty well documented. I'm gonna see if I can find out what channel it came in on one of my channels.
Rachel Maddow style.
It's a geopolitical spot. We should own it. It goes back in the day. Blah 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 blah. Oil, thawing. What else? What are we missing? Minerals. Cold War. Like what else?
I keep thinking that anything that we legit need from Greenland, like we already have. We just ask. Like, hey, can we put another military base there?
Wieners.
Okay, sure.
Chicken chimes in with the wieners.
Of course. But we don't need to own it to get everything everything we need, like strategically and stuff, right? Like we have radar bases there, and we have sonar, like sub detection things there. We have everything we need. There's no reason until now. Now they're going to get pissy about it, of course. But
it's all Epstein distraction. Get back on subject.
Did you see the SNL news or opening this weekend where they basically said that he's like a
Tom Homan?
He's like, let's. No, the joke was that they're going to bring up the Epstein thing to distract from ICE in Minnesota. He's like, it's funny because we invaded Minnesota to distract from the Epstein files. I thought it was funny, anyways. I think SNL's been on point.
I'm going to go find that direct quote because it's only like 30 seconds. It's hilarious.
Finally, out of that conservative nightmare.
Believe it.
Lindsay Wayers spoke at UC Berkeley recently, it looks like. Oh, no. She's speaking on, okay, maybe she's speaking this May. She's scheduled to speak at UC Berkeley. In the Reva and David Logan Symposium on Investigative Reporting.
All right, here you go. Pass. No, can't pass. Come on, guys. What are we doing in Minneapolis? This could be wrong, but Army? Close. That's close. We're here to detain and deport illegal immigrants who have committed crimes. That is literally the first I'm hearing of that. Well, it shouldn't be. Just so I know, what were you told you should be doing? Wilding out? You know what? Forget everything you were told before. We're not here to intimidate, racially profile, or violate anyone's rights. So again,
Recation.
I mean, all you gotta do is download it.
That's nothing. That's nothing. I knew you was gonna say that. Listen, at the end of the day, man, I just go meet a new
Inherit Israel's position. Why would that no longer be occupation?
But that hasn't happened. That hasn't happened in Iran or in Palestine.
No.
You might be early on the news because I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, that's interesting. Okay, so last week, and this is what's weird about the news right now. It's like all of a sudden you miss something. Let me just pull it up. They raided the Fulton County, Georgia election office. They raided this last week.
Okay.
And that's not necessarily surprising, but like Tulsi Gabbard was actually on site when they did this.
Okay.
I thought Tulsi Gabbard was like the intelligence director or the DEI or whatever they call it.
Director of National Intelligence.
Yeah, DNI. Yeah, there we go. So I thought the DNI was specifically not like a state thing.
My fellow Americans, today we are taking a tremendous step into the future.
With intelligence.
Well, that might indicate that there was some foreign country that was involved with whatever election fraud was happening.
Yeah, but how often do you see a person ahead of the agency like involve themselves on site with something?
Well, it's the IRGC or Qatar intelligence that somehow infiltrated and did something there. Sure, why not?
Going to be really interesting. I mean, like, this is like in the back pages right now, but like, I wouldn't be like so surprised if it was like Pam Bondi or something showing up, but like, I'm sitting here going, okay, like, where's this going?
I mean, this would be pretty big news if it was like not Trump.
It's also kind of a full news week.
I don't know what this week's going to be. It's just weird to see things in the news I never even saw happen last week. Anyways, that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. I was like, I thought I understood the DNI job, but I don't understand it at all.
Well, I mean, maybe you do. Maybe you're just struggling to imagine the connection. I'll give you one example of how they will be connected.
Okay. So, like, I didn't know this. The DNI oversees 18 members of U.S. Intelligence Community, IC, in managing the National Intelligence Program, right? Mm-hmm. So, no idea what the 18 people do.
Well, it's meant to, like, synthesize, like, Army intelligence, Navy intelligence, FBI, CIA.
Yeah.
Treasury intelligence, NSA. I mean, we can go through. It's 18. I don't know what the rest of them are, but I'm sure there's a list you can Google pretty easily.
Oh yeah, you can totally do that. Yeah, I get this right, but I thought they were literally just like a funnel to the president. I didn't think they actually investigated anything. I thought their idea of the DNI was basically to take and interpret what's being told to the president and kind of say like, okay, here's what matters to you.
No, it's to coordinate between agencies.
I'll get you 3 hours of talk time, and if elected, me 4 years at City Hall.
Agencies. Decide which agency is going to be a lead on this versus that.
Wow, that's a realistic statute.
GNI also acts. Okay, so this is from the website. The director of the National Intelligence, DNI, served the head of the U.S. intelligence community, overseeing, directing, and implementation of the National Intelligence Program. The DNI also acts as the principal advisor to the president, the National Security Council, the Homeland Security Council, for intelligence matters related to national security. The president appoints the DMI with the advice and consent of the Senate. The Office of National Intelligence, ODNI, is staffed by officers across the IC and is organized into component offices. The offices fall under the main areas focused on core mission, enablers, oversight, internal staff offices, execute the administrative functions of the ODNI. The enablers is kind of interesting, including management of the ODNI program within the NIP. So maybe the enablers is kind of where this falls.
I don't know.
I'm learning so much about our government since Trump took over because I'm just trying to understand it from a different perspective.
Yeah, it makes some sense to me that depending on really not depending, but because Trump is Trump, having someone who ultimately will be handling whatever inquiries come from this could have value on site, right? Because they're gonna question every part of this.
Well, the story that broke out is that she took a phone call from Trump, and Trump spoke directly to the FBI after they did their raids. That's the weird part, right? That she was on site, and the second part was that he was actually involved in whatever is taking place.
I don't think it's that weird, though, given the nature. I mean, I don't know what the raid was looking for, but if it's the sort of thing that I just mentioned, I don't think it's that weird. Yeah. Who did the raid? FBI?
Yeah, that's why I was thinking it's a Department of Justice thing, right? Because the FBI works directly for the Department of Justice, right?
Not technically, but
I thought the FBI was the law enforcement. Wait.
the domestic law enforcement of the federal government. So, but I mean, more than likely, it's if you're based on what they're saying, they're probably working for the FEC in this situation. I mean, there could also be, FBI sort of things too, or justice sort of things too.
Okay, this is interesting. This is Google. The FBI, the United States, the acting and principal investigation arm of the DOJ, also reports to the DNI. I didn't know that. So that's interesting. The FBI reports to the Director of National Intelligence as part of the U.S. intelligence community. Okay, so this makes more sense now. I didn't know the FBI reported the DNI. That's interesting. I mean, I get the FBI as a total, I get the fact they have intelligence in the FBI. I just would have thought they would have funneled through the Department of Justice. And the Department of Justice, well, no, that wouldn't make sense either. Yeah, because they're two different things. Yeah, they're two different things. So I guess I get what I'm saying. Yeah, so they have different branches of the FBI that do different things. Okay, fair enough.
So, what is your point?
What?
Yeah, it's more than likely. I mean, first of all, it's probably not even different branches of the FBI. The FBI does law enforcement. It's not just the Department of Justice that potentially needs laws enforced. It's the FEC, it's the USDA. There's all sorts of places where the FBI can be working with arms of the federal government.
Yeah, the FBI will investigate crimes, but it's the Department of Justice who are actually bringing court cases to bear.
Well, the Department of Justice in most cases is the prosecutor.
Right, but the FBI will come to the Department of Justice and say, "We have all this evidence for this case. We think you should bring it to, file this lawsuit," and they'll do that.
Something like that. Hey, Opie.
Well, this is okay. So if you really want to get into weird stuff, right? Remember when James Comey came out and decided that they weren't going to press charges against Hillary Clinton? The big controversy in that is that he had no right to actually make the decision as the FBI, but he felt like Loretta Lynch was compromised, so he felt like he had to actually make the decision, which was never his to make, right? Well, his job is to investigate and then report the fact back to the DOJ, and then make the determination. The DOJ should make the determination to whether or not.
The problem with that situation was
Loretta Lynch, or
she was meeting with the Clintons.
I get that. But that means that she's supposed to recuse herself.
She should have, yes, but she never did. So,
well, we don't know she never did because she never had the information put in front of her.
Well, she decided not to even pursue it at that level, Even when there was a video of her going on the private plane.
Yeah, so let's not rehash something you both agree on. This is tough.
Yeah, we completely agree. It's just we don't agree at the means, right? So.
Well, the ends justify the means.
Very interesting. Okay. So the FBI has it reports to two figures. It reports to the DOJ and the DNI. And I never knew
the FBI doesn't report to the DOJ.
Just here it does.
No, it doesn't fall under that now.
They're parallel agencies.
Yeah, one doesn't supersede the other, no.
That's not the right word, but okay.
the Attorney General and the head of the FBI were in a room together. I mean, one isn't more powerful than the other.
So literally it says here, the FBI director reports directly to the Attorney General, who oversees the Department
They
of Justice.
report to, but they don't.
I just said that. They report.
I know, but
what are we arguing about?
But the Attorney General can't like fire the FBI director.
Well, I didn't say that.
And and she also can't tell him what to do. She has no power over him.
I don't think that's true.
More Israeli Jews in the Epstein file, raping them babies. It's a Jewish problem.
Hey, don't go anywhere.
These Jewish rape gangs, man.
They didn't rape the baby. They ate the baby.
They sucked the foreskin. Okay.
This may really offend you, but I just want to ask.
I don't give a shit what you say or what offends or not. Tell me about your Jewish ancestors. Why are they doing all this raping?
Yeah. No, I'm just curious. Does it bother you that you live in tunnels?
Does it bother you that your Jewish family like sucking the foreskin?
I don't understand what you're saying. Say it clear, like you had an education.
Why does your family like the foreskin?
No, like pronounce it.
Why?
We're following the paper trail, and tonight he gives us a look at what he's finding.
Not working.
Anyhow.
Yeah, actually, they do. They do work under the Department of Justice. That's interesting. I didn't realize that.
It's okay. I'm learning shit right now too. Like this is blowing my mind right now.
So does the DEA, ATF, U.S. Marshals, and Federal Bureau of Prisons.
Yeah, the Attorney General is like quite powerful, crazy.
Well, it's a head lawyer for the country.
Well, I get that, but like that's why I said like they do actually work for the DOJ.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but they're able to, work without limitations, or there's no.
No, this is just like a police department. The DOJ says this is what they said these are the things we're going to focus on, and they can ignore other things at the same time and make them ignore those things. Like it's priorities. What is that called? Prosecutorial discretion.
Mm-hmm. That's the words.
Is that? Did I use the right words? I think I mean the right words. Now, the thing that people always forget is like, yes, you're right that there's different appointments that happen throughout the government. But that's like that's literally what you do as a president. Like you appoint people, right? When you become president, you appoint all of your figureheads in all of these agencies. And those people are supposed to serve at the pleasure of the president. And that's like the political versus the government.
Well, they also have to get approved by the Senate.
Some do and some don't.
Who doesn't?
Tons of administration jobs don't get approved. It's just at the pleasure of the president.
Like the secretary or the secretary?
No, not high up figures, but there's other figures I think within the government where you literally are just a sponsorship of.
Hello.
The White House is actually never been that big.
I've been raising my hand all day.
Yeah, I've been busy all day, my friend.
I know you were playing.
Did you say you're excited about the ballroom?
Yes. Wait, is that gay?
Triangle. I think I heard you playing the triangle at one point.
A little gay now that you asked, but.
Did a singing all time. He's been busy.
Well, Thursday is our scheduled book reading club, isn't it? 10 a.m. Central.
Like the White House doesn't have to be, is not an appointed, doesn't have to be approved by the Senate.
So I had people going crazy because I was recording them in Trump derangement syndrome therapy healing rooms. Oh, did you hear them? They were so angry, and they were like, "I'm tracking Kitover. Kick this person. Kick this person."
In the history of the United States.
I didn't hear that part, but that's
the Hound Group. Let's go.
They're called scheduled C appointees.
It's because I'm basically their only antagonist. Like nobody else is going to sit here and record them.
They could be upset about, but I don't need to say it to you, but like, because you already explained to me, it's about.
Oh, and then they get all interim acting appointments. Don't have to be confirmed. They get 210 days.
So stupid asshole is listening to you talk on Clubhouse. What's the difference?
Anyways, I guess I'm just learning about the DNI. I really didn't understand the DNI.
It's just because it's me.
It's because we don't really see a lot of stuff the FBI is doing in intelligence a lot of times. I would take it, this would be like where, like, okay, like, let's say there's a terrorist attack, and now the DNI gets hold of this information. They don't.
Listen, there are people that I know in politics here in Chicago. Like, if I ever was in a room with them, I mean, I could give them the death stare, you know, and they would know that, like, they have their problem. Some of them are probably pedos, and some of them are criminals, you know, and they work in politics.
So I'd be curious to, like, I guess, like, chain of commands. I'd be very curious to know, like, when you look at chain of command,
the director of national intelligence. So Tulsi Gabbard, like, I was in a room and somebody said, like, she was not able to go. She was in Georgia for the raiding of the election office.
Yeah.
And the person said, like, she's not allowed to do that. Or
she can't do that.
I don't understand why.
So what I've learned is that she's actually in charge of the FBI, so she totally could be there.
No, the DNI is not in charge of the FBI.
You need to go look this up. Like, I just had this conversation. Yes, there's two different hats. Yeah.
Can you send a link to the org chart?
Literally, just go to.
I just need an org chart.
Just go to the DNI's website. Like, I literally just went there. It was like mind-boggling to me. So the FBI reports the Department of
So Tulsi Gabbard is above the Cash Patel?
No.
But that's what you just said, Phil.
No, the FBI reports to the DNI.
Okay, so but I need an org chart. That's what I need.
Dude, I'm telling you.
So basically, the mission began just after Israel's founding as a way to show support both for the fledgling nation and for the Jewish constituents at home.
I mean, I got no problem with someone visiting Israel, like, as a show of support. But it seems weird that it's like become like a do other mayors do that?
Is that how Mayor Adams got into that whole Turkish airline problem?
My friend, I got a new Kabbalah book. You want to hear an excerpt?
Yes.
Kabbalistic conclusion. Nothing now remains but for the scribe to bear witness to the strange Kabbalistic coincidences connected with this drama. Was Wagner a great Kabbalist? Were those from whom he obtained the sources of his information such? Who can tell? Rather, I would suggest that being inspired, this drama must of necessity conform to all truth on all planes, for there are certain numerical emanations called the 10 Sephiroth, and there are certain vibrations of a numerical nature connected with words. It is not my intention to write a treatise on the Holy Kabbalah. Those who wish to study this interesting subject may do so. In QBL, or the bride's reception, nor to describe fully the tree of life, nor the methods of drawing numerical meanings from words. The accompanying plate shows the structure of the tree of life, and the frontispiece indicates how the chalice of ecstasy may be drawn therefrom. So there's the supernal triad, the intellect, the sword, the world. Then at the bottom, the kingdom and the shield. At the top, it's spirit, number 1. To the right of that is father, number 2, or wisdom. And then to the left is 3, or mother, or understanding, or the cup. The Kabbalistic teaching is that Malkuth, the kingdom, the animal soul, the fallen daughter, must be raised through the office of the sun, Tifereth, the sun, harmony, and beauty, to the throne of the mother, Binah, understanding, the cup, when she is again united to the father, Chokmah, wisdom, will, the spear, thus absorbing all into the crown, Kether, pure light of the dove which descends upon the union. Subnote: to help us appreciate the complexities of a woman's role, Crowley informs us that we must be completely acquainted with the Tetragrammaton. Then it has it in Greek, which looks like tepe pauatov, which is a Greek word meaning 4 letters. It refers to, then it looks like 4 Hebrew letters. This formula details the mystical union of the father of Chokmah, 2 Yod, and mother of Binah, 3 He, above the abyss. Here we learn that their union brings about the birth of their quintessential essence in the form of the sun, Vau. From a Kabbalistic point of view, once the sun descends below the abyss as the spheres from Chesed 4 to Chod, he becomes known as the Ruach, spirit, which is our conscious and unconscious mind, half known, half unknown. Everything that is birthed below the abyss is instantly bathed in duality, which automatically implies that besides the sun, there must be his opposite or twin sister, a daughter, second He, who is also birthed at the exact same moment. The daughter resides in the spheres of Yesod and Malkuth 10. One sphere is called the Nefesh, which is our animalistic soul or libido, while the other is its mere vehicle known as our bodies. This is the mystery of redemption and of the great work, the uniting of the microcosm and the macrocosm, man with God. The main formula of the great work, that of the rose and cross, is symbolized in the great order as 5 degrees equals 6 degrees to the 88th. This refers to the microcosm and the macrocosm as the pentagram or 5-fold star of unconquered will, and the hexagram or 6-fold star. The work is to discover their equivalence and to unite them. The first stage of this union occurs in Tifereth and is accompanied with the feeling of ecstasy. This sephirah is that of the sun, and is necessarily connected with the solar numbers, of which 6, 66, and 666 are the scale. This is the sphere of the crowned king, the sun, who unites in himself both glory and suffering. But since there has been what we may term a change of office in the great hierarchy of this new eon, we find that the number 418, which is the enumeration of Abrahadabra, the word of the eon, is also particularly attributed to this sphere, since it represents perfectly the formula of 5 degrees equals 60 degrees. Again, 777 is a number representing alike the flaming sword and the unity of all things, including the world of shells. In Greek Kabbalah, it corresponds to the word stauros, cross. It's interesting. I never heard Greek Kabbalah. And then also Abrahadabra in that new movie about Hermann Göring and the post-World War II Nuremberg trials. In the movie, he's before he dies of cyanide poisoning, he says abracadabra. So, like, this is all Kabbalistic. It is worthy of notice and most careful consideration, therefore, that with slight adjustment of spelling, the names of the principal characters in the drama have an extraordinary significance. Titurel, founder of the Grail Order, adds to 666. Monsalvat, the Mountain of Salvation, adds to 666. Gamoret, the father of Parsival, adds to 666. Amfortas, with his cross of suffering, adds to 777. Klingzor, who represents Koronson, 333, adds to 333. Gurnemans, conductor of the New King, adds to 418. Parsival, the pure fool, adds to 418. Kundri and Gundrigia alike adds to 290. In the above, the Hebrew equivalents of the letters and the old spellings of the names are used. With small study of the Kabbalistic system and the grades of the order based on the Tree of Life, the significance of the above will become more and more apparent to the student. An extended treatise might be written on the subject, but that is not the intention of the author at this time. Now there are several spellings of the name Parsifal, the one I have adopted being that of Wolfram von Eschenbach, from whom Wagner derived the drama. The usual spelling, Parsifal, is interesting since it adds to 388, which, with the addition of 500, final mem, the water of the great sea of understanding, becomes 888. By Greek numeration, 888 is the number of Jesus the Christ. But there is another spelling, much more significant, and probably the oldest of them all, Parshval, the numeration of which is 326. It will have been noticed that the most important points of the drama are connected with the cup, understanding, Binah, the third Sephirah, the spear, will, wisdom, Chokmah, the second Sephirah, the heart, the castle of the Grail, Tifereth, the sixth Sephirah. If we examine these spheres on the Tree of Life, we find they form a descending triad representing the bowl of the chalice of ecstasy, the points of which are 326. Now 326 is the numeration of Ishva, the Hebrew Jehoshua, Jesus, the man God, the God-man, or Redeemer. This word also symbolizes the descent of Shin, the letter of the Holy Spirit, into the four-lettered word IHVH, Jehovah. The ineffable name and the formula of the four elements. Thus, Parshval symbolizes the whole process perfectly, the descent of spirit into matter, and also the redemption. It also shows the transition to the new eon, there being a connection between this old spelling and that of Parsifal, the formula of the present time. For the central letter of the word Parshval is CH in Hebrew Cheth, which spelled
What is the? I'm going to interrupt. What is the name of this book, and what is the author's name?
Frater Achad's The Chalice of Ecstasy, a detailed study of Richard Wagner's Parzival, the story of an AA.
Your author. This is not the Kabbalah book.
It is a Kabbalah book. This is a chapter on Kabbalah.
Thank you.
Yeah, the chapter's called Kabbalistic Conclusion. Subnote 86. As much as there are gems strewn amongst this chapter, much of Frater Achad's Kabbalistic assumptions leave a lot to be desired. He mentions the strange Kabbalistic coincidences connected with this drama, but it is difficult to make the same connections that he makes. This ending taints the brilliance of his overall book. Blake was right in saying the lust of the goat is the glory of God, but I lacked the courage to admit it. The result of my training had been to obsess me with the hideously foul idea that inflicts such misery on Western minds and curses life with civil war. Europeans cannot face the facts, frankly. They cannot escape from their animal appetite, yet suffer the tortures of fear and shame, even while gratifying it. As Freud has now shown, this devastating complex is not merely responsible for most of the social and domestic misery of Europe and America, but exposes the individual to neurosis. It is hardly too much to say that our lives are blasted by conscience. We resort to suppression, and the germs created an abscess. The confessions in the advent of the Aeon of Horus, even in France, the pudibond fury of the bourgeois is rampant. Part of the public horror of sexual irregularity so-called is due to the fact that everyone knows himself essentially guilty. Methinks the lady doth protest too much. If men would face the facts of life, including their own constitutions as they are, practically all abuse and perversions would disappear. They are for the most part morbid phantasms of putrefaction, aggravated by the attempt at suppression. The wound of Amfortas will not heal because it has never been properly opened and rendered aseptic.
Good evening, I'm John Kitover. Good evening, I'm John Kitover.
Good evening, I'm John Kitover, and this is
Good evening, I'm John Kitover, and I'm also John.
Willing to do it, they can name anybody they want, Speaker of the House, and that person becomes president. So if Trump has
a legal theory, yes.
yeah, you see what I mean? So assuming that so assuming that Trump has the popularity sufficient to get a majority of Congress to go along with this plan, it theoretically could happen. And then it would have to go to the courts to decide, like, is this the letter of the law, the spirit of the law, blah, blah, blah. It would definitely be contested, obviously.
And then Trump could be president for the rest of my life. Oh, happy days.
Well, that would be interesting what they do afterwards, because then, who knows? I mean, you would need a super popular president, and then, theoretically, you could, amend the Constitution or do some other type of shenanigans to try to delay elections or something. I don't know what you could do. I mean, I don't think any of these things could likely happen, but I think this is what Bannon is alluding to. He won't go into the specifics naturally, but he does allude that there's a legal theory. So this is one that I discovered even prior to this last election. I posited as a crazy loophole. But I think Marshall's right that if you go through the vice president, potentially you might be able to be blocked. I'd have to check the wording of the 12th to be sure.
And we have a Supreme Court who has shows themselves willing to use extremely tortured logic to come to the conclusions they want. So, we don't have to really rely on it making sense, right? We can't say if it doesn't make sense, it can't happen because
Well, the Supreme Court also
strained by that.
And the Supreme Court also has another convenient out that they often exercise, which is the Supreme Court does not adjudicate political questions. So if they decide that this is a political question, they'll just stay neutral.
So if they decide it's non-justiciable, they'll let the Congress and the presidency work it out, basically.
Exactly.
So what do you mean the Supreme Court doesn't adjudicate political questions? Where are you getting that one?
Gerrymandering.
That's long-standing position of the court.
So Gilfie-Whitford is a gerrymandering case. Gilfie-Whitford was challenging the legitimacy of gerrymandering by states. The court said gerrymandering is a political question and therefore not justiciable.
Exactly.
Meaning they can't make a ruling on it.
It's a long
Weren't hanging chads a political question?
No,
hanging chads were not a political question.
In the Florida case, they actually, I'm trying to remember what they did back there. The Supreme Court decided it.
No,
You're saying that was not a political question.
Any case they've decided that it's not a political question because the court's position is that they do not adjudicate political questions. Now, there are things that people in the public consider political questions that they adjudicate all the time. But I forgot the basis of the Florida ruling off the top of my head, but I know it's. I remember that it's complicated.
I'm just asking. Hanging chads, which decided the presidential election by the Supreme Court, is not a political question.
If the court adjudicated it, they determined that it wasn't a political question.
They did adjudicate it.
I don't remember whether chads were brought. I mean, that particular subject was a matter of a lot of debate locally in Florida, but
the part that I remember is the Democrats wanted a statewide recount, and the Republicans wanted a recount just on the 3 counties in question, and. So I remember that was the big debate.
And at some point, Gore, for some stupid reason, decided not to demand a full state recount.
Well,
history shows that if they had, he probably.
No, I think the irony is the other way around. Is that if the Republicans had gotten what they wanted, Gore would have won, and if Gore got what he would have wanted, Bush would have won. So I might have it mixed up, but I remember that each one, if they had gotten what they'd asked for, they would have lost.
That's funny. I do kind of forget what each one wanted there, but I don't think the hanging chad issue was what went to the Supreme Court. You're just remembering that in association with the 2000 election.
I think it had to do with whether the question of that the different counties had different standards, and that was being questioned whether the law was being applied equally. I think was the
maybe I'd be happy to be wrong. I mean,
hey Marshall, was Gore the first presidential candidate ever to concede a presidential election in 72 hours, get back in? Had that ever been done before?
Hey, Earl.
Yeah.
You got a piece about the legal theory. Sorry, I should have been ripped. There's also this piece. Eisenhower jokingly questioned his third term. I think Nixon did. And I think President Obama did. Those, if you read them, they may have come across serious at the time, but with historical longevity, I guess people thought they were joking. Maybe the difference between them and the way people view Trump is people don't think Trump is joking, and he doesn't sound like he's joking. He sounds like he's serious about it. As a consequence, even if he doesn't have the plenary power to do it, people are genuinely worried about it. And I think you raised a very good point with the legal questions. The research I read said this would have to be decided at the court, and you're right. If it was judged non-justiciable, we could be in a full-blown crisis when it comes to succession.
Exactly. And you raise a really good point that, Trump may just be totally joking about this. It's not, it wouldn't be out of character for him to do that. But as you pointed out, people are worried that he's serious. But proponents of his stated that they're totally serious. Like if you watch Steve Bannon in his interviews, he makes it very clear that he's totally 100% serious about it. But, that could be maybe his strategy too. I don't know.
This trope that he's just joking, you guys are taking it too seriously. But it seems like over and over, there's these things that we're being hysterical about, and then they come true. Like he jokes. Well, first of all, he's not being funny. It's not really a joke, but I think he really does test ideas by just floating them out there. And I don't even give him that much credit. I think he just says shit, and then people react. Like he just said something about building a wall, and he got a big reaction. So he did it again at the next rally, and the next rally, and the next rally, and then that became a thing. And they actually built a couple miles of wall. So he can turn into a real thing. Just because he's kind of a random bullshit generator, and some of it sticks and some of it doesn't. And but the idea that like, oh, you guys are just overreacting. Yeah, sure we are. Like there's so many instances where I've been accused of overreacting. Where that was just the beginning, right? So yeah, I'm tired of that. Now that we have militarized cities and people being shot. I was told to relax when National Guard was sent in against, or our National Guard was mobilized in California against everybody's wishes. When the Marines were sent in, it's all like, don't worry about it, man. They're just, doing law enforcement.
Okay, so I looked up the Bush versus Gore case because I couldn't remember the legal basis. So it was a 5-4 decision, and the court did hold that Florida's ongoing manual recount violated the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. And the reason why it violated the Equal Protection Clause was because there was no uniform standard. Different counties were using different methods to decide what counted as a legal vote.
And one of the specific examples was a hanging Chad, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct. And so it was the no uniform standard, which is what I mentioned earlier too, and therefore unequal treatment of voters because identical ballots could be counted or rejected depending on location, and voters who therefore were not treated equally under the law. And then the third part, which makes it really a killer, was the time constraint. Florida was up against the safe harbor deadline, and therefore the Supreme Court, which the Supreme Court treated as binding, and the U.S. Supreme Court therefore concluded there was no time left to design and implement a constitutionally valid statewide recount, which then requires the court to stop the recount rather than allowing it to continue under new rules. Okay, so that means, of course, that had this case been brought to the court earlier, they would have implemented a uniform standard for a state recount. But because it came up against the safe harbor deadline, which is a U.S. statute, they said it could, that couldn't be done.
What's the safe harbor thing? What is that about?
So there's a deadline given to the states by which, if they certify their candidates by that date, essentially it can't be questioned by the Congress. So if you notice, this comes up a lot. It came up in the last elections too, because the states rushed to try to resolve any discrepancies and have their results certified because they don't want to leave it up to Congress to ultimately decide the state's vote. Because you remember, it's a 3-step process, because first you have the state elections, which are now popular vote, but that wasn't always the case. Then you have the state electors meet in their respective state capitals, and then they cast a vote. Then that has to be certified and sent to Congress, and then Congress opens it up and reads them and validates it. And that's why we got into the whole question on January 6th, because in 2020, because Trump wanted Cheney to intervene in the count.
I think you
Pence. Sorry. Yes, I did mean Pence. Thank you.
So the situation is like, let's go back to 2000 again. So like, the count is flawed, but we got to get it in by this date. Otherwise, Congress might deem it flawed. If we can get it now, they'll just
no, they're saying the recount was flawed, is what they were saying.
Yeah. They're saying they didn't follow their own procedures.
So we'll stick with the original form.
No, they were following their own procedures, but the problem with the recount, it wasn't uniform because different counties had different standards.
But they rejected the whole state recount because that would have gone past the date where
they rejected the idea of having a fair recount because it would go past that date. Yeah.
Isn't the drop dead date mandated in the Electoral Count Act?
Yes. Yeah, it's
first passed in 1886, then upped in 2022. There always been, at least in the conservative community, some question about whether the Electoral Count Act was legal, but Congress's updating of it's made it both applicable and entirely constitutional. Like, I don't think there's room to question its constitutionality. I feel like it would be instructive to look at the Hayes-Tilden election in the 1870s and the attitude that pervaded the country afterward. That might give us the idea of spaces for demagogues in both parties at the time that were ran by machines. It might give us a different way to look at it.
That's a good point because you had that negotiated election, and that left a bad taste in everybody's mouth. So the safe harbor deadline is set right now as 6 days before the Electoral College meets. So if a state, resolves all its disputes and does so under laws in place at that time before Election Day, and they complete the process by that safe harbor date, Congress is required to accept the state's slate of electors as conclusive.
And we passed there was a court decision in post 2016, right, about faithless electors that states and penalties to punish them if they didn't abide by the popular vote.
That's correct, and the court determined that the states that had those laws that it was constitutional. And there were, if I recall, was there 10? I think it was a total of 10 faithless electors in that election. It didn't change the results. And there's always been faithless electors, or I think almost without exception, and perhaps no exception about faithless electors, but they've never been sufficient to have changed the outcome of the election.
So, 1860 is instructive. Also, the Garfield presidency is quite instructive, in particular on matters of anti-corruption.
And if I just going by memory, I believe that the 10 faithless elector split was, I think it was 7-3, if I recall, because there were a number of people that didn't want to vote for who was it at that time? Hillary Clinton, I guess. Including one that voted for an Indian. I forgot the Indian name.
I picked up Tacitus at Barnes & Noble today. There's a line that I want to read you that bears remarkable resemblance to modern day early scientific debates. People are obsessed with Nazi Germany as a comparison. My obsession is ancient Rome. So it goes like this. The Congress won over the soldiers with gifts, the populace with cheap corn, and all men with the sweet of repose, and so grew greater by degrees, while he concentrated in himself the function of the Senate, the magistrates, and the laws. He was wholly unopposed, for the boldest spirits had fallen in battle or in the prescription, while the remaining nobles, the readier they were to be slaves, were raised higher by wealth and promotions, so that, aggrandized by revolution, they preferred the safety of the present to the dangerous past, making reference to the Republic. Nor did the provinces dislike the condition of affairs, for they distrusted the government of the Senate and the people because of the rivalries of the leading men and the rapacity of officials, while the protection of the laws was unavailing, as they were continually deranged by violence, intrigue, and finally corruption. I think it bears remarkable resemblance to today. That may just be because I like Anthony Brown.
So it looks like my memory was a little flawed. I said 7. It was actually 6. But there was a 7th one that attempted to be a faithless elector, but was removed and replaced before the vote was final. So that's the 7th one. So the 4 of them were for the state of Washington. 3 of them voted for they were pledged to Hillary Clinton, but they voted for Colin Powell instead. And 1 of them voted for Faith Spotted Eagle. That was the Indian I was referring to. And Hawaii had 1 elector that voted for Bernie Sanders instead of Clinton. And then Maine had 1 that voted for Sanders instead of Clinton. And then Colorado had 1 who attempted to vote for John Kasich instead, but was removed and replaced. And the replacement voted for Clinton.
I mean, this is kind of a tangent, but that whole superdelegate shit is fucking ridiculous, man. We need to get rid of that shit and just be gone like yesterday. And I understand that the Democratic Party, they did make some changes. So I forget the specific nature of the changes, but they didn't like outright get rid of the superdelegates.
Yeah, they reduced the influence. Yeah, you're right. But they kept them. It was kind of ridiculous before because it was so weighted towards the super electors that it made the primaries almost kind of, useless.
Another thing that bugged me, I might not be talking about exactly what you guys are talking about, but another thing that really bugged me about the superdelegates was I remember watching the news back then. Y'all watch CNN and most of the people sort of following along with the election results and stuff like this, seeing who voted for what, which state voted which way, and stuff like that. How many votes, blah blah blah, that kind of stuff. And a lot of outlets even CNN, and the AP, they would report, and the New York Times, they would just they would count all of the superdelegates in with the regular pledged delegates and they would make no distinction between these two things. They would just put up one number and say, this is how many delegates there are now.
Because they were biased. Yeah. And it was totally ridiculous because in that, if you're referring to the 2016 election, Hillary had something like 95% of the super delegates already pledged towards her. So, of course, it gave her, using that method, what looks like a huge lead.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking outrageous, and I gotta give this one to the Republicans. They have a much more straightforward, honest approach to this. There are no fucking superdelegates. Okay, you should take that from the Republican.
That wasn't even the most.
Fight each other. There is intrigue, but we all end up fighting each other.
That wasn't even the most dishonest part. The really dishonest part, which was attested to by Donna Brazile, was that Hillary Clinton had a secret agreement with the DNC, which even the chair of the DNC didn't know about, which gave her control of the DNC before the primary started. And according to the Democratic Party charter, the party must be neutral during the primary. So she was given control over legal decisions, staffing, advertising campaigns, timing of debates, and everything else. Totally unknown to Bernie Sanders and his people, although some people suspected it, but totally unknown, and unknown to the public, and unknown to even the chair of the DNC. She even said herself, she always wondered why her own personal fundraising campaigns, and as she was chair of the committee, she still had to go through Brooklyn. I mean, it was like crazy.
I forget the name of the lady who initially broke that story. Margot Kidder. I think his name's Margot Kidder. Margot definitely Kidder. I'm not so sure, but she published it in Counterpunch.
Lois Lane.
The article, the name of the article is like, let me see, like how Hillary Clinton gained control of 33 state parties' apparatuses, or something along like that. It was I'm sitting here reading it. Yeah, it was published in Counterpunch. You can still go back and read it. Probably it was also covered by the AP and Politico as well. They were more.
I totally forgot about that. I think that's technically a separate agreement, but yeah, you're right. That was the Victory Fund, so they had co-fundraising with the state parties, and that money, of course, gets thrown into the Hillary's coffers, basically.
So what typically happens, the way I understand it in the Democratic Party, is that how when a person's running for office, like presidential office, the campaign, like control of the party, moves to the candidate and their platform, their campaign. That's typically what happens. That happened with Barack Obama's campaign.
You mean after
that's the important thing, is that after the candidate has won the primaries, then that happens. But that didn't happen with Hillary Clinton's campaign. Instead, they gained control of the primaries, not the general election. The primaries. Long before she won.
She gained control before the primaries even started, and it was done secretly. It was an LOA that was secret. And Donna Brazile wrote about it in her book, and there was an excerpt from her book that was published. I think it was in the New York Times, if I'm not mistaken. And she went into great detail, and she mentioned that she told Bernie, she didn't know, she would investigate. And she said when she found out, she was literally trembling and shaking and had to light candles and call him up and tell him, yeah, it's true that there was, I think she phrased it as a cancer within the party.
It was all legal. There was nothing illegal about what Hillary Clinton's campaign did. It was all legal, though it was it should be.
Well, you want to know the funny thing? This was challenged in the courts because a group of Democrats challenged it, saying that, we gave the money and on the basis that we thought these primaries were legitimate and whatnot, and that the party was bound by their charter, which said that the party was neutral. And do you know what the DNC lawyers argued in court, which they ultimately won on? What?
No, I don't know.
They didn't argue that it didn't happen. They argued that the party is not bound by its charter and that they can use any method they want. They're not bound by what they say about the primary rules, and that they can literally just choose a person in the back room if they want. But there's no legal requirement. And the court accepted this argument, and so therefore, quote unquote, it's not illegal because they're not bound by their own charter, which I think is a very strange ruling in my opinion. But
you know what really I'm interested in? The 14th Amendment birthright. I read that plain text to be anybody in the vicinity of American jurisdiction is counted as a citizen. And I've always been proud of the fact that if you're born here, you are a citizen. The citizenship right, it's like,
right.
I've always, all right.
You're cut out for a second, Marshall.
Sorry, I'm my
Okay, go ahead.
buddy's got a dog that's got kidney disease. My dog, I had to put her down a week ago. Was using the same treatment. It's okay, man. I was
What that other medication right now?
the iron.
No, the pill.
Which pill?
The one for nausea.
You need to cut work, I think.
Is Marshall coming through right for anybody else?
So Marshall. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask you a question. So it sounds to me, from what I understood, you're not buying this argument made by some people that, the subject to their jurisdiction clause.
No, I think it's horseshit.
Okay.
I think if you look at the framers of the 14th Amendment, yes, it was intended for slaves to be incorporated into the United States, but if they had meant to exclude other people, they would have. It's like the free exercise and establishment clause in the Constitution. If the government had wanted a religion not to be practiced, even though it was a majority Protestant Christian nation at its founding, they would have listed it. They knew of Buddhism. Hell, Thomas Jefferson under Quran. All right.
Yeah, but they are granting an exemption, which is an exclusion, which is you have to be subject to their jurisdiction, and then it falls into, is that the narrow meaning that we usually interpret, because it doesn't apply to everyone, right? I mean, like, I think
as I understand it, the Wong Kim Ark court case in the 1890s was the court case that governed this.
You're correct. Yeah.
I think it's Wong Kim Ark. I'm not.
Yeah.
The National
that's the case.
Center has this wonderful interactive constitution, and it explains all this stuff. It's really cool.
Yeah, you're right. That case does seem very clear. But I mean, other than that case, I think one could make an argument that certain people would be excluded. But there are other people still excluded because they still don't meet the subject to their jurisdiction standard. But it's very few cases. I can only think of two.
Yeah. Gosh. Well, we're in it, aren't we?
We sure are. But it'll be interesting to see what the court says. So the court would have to, if they're going to buy the administration's argument, they'd have to somehow overrule the Woken case.
I also think they have to ignore the plain meaning of the text. As I understand jurisdiction, it's any place the United States has power. Not it didn't on a ship, a military base, any place the United States has official sovereignty and power, as I understood.
Right. Well, the legal theory, so I'm not saying this is correct, but the legal theory of the proponents is that if they enter the country illegally, that they're not subject to the jurisdiction. Now, some people are trying to extend it to people that entered legally, but I think that clearly fails.
That's horseshit. Of course they're subject to the jurisdiction. They get in a car and they run a stop sign in front of a cop, they're going to pull them over. They're going to be subject to the penalties of that municipality. Hell, if they get pulled over by a state trooper for something, they're going to be subject to the laws of the state. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's their legal theory.
Yeah, but if they flee, right, they have no documentation or record. They are judgment proof in a lot of different ways. They're not an identifiable person who has entered the country and has any way to follow up on them, right?
Yeah, so, my point was if they ran into law enforcement, they would certainly be subject to the laws of the country.
But that doesn't mean, but the fact that they are in some case doesn't mean that they are generally.
Yeah, and I'm kind of split on that one. The one that I have trouble with is when the administration argues that it also applies to people that came in on visas and stuff like that, because that to me seems more clear. But I think the way that the administration has argued it in court is that it would include also people on visas, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, maybe even anybody short of a permanent resident status. I have to check that to be sure.
But I don't know. Like I said, I'm a big believer in if the creators of the amendment had wanted to include that, they would have, and they didn't.
Yeah, but they didn't include the other exclusions, and those are all accepted under law.
Yeah, but doesn't that mean that the court has made a ruling, and we're abiding by the precedents to that?
Yeah, it was part. It's long established under common law, so yeah, the courts have accepted it.
What are the other exceptions, like diplomats or something?
Yeah, children born to diplomats and enemy combatants in your territory. So, if the Japanese army invades and some of those soldiers have children while they're invading, those children would not be citizens.
Yeah, and they're not. I guess they're de facto not subject to the law if they're doing their invasion stuff.
Right, that's the logic. And the same thing with the diplomats' children, that they're not subject to U.S. jurisdictions, supposedly, because of the diplomatic community.
Yeah, and what about fruit of the poison tree, right? That's sort of bringing that in here, but...
Yeah. But like Brian Johnson was born in the States, and he was granted U.S. citizenship, which he later renounced. Usually if you become head of state, you renounce your foreign citizenships that you might have. Like the Prime Minister of Canada did before becoming Prime Minister.
Hey, you know what about this becoming a citizen by being born in the country? I remember this movie called Thank You for Smoking. It's based on a book written in like the 50s or the 60s. And the book and the movie are about like the tobacco industry and hobby, that kind of stuff. Anyways, like there was one case where like, and the story, like the main character in the movie is this guy that played by Aaron Eckhart. I forget his name, but he's a lobbyist for big tobacco. And the guy, he takes his orders directly from Winston-Salem, basically the main guy that runs shit at one of these tobacco companies. And the guy in charge is like, he tells Aaron Eckhart's character, he's like, I want you to take these 2 suitcases full of money and just take them over to this guy, to this other guy, and convince him not to testify against us. And the guy that was going to testify against them was played by Sam Elliott, who used to be, he was like the main guy that wears the hat, the cowboy hat, and he rides the horses, and he's in all the TV ads and stuff, promoting cigarettes and stuff like that. Anyway, he got cancer. So he was going to talk it out against his former boss. And Aaron Eckhart's character goes up to him and says, like, he goes to the guy's house, and the guy says, he sees all the money in the briefcases, and he's like, I'm a cowboy. Do you really expect that I would be bribed so easily and blatantly in this kind of manner? And it's like, that's a good response. But then Aaron Eckert's character says, no, like my boss, he doesn't consider this a bribe. He just says that, just consider it, as if it were coming on the wings of angels. The idea is that he would be so overcome with gratitude that he would have to change his public view or stance about the picture. So the reason I'm explaining that is because I think that like if people want to come to the United States and they have children who then become citizens, and maybe some people think that they won't integrate or become part of American culture or something like this. Maybe they just might be so enveloped by gratitude for the things that the realization of their hopes and dreams for their children, that they would just have to become American citizens or take to heart Enlightenment values or the values of the founders, this kind of thing. Anyway,
I grew up with a guy. I won't tell you his name because I don't want to dox him. But his family was from Durango, same town as Pancho Villa. And he and I went to middle school together. He's believe it or not, the first person I ever knew that was gay. We were 13. We both loved history and Star Wars. And he looked at me and he said, Marshall, I'm gay. And I looked at him and I said, does that mean you like guys? And he said, yes. And I said, awesome. Let's go back to playing Star Wars. So we've been friends ever since. And this guy, when he took his citizenship test, he said it was one of the proudest moments of his life. Somebody who has history in the Valley and to northern Mexico, to say that was one of the proudest moments of their life, it made an impact on me.
I mean, I would like it if we could revoke birthright citizenship. I'm not sure we can, but I think it needs to be done. I think it's not pragmatic. Used to controlling his approach. No. It used to be that.
What would be the upside?
How about I finish what I'm saying? Okay, I'll be really quick. Okay, but it's 4 people coming off mic. All right, Euro was already off mic, but
yeah, I wasn't, and I didn't say anything.
Okay. Yeah, you didn't say anything. So it's at one time, if you went to the United States, you were making a big commitment, and that it was hard to travel. Okay, it was expensive and it took a long time. You couldn't just come to the United States for a day, have your kid here, and have a U.S. citizen and leave. Well, you could, but it wouldn't be like you spent $3,000 on a flight, to accomplish that. And just the wide array that people have of ways that people have used the system now, or they use it in ways that I don't think anyone could have imagined would have occurred, these low commitment ways to use it. I don't think that's good. I think we want people to come here, commit to being citizens, to being permanent residents with their children. And then their children are U.S. citizens. So I'll stop.
Yeah, I think Jason has a point in that you can imagine there are people entering the country illegally with the explicit purpose of having their child born in the U.S. to get U.S. citizenship. So I think that could be problematic.
But what's the upside? So if not for birthright citizen, right, then a lot of people aren't citizens. What's the upside of having a reduced citizenship in the United States?
Well, I'm assuming that if we did this, it would only be cases going forward. So I don't know, unless there was some kind of ruling, yeah. But so assuming we change it, I think the upside is the people that are U.S. citizens are people that consciously chose to come to the United States and went through whatever the legal requirements are to enter the country legally.
Yeah, so if you're here on a visa or other path, but that is a visa where there's a path to permanent residency, then you can become a citizen, right? But if you're here unlawfully, or you're here on a visa that has no connection to permanent status, then no, right? And that would be more or less the way it worked in practice, even in the early 1900s, because only very, very wealthy people could have afforded to come to the U.S., have their kid, then go back, and without effectively disrupting their life entirely, because you have to travel on a ship for like a week.
How big of a problem is people flying from other countries, and where are they coming from? Like, I would imagine it's mostly Europe and China.
I think they mostly come from Mexico.
Yeah, I mean, people coming to the system, to the U.S. to have a very low commitment way of being here, okay, where they aren't following the law, or they're only here temporarily and have a kid, is a modest problem. Okay, it's not an urgent problem, but I don't think it's a good thing, right? And I don't think it's like what, I don't think it's like a positive. I don't think it's a negative situation that the founders anticipated. So I think we may want to adjust the law. Okay, until we adjust it, of course, then it can't change, right?
My fear is that would be a kind of slippery slope to deciding who is a citizen and who isn't, regardless of whether or not they're born here or whether or not their parents were born here. That would be my fear, that it would be weaponized based on political alignment or party affiliation or state, etc.
Well, unless the Supreme Court rules differently on this interpretation of the 14th Amendment, I think it would require a constitutional change. So there wouldn't be a slippery slope issue. It would be whatever the amendment explicitly says.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Unfortunately, Romero left, but yeah, I'm not sure Romero really understands that. In other countries where they don't have birthright citizenship, they have some other law governing it, and there's no slippery slope there. They decide things according to that law. A lot of countries are jus sanguinis, right of blood, rather than jus solus, right of soil.
Yeah, and very often they have a combination. So it implies you have a birthright.
Making a video.
71, 57, 32.
Because the point is, if you're believing in birthright citizenship, why is there value to somebody that enters the country illegally and has a child? I mean, they could literally be in the country one day, enter illegally, have a birth, and suddenly this person is a citizen. I don't necessarily see the value in that. Which is very different. Jason?
Yeah, Daniel does allow for dock or conversations. Maybe he means conversions. But yeah, because it's a very, like, now it's not common, okay, but it's much more common than it was that someone comes to the U.S. as a tourist, for example, has a kid and leaves. The kid is a U.S. citizen. They aren't raised in America. They aren't integrated with American culture. I guess Russians do this quite a bit. They don't necessarily even speak English, okay, but now they're a U.S. citizen. They have all the rights and privileges of a U.S. citizen. Is that good? I don't know that it's good. Did the founders anticipate such a thing and want it to happen when they wrote the law? Probably not. So then we might say, okay, maybe we need to, now we need to go back to this law and we need to adjust it a little bit. No, I don't agree that I think the law is maybe clear enough as it is and it allows for this. It doesn't mean allowing for it is good. It means it's legal. But then if it's not a good idea, maybe we should change the law so it doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah, I agree with Jason on that one. But there's some abuses in the other sense. So there's a case I remember where the United States was evacuating people out of Vietnam, when they pulled out, and they evacuated a certain number of people, and they were brought to some other country temporarily to stay for a few days, and then they were brought to the United States. And in this one particular instance, a Vietnamese child that was evacuated came to the United States, I think roughly like 6 months old or something around that age. And so he's lived in the United States his entire life and was brought here, by the U.S. government. And the United States decided to deport him, I think when he turned 18 or around that age. And he was literally sent to Vietnam with like the clothes on his back, and they give him some nominal amount of money. I think it's like $10 or whatever. But the thing is, this guy has no, he doesn't know the language, doesn't really know the culture. He's rejected there and considered an American. He's even like very, very tall. So he just doesn't fit in at all. And his entire life has just been, as an American.
Yeah, that's how, that's how America started. That's how it began. We all came here, like our ancestors came here, and they.
Oh yeah, bad signal. Yeah, we came here illegally, and we fought the inhabitants, and we killed them, and we took over their country. Yes, absolutely. No one can do that to us. I do not think we should allow that. Like, they cannot do to us what we did to get here. I'm sorry, it would be bad. It would be very bad if we're like, oh yeah, you can land your ships here and shoot the cannons at us. That's fine. No, it's against the law to do what we did to get here. No one can do, to get into this country. And to be fair, the Native Americans did not have any immigration and naturalization policy at all. There weren't passports. There was, so.
And in many instances, they didn't have territorial claims over the land where the settlers went to. And then in some instances, the very famous purchase of Manhattan was done by a tribe that was just passing through.
24, 35, 95.
You kind of initially like you get the prisoner, and then they become one of you. They become like a full-fledged like member of your tribe, and they have the same like rights as anyone else in the tribe does. That to me is like a kind of integration of a sorts. So, see, I don't know if that's true for all the Native.
Well, you know that one of the first colonies, called the Lost Colony of Roanoke, which disappeared mysteriously, and nobody knows where it went. But one of the theories is that they were absorbed by some of the local Indians, and there is some evidence that suggests that might actually be the case.
They did that for marriages too. Remember, one tribe buried a member of another tribe. There was that kind of integration of sorts. I mean, not too different from like in modern times. Like if I don't know, maybe a husband marries a woman who's like Mormon or whatever. You become a fucking Mormon yourself. Like you go to church, Mormon church.
Yeah, but you really raised a key point about the diversity of the tribes, because there was tremendous diversity. So, in all the main cultural dimensions, so one has to be a little bit careful when we make generalized statements because of that diversity.
Yeah, I mean, or I guess another way to look at it, Elliot, is I don't think we can. I would argue we cannot draw many useful public policy lessons from how the founders got here, how the colonists got here, because there wasn't a uniform process. It was sometimes characterized by war, right, between us and them, and then we just took their land, and there was just a multiplicity of different ways that it happened, and with some peoples you could integrate, with some peoples you couldn't integrate, and there was nothing like the international system we have today.
All right, class, tonight we're diving into
identifying documents, and we more or less process them from their identifying countries, their country of origins documents.
We have breaking news of a high-speed pursuit.
And basically you're a citizen if we can absorb you into the document.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think we can use that in any type of basis, because they weren't states, and not all the tribes even claimed territory other than the land that they were residing on, and even some of those considered it just a matter of use. And so in some instances they were friendly with settlers, some instances they weren't, some instances there were purchases, other instances there were treaty arrangements, after war. So it's just really a hodgepodge all over the place. Probably the best example is the French. So the French had a very different relationship with the Indians than the British colonialists.
350, you can slide your morsels. We're the Quiet Thursday at Kitover. All right, folks, welcome to Kitover's Up. Speech rewritten tonight. All right, folks, welcome to Kitover's. Gentlemen, give it up for Chicago. John. I'm John. Hey, everybody.
Jason, I'm kind of breaking my ass, but let's say hypothetically we abolished the 13th and the 14th Amendments. How then do we address what we addressed during the Civil Rights era for Black Americans?
Well, I mean, Black Americans are already citizens, so I'm not sure anything would change, right? Let me look at those amendments to see if there's a detail on this one. Okay.
Yeah, but probably the primary reason why those amendments exist is to give slaves citizenship status because they were born here in the United States.
That's right. But that's his whole point. Like, that issue's been resolved. So it wouldn't affect black people today. Like, we don't have any survivors who were slaves under that regime, and there wouldn't be any question about their citizenship.
Yeah, I guess if we abolish them both, because the 13th Amendment abolished slavery, and the 14th Amendment addresses citizenship rights. So let's say we brought back slavery and we got rid of the 14th Amendment, then slaves could not be citizens, okay? And that would be, but I'm not sure which is more terrible here. The terrible part here is bringing back slavery, I think. Not because the citizenship thing is a moot issue. Like, all the former slaves became citizens. Their children are citizens, their grandchildren, and so on. So,
yeah, I'm not aware of anyone calling for the abolition of the 13th Amendment. The 14th is called into question by some people, but only in terms of its scope.
Okay, but I'm just thinking, like, let's say, hypothetically, if we were, let's say, forget the 13th Amendment, just the 14th, like, if hypothetically we were to abolish the 14th Amendment, like, how then, like, I mean, there are, I don't know, hundreds of millions, maybe, tens of millions of Black Americans here, many of them who were the descendants of slaves from the 1800s, the 1700s, and the 1600s. They're descendants. They're the descendants of slaves in many cases. So by chain of custody line of thinking, like, do we revoke their citizenship status? Like, how would this even?
So the answer would be no. So if like tomorrow somehow the 13th and 14th Amendment disappeared, they wouldn't lose their citizenship status. Like, it wouldn't be applied retroactively.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead, honey. Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask Euro if you think that, like, what if they're pretty young ladies though? You know what I mean? Like, you think there's like a pass for that if they're pretty young ladies, like up and coming, beauties?
One thing you could do is like we're talking about like rights to citizenship. Like, you can be granted citizenship without those rights, right? And so we had a very famous case recently in France where George Clooney got citizenship and bypassing the normal requirements. The CEO of Snapchat did the same thing.
Wait, were they beauty pageant participants though, between the ages of 14 and 18?
Essentially.
Nice. Okay.
They're literally granted citizenship by an act of the president saying, like, we like these people, and so he and his wife were granted citizenship, and in the case of the CEO of Snapchat, he was granted citizenship, and his son as well, and all of the normal like residency requirements, language.
Culture, like maybe they hate fucking ketchup or something. Like they could do whatever the hell they want. They can make Chinatown after Chinatown after Chinatown where it's their culture from their homeland all day long. I don't give a flying fuck. And frankly, it's none of my business, and I would say it's none of anyone else's business.
Yeah, except what if it's an anti-democratic tendency? What if it's intolerance? Doesn't it matter then?
Yeah, what if you can't go to Chinatown because they'll spit on you and they'll say, "Get out of here, white man. Get out of here, infidel dog. You do not worship the true Emperor of China, Allah."
No, I'm thinking of even more extreme cases. Like somebody comes here, like they're Nazis or fascist, or they just don't. They
That's
don't believe
okay.
it.
That's okay.
Yeah,
that one is okay, but the other one, no.
Yeah, I know, but I mean seriously, like you could have people that have different interpretations of freedom of expression, and if they came over in sufficient numbers, say like, well, we want these laws changed or demand that these laws are changed. And there are people that have legitimate concerns about that. So I do think integration on some level is important, but I agree it doesn't really matter if they like ketchup or not. I would prefer people that don't like ketchup.
I think that people, I don't know that I don't think I would make it a law that immigrants would have to, like, I don't know, take classes necessarily, like civics classes. No, I would encourage that so that at least they understand, like, the laws that they're under the jurisdiction of. They would at least understand, like, at least, like, the really common kinds of laws. Like, you can't just, like, what does it mean for something to be private property? For instance, like, what kind of rights you have under the Constitution, that kind of stuff. I would encourage that stuff. I don't know that I would make it a law. I don't know what else. I don't really think people need to really necessarily even speak, read, or write English necessarily. I don't even think should be a requirement.
Interesting. I guess like there's like a whole line of discussion to have there, right? Like, what do we think the goals of immigration are? And broadly, what do we think the goals of policy are? And I would say, I think a good starting point is Salus Populi Suprema Lex. The good of the people is the supreme law. And people in other countries are not the people that Salus Populi refers to. It refers to the people governed by the laws who are subject to the laws, right? They're not a citizen of another country, is a subject of that country and can be brought back to that country at any time, actually, until they transfer their citizenship. So it's hard for me to see how it's good for our people if we allow people to come to the U.S. who don't support American values, come here and live here, and even vote in local elections. They don't support American values. They don't understand the legal system. They don't speak English. These all seem like bad things, okay, for the citizenry. And then is that governing in the interest of the citizenry? It would seem to be no. And then we might have to say, okay, well, this is not, saving the world is somebody's business, but it's not the government's business.
Yeah, I have to agree with Jason. And I think it's also a question of what's good for the Republic. So I think it's very dangerous, this idea that it doesn't matter if you have values that correspond with American values or not, and it doesn't matter if you speak the language. I think this is very, very dangerous. Yeah, like I said, it's very easy to have a group which is intolerant coming in large numbers, or not only intolerant, but you could have people that are openly hostile to U.S. values and hostile to the U.S. population come in under this premise, and there's no test. I can't go along with that.
I think as long as people are abiding by the law, then it's fine. I mean, I think we've all heard these discussions about like what constitutes as free speech and how far does free speech go. There are things that you are not free to say. There are things that you can be incriminated for and prosecuted and convicted over for things that you say. So free speech is not like ultimate or absolute, and like if somebody wants to criticize like the values of America in America. Well, the Constitution guarantees you that right to do so.
Maybe I'm not being clear enough. I totally support their right to have whatever values they want and express them. What I'm concerned about is integrating people in society who are hostile to these laws, not because I'm worried about them expressing their hostility. I'm worried about them implementing into the law their intolerance, which goes counter to the U.S. So I think it's a question of not being good for the Republic. This would be very, very bad.
I've got 20. Do I hear 25?
So long as they follow laws, they have no choice, right?
No, that's not true. Every country has laws to determine what the path to citizenship is, and it's very common that they have things like tests, like you have to have a certain civil knowledge. You can have value tests, and you can also have language tests. It's probably more common as an exception not to have those things. Even the U.S. already has a civics test.
That's correct.
There's fees. Yeah, you forgot fees, by the way. Fees of tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, in the U.S. fees are important.
But of course, every other country charges fees to receive a visa or residency.
The Kitover Diamond Wholesale, where the sparkle meets the discount.
It's not unusual. Like if you zoom out to like international anarchy, right? No one has a right to be in somebody else's country. You know, the countries make deals with each other to allow it and make it easy. But I don't have a right to be in Mexico. As an American, they can decide they don't want Americans there. They're free to do it.
Yeah, but the U.S. is very fee-centric. So just to give you an example, if you want to renounce U.S. citizenship, it's very expensive. They used to make it very difficult, but the law changed, I think it was 20 or 30 years ago. So at least before you had to justify it, you had to have a good reason, and the government actually evaluated that reason. So that's no longer the case. But they still require the fees and the application.
Well, some of these, a lot of these tests are very important, I think, for immigration. Let me see that. And in California, I think we recently passed something that has to do with drivers cargo trucks, like 60-wheelers, freight trucks. They must be able to at least read postage, the signage that's been posted, and understand how to weigh in and out, like a weigh station, how to communicate all these things that are pertinent to their job. I think that's perfectly fine. But if you're not like, and there's other weird stuff too. Like historically, the United States has implemented rules like
morning, boss.
voting, voter registration. These are like very controversial. Like one example I'm thinking about is
what exactly are you doing?
But like basically, like you should have rules where if you're applying to work at a construction company,
the nation's debt has surpassed $34 trillion.
You don't need to be like an English major. You don't need to pass like an English literacy test to like take a sledgehammer and knock out walls all day. You just don't. Like it's just not it's not required. It's like not pertinent to the job. All the tests are of this nature, and they typically
we have waited months for Doc, this doesn't.
Understanding the language of the country is pertinent to understanding the country's institutions and way of life. And getting along with other people in the country. And very few countries permit citizenship. Well, okay, I guess you disagree. disagree with that. I guess you disagree with that. So if it's not,
you can translate the whole thing into Spanish or French or whatever.
You can't understand other people though. The other people speak the language of the country.
Everybody's talking about this new AI.
So that's, yes, you can translate all the books, but most of them, not all of them will be translated. They will be translated into a limited number of languages. So even if you look at a place like San Francisco, you get a voter ballot, maybe it has, 30 languages on it, but there's hundreds of languages in the world, right? You just can't keep going in this direction. So, but if the facts, no, I don't think you can. It's too expensive. The ballot would get too big. It would be impractical to administer. If the facts change, I change my mind, okay? If language doesn't matter for some reason, then obviously my argument doesn't matter. But there's a question there then, because I'm pretty sure that it does, and lots of other countries are pretty sure that it does. Lots of other countries have language requirements.
I'm not really concerned with other countries. I'm concerned with the United States, or my country, our country. And it's just a fact that the United States is people say it all the time. It's a melting pot of cultures, and yes, that includes languages. Many people, maybe even most Americans, are multilingual, meaning they speak multiple languages.
Yeah, so the United States does have
English. There's a vast range of different languages. People that speak fluently in multiple different languages, or don't speak fluently in English, but they speak fluently in Spanish, say. So I don't really see the problem there. But why not make civics easier for people by translating into their?
So the U.S. does have a language requirement for citizenship, and that language requirement is for English proficiency at a certain level. I think it is important, incredibly important, that requirement stay in place, because one of the goals of citizenship is you want people to integrate into your society, and you don't want them to become some segregated community that is distinct from the society. And so you want people that are able to interact with the rest of society.
I'm not so sure about that. The requirement for the English language. Because they're like translators and stuff, my friends was saying when her mom came here.
I understand you can have translators, but it prevents
I think it's extremely important to know the language. I mean, I second that. Yeah. But she was saying that freaking, when to get her citizenship, she was asked, the DMV asked you, do you want a translator? Do you want to take the test in your freaking native tongue?
No, that's a different thing. So for the driver's test, as an example, most states do provide the language of the test in a variety of languages. And I don't know about the civics test. Maybe you can take the civics test in a variety of languages too.
Yeah, that is correct.
That could be. But there is a basic English proficiency that has to be demonstrated in speaking, reading, and writing. It's at a low level. It's not like you have to be fluent or you have to be at a high TOEFL score. It's just very basic English to make sure the people integrate. They do have residency and age exemptions for the English proficiency standard. So people that are 50 years old and older have an exemption if they've been in the United States as a permanent resident for a while. And people age 55 have even or more. Yeah. And they also have medical exemptions.
To see how many don't know how to speak English.
No, I know, but I'm saying I think it's a good thing for countries to have language proficiency requirements for citizenship, not for the purpose of blocking people out, but exactly the opposite, to allow them to integrate into society so they can interact with us and we can interact with them, rather than living in separate sectarian societies, which I think is bad.
Horrible. Yeah.
Requirements for English, like English literacy, is very different from what you just said, allowing them to integrate, like forcing them to integrate versus allowing. I mean, these are very different ways of thinking about things. Like if you were to ask me, would I vote against an amendment to, or how do I say this? I say we didn't have like an English literacy test to become a citizen. Let's say that were not true. And you asked me, and one came up, and you asked me if I would vote for it. I would probably vote for it. I wouldn't vote against it. I don't think it's a bad idea. I'm just saying, I don't think it's it's just clear to me that it's not necessary. Like I go to every so often I go to this little Mexican supermarket that's near where I live, because they just have like the best fucking vegetables. Okay. And I want my daughter to have the best fucking vegetables when she eats her food. I want her to have the best food. And I think they have the best vegetables. And every time I go in there, like the people that work there, they don't speak a fucking word of English to me. And yet we perfectly understand each other. You know, I don't need to speak Spanish, and they don't need to speak English. And yet I can still go in, I can still purchase something, and there's no problem. There's no problem at all. Like they know what I'm doing. I know what they're doing. That's it. So that just means there are clear examples where having like a common language isn't always necessarily necessary.
Yeah, I'm going to have to disagree very strongly with that. So, yeah, of course, you can engage in simple commercial transactions, and maybe you don't need a common language. What it blocks them from is full participation in the political community. So they are losing out on the political debates and full participation. Their chances of getting elected as a representative without being able to speak English is incredibly small. So they effectively become second-class citizens. I think it's very, very dangerous. And you're giving the example with one language. Imagine that there's multiple communities like this, and you have a Spanish-speaking part of town, and you got a French-speaking part of town, and a Russian-speaking part of town. They're not all communicating with each other, and you're not going to have 22 translators that translate between all these different languages. I mean, there's a reason why language is like a core part of culture, and why there's huge divisions in almost every bilingual and multilingual countries. There's generally huge divisions based on language. Even Switzerland, which has probably the best multilingual situation, it's because they're divided geographically.
Yeah, I mean, he's right about Switzerland. He's right about it.
I think you make a good point when you brought up the part. Okay, like in an idealized sort of democracy, like people, you have rational agents making informed decisions and voting based on those decisions, right? And part of that process is debate. It's talking with each other. It's getting your point across and having it be understood, and vice versa. I think that's like a core feature of any good functioning democracy. I agree with that point. But on the other hand, like, when I receive my ballots to go vote, the front page is English, and I turn the page and it's in Spanish, and I turn the page again and it's in Chinese, and on and on and on. Okay. And people can still make rational, informed decisions about who to vote for in that case.
On what basis? That they see the name printed in their language?
Well, I don't know if you, I'm sure you probably had a ballot mailed to you. Usually my ballots get mailed to me, but I usually go vote in person anyway. But I still read the ballots regardless. And the ballots, at least in California, have, like for instance, they'll have like a proposition on there, and then they'll have like a description of the proposition, or they'll have the candidate, and they'll give the candidates like views on certain issues that they're running for. And I can read those, and I can understand like what this person is about, or what this proposed statute is about. And if that's in Spanish, like they can understand that too, or whatever.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's not a sufficient basis to vote and be involved in the political process. There's months and months of campaigns. There's issues in the news, etc., that make an informed decision. And you want these people involved in your community, and not involved in only a subset of the community, and you don't want the English speakers either to be excluded from their community. I mean, it's not about just understanding what the printed words on the ballot. It's this whole political interaction and community that is continuous. It's all the time.
Can I tell you something, Euro? No one really cares in the US. Like, there's a particular, as much as it's a democracy, because I think of its variation and huge diversity, there's just like that many people who really are interested in what you're interested in. It's not like France. It's not at all like Europe, because they truly don't care. And if they're voting, then it's just some sort of, I'm talking about like a majority. Obviously, I'm generalizing, but this is just anecdotal. I don't know if you guys have had a different experience.
Yeah, I suspect you're right.
I think the way you see it, Nargis, is an elite perspective. Let me put it that way. And there's a lot of other different perspectives to have in this country. And so I think, and obviously it's hard to say that one perspective should dominate the others simply because it is more common or because it is more elite. So then you have to come back to ideas about public policy and how, what does it mean for a democracy to work, And I think Euro is really hitting on one of the key points here, which is that political dialogue amongst all the citizens is a critical element of the functioning of a democracy. So we need a national language, a common language, even if not an official language, and we need to expect proficiency in that language for citizens with, some exceptions. We can make exceptions. We can decide, as Euro points out, okay, by an act of the parliament, I guess, they make George Clooney a citizen as a special case. It's not really going to disrupt the system. But as a general matter, you don't want, I think Euro really presented it in the most generalist terms. You don't want to have an indigestible body of citizens who do not speak the language and are not integrated into the culture. That does not last for a long period of time. Usually the way it is resolved is genocide. And no, there is no stable situation like that. Those people get exterminated or they get expelled. Okay, they end up in Switzerland, basically, they just all drew lines and they're all on the other side of their lines. And that works, okay? But it's introducing a very unstable situation that will get people killed in the long run. And that's my objection to it ultimately. I agree with everything Euro said, but then if the carrot of political dialogue is not going to get you, what about the stick of strife, okay, of civil strife?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. I truly agree with you.
How far are we willing to take this, you guys? Because there are social institutions and cultural institutions, clubs. These are just they're kind of endless in the United States. This very clubhouse room is a social room primarily for atheists. How far are we willing to go before we have to say the atheists must integrate into the religious view of things or something like that? Clearly there's got to be some amount of liberty and freedom that people have and some independence that people can have when it comes to their culture, even the languages that they speak. So I don't know.
Elliot, we don't exist in tribes, though. That's the thing. When there's one common denominator, that's more than enough. Let's establish at least one thing in common, such as language. Because, of course, that's what drives whatever communication. It's so essential. in a democracy, it's so essential. Simply for it to function, for it to demonstrate itself. Or else, what's the bloody point of it? Might as well live freaking tribalistic, the archaic.
Yeah, exactly. You have to have some common core values, whatever those values might be for society, in order to have a society, to have a community, to have a country. Otherwise, you don't have that. You have a bunch of tribes that hopefully are living peacefully together, but history has shown us that doesn't generally work. And like I said, all the multilingual countries that we see around the planet generally have had a lot of strife in their history, or they have strife right now, and so it's a very difficult thing to generate. But I don't know why this isn't clear. You could imagine if we had millions of Chinese that wanted to emigrate in the United States, and they don't speak English, and they're, let's say, hardcore communists, and they don't like the American system. This will present a danger. They all move to one state, some not a highly populated state, and they take over, and they say, we're going to enforce our ideas of laws which go against the very nature and core values of the society. This is not good for the republic. I don't even know why there's any question about that. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something, but it just seems obvious to me.
Well, to you is not really obvious to me. I understand that you think this is he said bad for the republic's sake. I have create some social media accounts trying to figure out real world consequences to this kind of stuff. What? That's what would make this bad or something? If
It's John Kitover. Welcome to my place.
This idea there's nothing in the Constitution.
That's a realistic statute.
About people having
I'm John Kitover, and tonight on
language. It's just not there. Clearly they're concerned with a greater, more transcendent ideals, liberty and freedom, say, in particular, democracy, Republican form of government, etc., reason, and stuff like this. They're concerned with these kinds of things. I don't really can you think of a clear, concrete example where this would be bad?
Yeah, actually, the founding fathers were very concerned about this, and they included it in one of their grievances against the King of England for their independence, because they were very concerned about the Quebec Act that was passed by the British Parliament, which granted people in Canada, because you have to remember, after 1759 or 1763, war ended, became part of the British Empire, and the Brits, in a concession, allowed the French people to keep their language and laws and culture, and the American colonialists did object to that, and they felt that was problematic, and they felt that Britain was using that to create a wedge between Quebec and the other British colonies.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know about that. Culture and language. I should probably back up. I think you guys will probably disagree with this, but well, let me just finish what I was saying. You guys can disagree about this, but reasonable people can disagree about this. But I personally think that the language that we speak has a large structural impact on the way we behave, on the way we think, the formation of our thoughts. I think that I think language plays a key role in that. And so by changing people's languages, we can change the way they think, the way they behave. And, it's sort of I don't think we really have a right to assert this should be your culture. I don't think that anybody has that right.
Well, for what it's worth, the Canada case is illustrative because there is a lot of strife between Quebec and the rest of the country. And there are these cultural differences. They're much greater than I think in America any of us really have seen for a long time. And Quebec is constantly on the verge of secession. So I think that's a good counterexample. But I guess, Elliot, like, I think this really comes down to whether it is stable or not to have a society without one common language, a common set of laws, and a common set of certain social institutions in common. Do they all need to be in common? Well, no stable society has that, so probably not. But I don't think we see very many cases of it working out well, where language is not one of the common social institutions. The legal system is not one of the common social institutions. And, various other things, right? And countries, there are counterexamples, okay? There are countries where you have multiple languages and so on, but you end up with a lot of practical difficulties in those countries. You end up with the countries effectively partitioned as far as their governance in many cases. So I think the practical example is why I don't believe in it. Okay, I think if you look around the world, it's hard to find a good example of this working out. We can ask, why doesn't it work out? And that's a very complicated question, but that's different than whether it works out or not. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. Maybe you can't explain why, but it doesn't work. So.
Well,
what's wrong with
this? I said, look at this app, Elliot. When we're trying to converse with each other, once someone comes in who is not speaking English well, or is really taking a lot of time to formulate sentences, trying to translate from mother tongue, it's so inefficient. I think it's also kind of disrespectful. If you're in a room and you want to kind of speak for long periods of time without kind of speaking the language of people that you're with, you know what I'm saying? Like John Kitover, who's streaming this room, he was saying once, this app is best for those who want to sort of practice the English language, who come from foreign countries. And that could be true. But in a system where it's capitalistic, democratic, and where productivity is prime, I think language becomes that barrier. I feel for higher sort of positions. Now, Chinese will build a Chinatown and make millions. Persians will open restaurants and coffee shops, etc., or do whatever the heck they do. And each tribe or each freaking race will do their own, right? And in that, they'll thrive. Like you said, the supermarket at the Mexican place. However, as a whole, as a collective, I don't know. I think there's, my dad says, to know a language is to rule a country. And that's why we were forced to learn many languages. But I don't see that work here. It's just, or even the effort sort of seems to be null and void with people who just are so comfortable living in their own little tribes and pockets. This shouldn't be how a democracy should look. So I'm with Jason and you're on this. I don't know why you're kind of feeling hesitant about this.
Well, the thing that I want to preserve and protect is, our unique. There is a vast, diverse array of cultures in the United States. There is not just one American culture. That's just a fucking myth. There's no such thing. It's made up of an array of composite cultures, and they all contribute to this thing that we call America. And there are a few underlying principles that underlie all of this stuff. Those are there. I'm not saying get rid of those. What I'm trying to preserve are these distinct, unique cultures. And yes, language is a key central part of these cultures. You mentioned Chinatown. There's a Chinatown in San Francisco that was founded in the 1840s.
Yeah,
It's been there for Yeah, it's been there for 150 years. They primarily speak Mandarin there. And if you just like, let's say you just up and like delete Mandarin from to Chinatown or San Francisco.
No one
like
speaks English in China.
Well, there goes
San Francisco. Nobody speaks English.
there goes like, you know, like not half of their culture, but you know, a significant part of their culture. There are things that can only be expressed in Mandarin that cannot be expressed in other languages like English or German or Russian or French or whatever. And that's just true for all languages. Like, you know, they have words that we don't, they have propositions that we don't even have fucking words for, and vice versa. And that's part of the reason why I think we should preserve these things. You know, we shouldn't like mandate that you speak this or that language. That goes all the way, like, you know, language is like plays a central role in our individual and unique cultures. And that's important.
Look, I'm pretty sure that in Chinatown, they're required by law to have an English menu. The requirement to engage with the public in English, okay, doesn't mean you can't speak Chinese. You know, the citizenship test, the language test that is part of the test for naturalization isn't a test that you don't speak Chinese. It's a test that you do speak English.
And it's at a low level. So Elliot, I would agree with you. I think diversity in culture is a good thing. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that there's a certain set of core values that are important that people wanting to come to the U.S., hopefully they want to become part of the U.S. and integrate with those core values. One of them is language. I would not set the proficiency level very high. I would set it very low, but I think it's important to have some common language of communication. It's not an attempt to wipe out their mother tongues or to not see their cultural influences. Like you said, it's important that it's a richness that we have Chinatowns and things like that.
The cleaning lady who comes home, she's lived here, 30 years? And she still can't speak English. And my mom, the cleaning lady who comes to our home.
Oh yeah, mine too.
It's been like 3 decades that she's been living here. And still can't speak English. I mean, it's not that she cannot. She's never wanted to, I think.
That's the thing. And I don't see that as a richness. I think that it's a loss, but the loss is primarily for her. She's missing out on so much of the culture around her. Books coming out, films coming out, interacting with people. So I just see it as a negative for the people coming into the place.
Yeah, but I don't have like a savior complex, you know. Like Margaret, as you said, that she worked and lived there for 30 years.
Elliot.
30 years.
Very well for her.
She doesn't speak English.
It
seems like she's getting along just fine.
It's not good for the country. It's not good for the country, is what I'm saying.
Well, it's fine if she's not a citizen and doesn't vote, okay? But if she can't participate in political life meaningfully, then it's bad.
Obviously.
Right? So that no one is talking about whether a person can work here. We're talking about whether they can participate in the political life of a democracy. But there's another side to it, which is that it does create alienation. Okay? And that alienation is small now, but in environments where communities of people who can't speak with each other are jammed into the same political system for long periods of time, that alienation can be a huge problem.
Should we mandate that all the conquered Native Americans speak English?
Well,
they are not
the
conquered Native Americans. First of all, we are not in their nation. Okay, many of them do not participate in our country, and I'm pretty sure every single one of them is an American citizen. You know that, right? Well, their nation, I get, okay, great. But I'm pretty sure they also all do speak English.
I mean,
you're pretty sure?
Pretty sure? Well, do you have any reason to believe that they don't?
Yeah, like we can. There's lots of other examples.
Yeah, Native
like in Chinatown where people don't speak a lick of English.
Those are not Native Americans, Elliot.
And they don't have.
It doesn't matter.
No. Your question to me was: should the Native American people be required?
You didn't actually answer my question, Jason. I asked you straight up: do you think that we should mandate that all the conquered Native American tribes speak English?
If they want to participate in our political system, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
And I think they do all speak it.
Imperialistic,
they do all speak
savior complex shit.
I think they do all speak it.
But Elliot, they are missing out on a lot. Like after all, it's like a system of voting, system of like watching debates. Like as we said, like if you have no involvement in the politics of your country, right? Hey, what's the freaking point of democracy?
Yeah, and so, Native Americans have a very interesting history and unusual history on how they gained citizenship. So they don't have citizenship through the Constitution. It was initially granted in various stages, and finally a law was passed in 1924 that granted them citizenship.
Also, like, ask Euro, like, till off late, English wasn't that fancy in France. Like, years ago when I had visited first, freaking, even if they knew...
I think they're robotic.
The wilderness actually speaks English. I mean, Euro knows better. Snobbish. Euro, where you come from.
No, France is notoriously bad.
I was going to say, oh shit, what was I going to say? Damn it. Oh yeah, so I mentioned the ballots earlier. Like when I received a ballot in the mail, it has on the first page it'll have English, and then on the other page it'll have Spanish. Say, why do you guys think that we do stuff like that? Have it in English and in Spanish, or like just I don't know, say you buy like some electronic device, thingamabobby or jiggy or whatever, and you pull open the instruction manual. It has like, in many cases, like 30 different languages on the back, and they all have the same exact instructions on how to use this product. Or why do we do that? I mean,
this just has nothing to do with political dialogue, Elliot.
So allow for all to like thrive in their own language.
I mean, especially your example of the device, that is just commerce. Okay, that's not even we doing that as a polity. LG decides to do that.
I know.
So the short answer to your question is Section 203 of the Voting Rights Act.
What does that say?
It requires the distribution of multilingual ballots in certain areas.
Okay, that's what the law says. But my question is, why? Okay, no, I think you answered the question. All right, let me ask the next question. Why do we have a law like that in the first place?
I think it's an. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I think I would say that because the U.S. has a history of discrimination, and this is an attempt to reduce that and to eliminate a functional barrier, similarly to the way that they abolished literacy tests. There's the equal protection principle under the 14th Amendment. So I think that's probably the general reasons.
Also, people thrive most, obviously, in their own mother tongue, right? So it allows for productivity and just, yeah.
Did you hear that?
They can actualize their potential through their own languages. So they might, unless they're working in certain areas such as the corporate or, high efficiency English speaking jobs, one doesn't need such a thing. I mean, yeah.
The answer that Euro gave was a good answer, and he directly answered the question, and he explained why we have those laws. Did you get that, Jason? That's what a good answer to that question looks like.
Yeah, but it's still like, whatever. It sounds nice. I'm just saying, like, I don't know, Elliot, why are you having such trouble with this?
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the very substantive things we were talking about earlier. It's fine for the government to post materials in other languages, but that doesn't mean we can't still require or shouldn't still require people to have basic English proficiency. More generally, you don't see countries organized without a language requirement. And in particular, one of the languages of their country, okay, if they have more than one, you can't just bring your language there, even when they have more than one.
What are they missing out on? Let's say somebody doesn't speak a lick of English and they speak Spanish fluently.
Society,
and they receive a ballot.
Community, a big human.
No, they receive a ballot. No, that's horseshit. They already have a community. Okay? They have a community already.
Yeah, their own little
community. Right. They have community. They have community already. So they're not missing on something. Right. We don't need to save them from something. They've already got.
No, the law that.
Well, let me just finish what I'm saying. Let me just finish what I'm saying. Like you can receive a ballot in the mail, right? And just flip the page to the Spanish language, and you can have a conversation about the content in the Spanish language with your family and your friends and your community members who all speak Spanish, and there's no problem here. Like, where is the problem?
Yeah, the law that they're voting on is for the whole community, not just their local language community.
Problem is being stuck in tribe feudalism. That's trouble.
Yeah. They are just going to discuss it in their tribe. Okay. And over the long run, there are two problems there. Okay. One is that the tribe's discussions with each other will grow further and further apart. The other is that the tribes will be aware of this, and that will lead to strife. And that's why there aren't stable societies that follow this principle you're talking about, where anyone can just bring any language they want and become a citizen. Yep. Nobody does this anywhere, Elliot.
I've lived in 3 different countries in the world, right? When I came to the US, it was the first time where I looked for tribe. In a country where so many tribes exist, I actually fetched for tribe because it exists.
Yeah, you need like some normalcy, some continuation of things that were the case where you came from.
Because people are tribal, simply because like language is not being spread uniformly. All the 3 other countries I lived in, English was spread uniformly across the board, and they're not America. And it wasn't even an English-speaking, country, but that would be, like, people would communicate in English. So,
there are divisions between different, cultural communities, sure. I think it's a very long stretch to say that comes from not speaking the same language. I think that comes from other values that with them. That's not something.
St. Patrick's Day, Chicago. I'm out here talking about something not quite as lucky as a
it's loneliness. People, spaces are
Chicago. I'm John Kitover, running from there.
Other distances are long, especially like in California, at least where I live. It can get lonely, right? But simply because it exists so much, there's so much fervor in travel.
This one is about walking into a room and
perhaps because one reason being language itself, the fluency in it, is why there's even an existence of tribe. And there's so many Persians that just huddle and cuddle with each other when I came here first. And they stick in that tribe. They truly stay in that tribe.
Yeah, and this I would say is pretty destabilizing. And the longer it runs for, the more we will court instability. And so we need to nip it in the bud now.
But you know what is also destabilizing is in China, like the Chinese cell phone, that's the average Chinese cell phone does not have like a keyboard that is with all the Chinese alphabet. Okay, they don't have that. What they have in China on their cell phones are the same like little keypads and alphabet that we use. This one, 26 letters, and it's like standardized in that kind of way. Now when people are texting each other, like they're not texting each other in Mandarin or whatever other language it might be. Okay, that's been around for thousands of years. They're not speaking in that language, and there are aspects of languages that we know we don't know about. You know what I mean? We know that we don't know about them. Those are things that like we don't even know what people are losing out on by not communicating in their native language. This goes in reverse, Jason.
It's too bad for them, but if they are unable to participate in political dialogue across the whole nation in the same language, you have a real struggle to have a sense of a polity, and that is unstable, and that is much worse for anyone than giving up their native language. And there is no country organized on the principle you're discussing. And that, I think, is like one of the puzzles, I guess, to sort out here is like, why has no country done this? And that's a way to approach this question, okay? And see like, well, has anybody tried it and what happened? And if you have more than one language in your country, what problems do you have? And if you manage to do it successfully, how does it work? But it never works based on just like a bring your own language and live in your own community method. That never seems to be stable. There never is a country, to the best of my knowledge, there's no country that does not have some kind of language proficiency as a requirement for citizenship.
And it's really core. I think this is based on the premise that somehow you can have different languages and yet there's no differences in culture. I mean, I just don't think that's true. Language is very tied to culture, and that's why when we have multilingual countries, there's often a great deal of strife. I mean, if you look at Belgium has really taken it to an extreme where their government offices are divided by language. So if I want to visit Belgium tourist office in Paris, I have to decide if I'm going to go to the French-speaking one or the Flemish-speaking one because they have different offices, because they have different administrations and they have different budgets. I mean, it's crazy.
Not to ignore the nepotism that's sort of then, and the frequent partiality where one tribe member wants to sort of, in a workplace, offer, special treatment to someone from their own tribe, right? This too I have seen, not blatantly, but of course it's done subtly. So just doesn't allow for the human family, the human collective to sort of grow in a thriving fashion.
Yeah. Well, so far I've gotten it seems like the best case that you guys have put forward was made most clear by Euro. I think Euro initially pointed out that if we don't have a shared common language, then maybe that might impact the democratic process. Typically in the democratic process, you have people have conversations with each other, you have debates to discuss this or that, the merits of this or that. that so far seems to be the best reasoning from you guys. But other than that, I can't think of like any other like concrete examples. There's feelings, like it seems bad, or and I still find a lot of stuff very convincing. Like other than that point, which I agree.
But that would be enough. That would be
Local
enough.
artist is finding laughter in lines of verse. John Kitover, known for his bright canvases.
The other thing.
No, it doesn't matter.
The Battle of Maple Creek is won. Year 1800. John, you were in sweatpants under that coat.
I don't think the explanation was
Where do we
very
hang my
good.
portrait? You were at the mall for a reenactment. Reenactment is ours. The Battle of Maple Creek citizens. Tonight we embark on a brand new era. As your first elected mayor, I promise to speak for every man, woman, and child in this city. Even the ones who didn't fight me. Because clearly they have the jobs on our tour, Lord. They just like scrubbing the head. Living the dream, Johnny. Hey, this is John Kitover with KTN 5 News. Tonight, in this warehouse on the edge of Oakland, a hidden safe brought to light what authorities are calling one of the largest cash and gold discoveries. We go home. It's a stat. Personal things. If you want some free money, folks, you want to make free money?
I don't mean striping. Yeah, that's not what I meant at all. I talked about people getting killed. Okay, people getting pushed out, boundaries being established within the country, and things like that. So like.
Yeah. I was going to say Quebec came close twice to separation. So the country almost broke up twice over this issue. And the last referendum, the yes vote only won by less than 0.5%. So it's very, very divided, very, very divisive. I gave the example of Belgium, where the country is split in half. Right down to the government departments, they have to be duplicated, even in promoting tourism, as an example. You mentioned about the Chinese keyboard and that they don't have Chinese characters on the keyboard and they use the Roman alphabet, which is quite true. One of the reasons they don't do that is the character set in Chinese is immense. So you're talking somewhere around 50 to 60,000 characters, a low-level functional literacy. You need 3,000 some characters. So you need some way to encode those characters. So it's been quite common for a long time to use this pinyin input, which uses the Roman alphabet, but then those are translated into Chinese characters. So what they see on the actual display is the Chinese characters.
So I become friends with a bunch of these PhD students, Elliot, and that come from a very good
Gentlemen, give it up for John Kitover. He's made over 10,000 online videos on
they're studying at the university.
Hey folks, welcome to Kitover Standing. Today everything in the shop is 10% off.
They're a tight-knit group of Persians. This group continued to freaking stay on. They had children. They went on trips. I went with them. This group never, ever interacted with anyone outside of itself, and continues to do so. And because they're studying scientific, I think that they're doing math and physics, or that was their PhD freaking thesis. This group just never found the need to go outside of itself and interact with the rest of the world. They bought homes, they bought cars, they thrived. All that happened except for intermingling and utilizing whatever the democracy, just being a melting pot. It's not that melting out here. It's segregated different groups of people just drowning in each other. And this doesn't allow for democracy to thrive as one unit, as one.
Yeah, I was a little negligent to mention that although the Chinese has a much greater character set than English, what happens because of that is that the character represents one morpheme. So it's incredibly more efficient in English in terms of number of characters to send a message. So if I want to send a message I'll be there in 10 minutes, In English, it takes 28 characters, but in Chinese, that only takes 5 characters.
Oh wow, yeah. So like one of the problems that I'm having with this stuff is like we force people to speak a different a language that's not native to them. Like say I don't know, in France. I'm sorry, in Quebec, where I think it's between English and French. If I'm not mistaken, it's between English and French. The French language has I don't even know. There are hundreds of different ways to say the word love. You know, the majority of French language is based on masculinity and femininity. Okay, and if we take and this helps shape the way that French people think about things, how they behave, how they act. Like by forcing them to speak the English language, much of that gets lost. Okay, and maybe forever lost. You know, like I don't speak a lick of fucking French yet. My ancestors are from France on my father's side. I don't know a fucking thing about my father's culture at all. Okay, and probably because of that, probably because of like people like you guys, you know, I might know about that kind of stuff. I might be a different person today, is what I'm saying. You know, I think this is important.
Well, I'm not sure it's important if no polity can survive it. If you can't organize a stable country the way that you're talking about, then it doesn't matter. So everything you're saying could be true. I'm not sure that it is true. That's called the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. Okay, and not everyone in linguistics agrees that that's right. But let's say it is true. Still, it may just be the price you have to pay to have a democracy. You know, like, it's not just political dialogue where you're forced to speak someone else's language. Any interaction with the law invariably forces you into one narrow language or one of a handful, because the laws and precedents are codified in that language. And countries that don't speak English, that have adopted the English common law, unfortunately have to conduct all of their legal proceedings in English. So like in Hong Kong, this I guess happened for a very long time. Maybe it still happens, I don't know. But which is very humorous, right? To imagine these Chinese guys wearing wigs and stuff like they're English barristers. And maybe they are, I guess were English barristers, okay, speaking English to deliver all their legal proceedings in a country that speaks Chinese. But that's just like how institutions work. And so everything you're saying could be true, but if we can't build an institution that works based on your principles, then we can't, okay, for very practical reasons. And then it's not the fault of us guys, it's just how the world is. And that's not anybody's fault.
Well, the last thing you said, how the world is, maybe Marshall can speak to this. He seems to be pretty interested in the history of ancient Rome. Like Rome would go around and like conquer little provinces and territories and countries and cities and towns, stuff like that. And it wouldn't mandate that all of the citizens of the conquered place start to speak Greek or some other language. No, they would just have like, you know, they would let them exist as they are, but they would like impose taxes and other things of this nature. They didn't mandate that, you know, they change their fucking language. You know, that's absurd.
Well, they did not rule them as equals. I mean, I'm sure Euro can speak to this as well. It was only relatively late in that process that they granted full Roman citizenship to those people. And by that time, large numbers of those people spoke Latin. Because certainly when they came into a Roman court, guess what they had to do in that court? They had to speak Latin. I mean, that's how it was going to be. And so the consistent, even in the Roman system, at the point where they started to make those people, instead of being subjected, subordinate nations, but into like equal members of the society, they had to interact with the state in one standard language or one of a small number. Latin, probably Koine, Greek, maybe one or two others, okay? But they certainly couldn't meet everyone's language needs on an even footing. There's no way they could have done that.
Again, the case of the Native Americans, I don't think we should mandate that the conquered Native Americans all learn English. I just don't. I flatly disagree with that. I also think that, you know, the western half of the United States used to be owned by the Spanish, and then Mexico gained its independence, and then it became Mexican. You know, and so people like Spanish were there before American settlers were. You know, I just think it's wrong to, like, you know, oh, because we beat you in a war, now we bought your land, now you have to speak our fucking language. Like, I'm not buying this shit at all, you guys.
So first thing is, I think I agree with you. I'm not quite sure what you're saying. So I haven't been talking about forcing people to speak any particular language. What I was talking about was having a certain level of proficiency as a requirement to become a citizen. I'm not suggesting that people go around and check whether somebody is speaking English or German or Spanish in their day-to-day lives. I think people can largely be free to do that. The advantage of having the proficiency, it gives them the opportunity to participate fully in society. As far as your Roman history example, I happen to live in a place that was conquered by the Romans. So at the time it was called Gaul, and they spoke a language which we called Gaulois, or I'm not sure in English you say Gallic or the Gaul language.
Gallic. Yeah.
Gaulish, okay. So we spoke this language, which was a Celtic language, and that the Romans conquered. And do you know how much trace we have today of the Gallic language in French? Close to zero. I think it's somewhere around maybe 2 to 3%. So it's very rare. Because what happened was the people over time very quickly adopted Latin. And why did they do it? They don't need to be forced, because commerce is in Latin, the law is in Latin, culture and life, it was in Latin. So people just act, and this has been the history throughout the world, that languages come and go based on the rise and falls of empires, because people learned those languages. This is why English is currently learned around the world, because of, you know, the American Empire. And before that, it was French was the international language and the language of the courts, because of the French Empire, you know. And who knows, maybe in the future it'll be Russian or Chinese or, you know, Turkish. I mean, I don't know.
Okay. The first half of what you said seemed like a contradiction. First, you started off by saying, like, well, I don't think that we should mandate that people speak a different language. And then in the next sentence, you said, I think that we should have requirements for, you know, American citizens to learn English. Okay, mandate and requirement. I mean, this almost seems like a straightforward logical contradiction. Almost, not quite. Or they're at very least at odds with each other, contrary.
You want me to explain the difference?
Not yet. The other thing I was going to say is, like, maybe there's a misunderstanding here. I don't think that, I think people, and I talked about this before, I mentioned, like, liberty and freedom and independence. And I would say that these are some of the key American values that underlie all the vast, diverse array of cultures that we have in America. You guys will probably agree with this stuff. So, like, if somebody of their own free will wants to learn Gaelic, okay, or wants to learn, like, Latin or Koine Greek or rather than Gaelic or whatever, that's their choice. You know, that's what it means to have the liberty, the freedom, the independence to do so. But mandating it or requiring it is a separate subject altogether. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, so maybe I wasn't clear the first time, so I'll try to say it again. I'm not in favor of requiring people to speak certain languages, or I should also say, just to be clear, it's a very different thing to require people to speak or use different languages versus requiring them to have a proficiency in a certain language. So the proficiency requirement is almost universal. As far as application, in most countries, they do have language laws that require the use in certain cases. So, like in France, we have laws that require that certain types of like advertisement have to be in French. If they're in a foreign language, there has to be a translation into French. Jason mentioned a requirement that menus have to be available in English, for instance. So you do run into a structural question of, if you're going to allow these communities to have their distinct languages, if you don't have a requirement that services have to be provided in English upon demand, you result in effectively excluding people from an entire community.
I think we're talking in circles now. We already covered this point. I think like on the reverse side of that, like if we make, like say a ballot measure comes up and like there's a community of people that speak Mandarin, they only speak Mandarin, or they are fluent Mandarin speakers and their English isn't so great, so they decide to go with Mandarin. There's going to be concepts and expressions and propositions that are made in the Mandarin language that cannot be expressed in the English language, and vice versa. Okay, so it's not a clear, like, it's not clear that like English is better or worse than Mandarin or whatever. And by mandating we speak in one language for the sake of democracy, I think is like kind of undercuts, our own desire to have democracy in the first place.
Yeah, but who's calling for this? I haven't called for mandating speaking one language.
I think there's a distinction here, maybe that is lost for some reason. But Elliot, it isn't about English being better. It's about English being the common language in which public policy is discussed and in which public policy is written. In China, I would say you have to speak Mandarin, not because Mandarin is better than English, okay, but because people commonly speak Mandarin, the laws are written in Mandarin, and so on. So when you talk about discussing a ballot measure, and for example, expressions in Mandarin that don't exist in English, well, those expressions are of no value, because the ballot measure, the binding version of it, is not going to be in all the different languages. One version of it is binding. And in a country where the majority of people speak English, that will be the English version. And if someone needs to be familiar with what the ballot measure says, they need to be able to read it in English. And if they ever deal with the courts, their case will be decided in English. And that's also something that, like, if you try to change that, that sounds like anarchy to me. It's very difficult actually to write the exact same law in multiple languages. I think it's very rarely attempted. Usually international agreements are written like, well, we have the French translation and the Japanese translation and something, but the French translation is the binding one. The French version is the binding one. Or today, frequently, the English version is the binding one. And this again comes back to like what you're talking about is just unworkable. It's not that anyone wants to exterminate somebody else's language or something like that. But it's just that what you're talking about is not realistic.
Well, of course it's realistic. We practice it like every day in this country. You claim that no case has ever been decided outside of English. That's just flatly false. There are interpreters in courtrooms like all across the United States right now, speaking Spanish or whatever it is to the defendant or the plaintiff or whatever. That's just, like what you said, just flatly not true. Of course, there's value in expressing like an American law in Mandarin. Of course, that has value. There's propositional content there that can be made and conveyed and understood by other people. So that too is not true. Of course, there's value in that, and vice versa with the English language too. No exception. And I forgot the other thing
But it's when you say the court, there are translators, but the case is decided in English. None of what is in Spanish is binding. There is no binding Spanish version of the laws. And the same thing for the ballot measure. The Mandarin expression of that ballot measure, if it adds or changes anything relative to the English, is just misrepresenting the ballot measure, because the ballot measure's binding form is the English one.
Even that's not true, Jason. Like, what's the word? Cognizance. You know, if you don't understand what the charges are against you, then you cannot stand trial. That is against the law.
No, that's not true. But even if it were true, well, say you have a business or something, are you saying your business cannot be found in the wrong? I mean, frequently charges are not against an individual, they are against a business. And there again, the law will be in English. The case governing your business will be decided in English, okay? And the English form of it will be determinative. But more broadly, if you don't understand the charges against you, can in fact be charged, okay? An imbecile can be charged. A dead person can be charged. This is just an inaccuracy on your part, Elliot.
Just say that a dead person can be charged?
Yes, yeah. Or the dead person's estate can be charged, okay? They don't have to be around to understand, that they are liable to pay this debt. That can be done even if they're dead.
I think we've beaten this topic to death. I think the best case that you guys have made is that it's more efficient. A democracy is more efficient and functions a little better when there's a single common language that all participants in the democracy can engage in. I think that's true. I don't think anybody could dispute that. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that everybody necessarily must speak English, like when they're engaging in their civic duties, like voting. Okay, because you can just read a ballot or a statute in Spanish or whatever, and you still fully understand what is being expressed, what the propositional content is, even if it's in a different language.
I'm not sure that's true either. And one reason to doubt that's true actually is what is called law French. So for a long time, the English law was a hodgepodge of English and French, or English and French Latin, because as a practical matter, they couldn't rework all of the Latinate law that they inherited from the Normans. So they spoke this weird hodgepodge in courts for a long time.
I mean, I already kind of mentioned this, but like what Euro was saying, the second half of the thing that Euro said about like people in this particular region that in time frame he's talking about, it wasn't mandated that they speak some language of the Romans choosing, rather they chose freely of their own volition over time to sort of adopt a different language. That is totally fine with me. I'm totally for people freely choosing their own free will, their own sound mind, to choose to do this or that. Like, I'm absolutely okay with that. I just think forcing it down people's throats, like you need to learn this so democracy can thrive. That's just, I don't think that's a good enough reason to.
In Texas, you
change on someone's
ballot in both English and Spanish.
But Elliot, none of us are talking about forcing it on people. We're saying if people elect to become citizens, which is their choice, okay, they choose to become citizens, then they need to take a language test. Okay, that's a choice. That's not forcing people to do anything.
Wait, you're just wrong, dude. Like, people, not everybody's like, some people are born into a Spanish-speaking family, say, and their parents don't speak English very well, and they just speak in English. They raise their kid speaking English all the time to them.
When most people,
that's not a choice, Jason. It's not a choice.
No, but becoming a citizen is a choice.
I was going to say, like where I live, where Spanish is the primary spoken language. In the Rio Grande Valley, Jason, you can get your ballot, but English and Spanish.
But this doesn't matter. Okay, we're talking about people who choose to become citizens and are taking a citizenship test. When a person chooses to become a citizen in your part of the country, they have to take the English proficiency test. But that's their choice to take the test. It's their choice to become a citizen. They're not being forced to do anything. Yeah, I mean, none of us are talking about forcing anything on anybody. We're talking about requirements for citizenship. Becoming a U.S. citizen. No one's forcing that.
That's what a requirement is. You know, it's a bar that you must meet in order to, for some.
Yeah, in order to do something, yes. In order to receive something that you want, but that's not force. Force is you can't choose not to do it.
Well, there's two different things going on here. So the point that Jason's raising about, people electing to do something, there's a requirement. And then the other thing is the requirement we're talking about is for proficiency, meaning the ability to demonstrate the ability that you can understand and speak the language. It is not a requirement that you have to speak that language in usage. You can continue speaking Spanish or Chinese and doing whatever you want. You have to demonstrate that you understand English and you're capable of speech in English, so you have the ability to participate in the political discourse if you want to, but you're not required to.
Stop selling or continuing to sell
the first half of that, I agree with. I think it's fine. I think people should probably become proficient in English. If, like, say you're coming from, I don't know, Czechoslovakia or something like that, you should become proficient in English. Like, that's just clear to everybody. But to mandate it is a separate subject altogether. I think, when we say mandate or we say requirements to become a citizenship, what you're really saying is they're speaking English or learning English is a necessary condition to become a citizen. Necessary but not sufficient. So you have to learn a language. I think this is a pretty slippery slope. I don't think we should mandate this, but I do think we should encourage people to learn English when they come here. Absolutely.
Why do we care about this? I know you guys have been talking about it for like an hour, but like, what's the?
I don't
what's the big
remember.
I mean, it's such a boring topic. Just maybe it's my own opinion.
We just try to force Elliot to force people to forcefully speak the English language, the language of the colonizers. Look at this boy.
I said something like submitting. I just said like a bunch of I don't know, things that I believed or whatever, and one of them was like, I don't think that we should mandate that immigrants have to speak English, and then we got onto all this.
Okay.
Next time when you lose money, when you call T-Mobile and she has language deficiency and isn't able to like freaking communicate with you and you're charged $500 instead of like $100, then we'll talk, Elliot. Let's have a discussion after that. What do you say?
Nargis, I fully agree with you that if I I have AT&T.
Brought money in right in the beginning.
I have AT&T. I have fucking, I have like a Samsung and all this kind of shit. And AT&T has customer service. So like when I call AT&T, all these motherfuckers speak fluently in English, and I greatly appreciate that. What's up?
Someone got you back? All this gratuitous cursing? You must be
sorry.
Do you just appreciate it, or do you expect it and demand it? If the AT&T answered in Chinese, and you said, well, I want to speak in English, and they continue to just speak to you in Chinese, you're telling me you're going to be okay with that because you're going to say, oh, there's no English requirement here. That's fine. I'll go learn Chinese quickly so I can settle my bill.
After he receives his internet bill.
Yeah. You will demand that you have a copy in English. I mean, they send you the bill in English, the customer service. You're not going to say, oh, well, they have the right, they can do whatever language they want.
Let me just listen to Chinese. Let me learn Chinese for the sake of my
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to learn Chinese to dispute this bill the next month. You know what I mean?
No,
it's just not realistic.
I do expect, businesses, like especially ones that were like, if you have a position that's customer facing, like you're a CSR, your customer service rep for Samsung or whatever, you should be speaking English to people in the United States, because that is the primary language of the United States. You should be speaking that. I expect that from businesses, but I don't expect that from the United States government, the federal government. That's an entirely different story altogether, to become a citizen.
So then you're saying, do you agree or not agree that the government can require that business has to answer you in English? Or do you think it's up to the company?
I think it's up to the company, yeah, not the government.
Okay, so overnight you could start getting all your bills in Chinese, and you're going to say, okay, that's their right.
Right, then you can learn Chinese and thereby learn every language in the world. Because you're going to not just have the Chinese, you're going to have all kinds of other people.
Are you guys talking about this now as world policy or just be the United States?
No, just the United States. United States is the world, is the melting pot.
I mean, who in the United States in practice gets targeted by these kind of ideas, right? It's immigrants, it's refugees, it's brown and black communities. It's just that it's not the wealthy expats and the executives of big companies and all these retirees who are moving abroad. So this kind of rule, if you did it, it's not neutral. It sounds fun, but like,
bro, we want them to thrive too. This is what we're saying. As a democracy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, why not? It's a democracy, right? Like it must demonstrate itself somehow through some common medium.
You got to think about who the rule would hurt and who it would help, right?
Oh,
the rule, the requirement to speak English to become a citizen.
So it is a requirement.
Presently, it is a requirement.
I thought you said earlier it wasn't a requirement.
No, I said it's not forced because you can choose not to become a citizen.
It's a requirement for proficiency, not a requirement.
It sounds like the same argument a lot of libertarians got all up in their panties about when people said, well, it's vaccination. Well, you're forcing me to be vaccinated. And then people would say, no, we're not forcing you to be vaccinated. Just like you can choose if you want to be a healthcare worker. People didn't really like that too much, right? That was like the big pushback.
Yeah, I agree with the vaccination people.
There is a world of difference between going around forcing people to speak English, okay, which we don't do in this country. And then if you opt in to our program to become a citizen, then we have testing requirements for that. But they aren't forced on you. You got to opt into that. It's like saying, well, I'm being forced to pay $5 for a latte. No, if I don't go in there and I don't buy it, I'm not going to pay the $5. Okay, that's not forced.
Do you think we should minimize barriers to participation and all this individual liberty stuff you love?
No, we should have appropriate barriers, okay, that are neither too high nor too low.
Is a state-imposed barrier an appropriate barrier then? That sounds
in particular, I think that firearms proficiency should be required, yes. We need to introduce firearms proficiency, not just English, but firearms proficiency. You need to be tactical.
So you're basically your ability to belong politically depends on your ability to perform culturally. Is kind of like what your stance is.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But that's not small government. That's cultural regulation. But that's cool if that's how you like it.
Well, look, I think there's an argument to make there pro, but then the other side of it is like no society seems to be able to survive without some of those kind of rules.
What empirical relationship do you have for that? Like how fluent someone is in dominant language and how responsibly they vote or they work or participate in civil life.
When I say
skills to drive, right?
When I say no society seems to be able to survive without doing that, I mean, you will nowhere find a country without a language proficiency exam for citizenship. Nowhere. There's no such country.
Okay, so what's your point?
So it doesn't seem that anyone can do it. Okay? It's not proof, all right, but it strongly guides my intuition here. Like just like with driving, right? It is a strong guide to the intuition that few, I guess, no developed country. Does any country let people drive without a driver's license? No, I'm pretty sure the answer is no.
I'm pretty sure it's no, but we might find one.
Yeah, we might find one. But it's a strong guide to the intuition that this is an unworkable state of affairs. Okay, that basically if you have driving in your country, you probably need to have a driver's license. Okay, so is it a strong guide to the intuition? It's not proof. It's a guide to the intuition. And I would say the same thing about language proficiency and cultural questions, civics questions. Everyone seems to do that. So.
Okay, but I already argued earlier, like, I made this point, not you did, I made this point that, you know, like, if say, like, a freight truck driver, right, they need to understand, like, they need all the pertinent information and skills that are necessary in order to perform their job. They need to be able to know how to read, like, the user manual of their vehicle. They need to be able to understand the instructions given by their boss.
And why is that?
It's pertinent to their job. It's pertinent to their job.
No. You're missing the point. It's pertinent to other people's safety. Driving is dangerous to other people, right? Like when you get a license, it answers a very, very, very narrow question, right? Can you safely operate that big ass piece of equipment there that'll kill somebody? Citizenship doesn't do that. It's not involving operating some kind of a dangerous tool. The real structure is driving is a external risk to all the other people. So you got to get skill certified. But citizenship is just you belonging or politically like involved, right? There's no comparable operational risk. It's not the same kind of problem. That kind of analogy smuggles in false equivalence. It's like language ability somehow similar to technical competence, right? But that's not how that works. Language isn't some kind of a task skill like what do you do with a truck braking and signaling or freaking hazard perception.
I mean, that is all correct.
Language is
I didn't say it was.
But you know what I'm saying?
I didn't say that.
Yeah, but that smuggles that idea in when you try to make that kind of equivalency, right?
I didn't make an equivalency. I didn't make an equivalency.
No, you didn't say it explicitly, but implicitly, that's kind of the analogy if you're making those kind of things. If you're comparing them to those things, or whoever's comparing them to those things, like language is shaped by where people frickin' go, right? Like what your access to school is and stuff. Like I got somebody in my class today, right? And she was speaking. She speaks 4 languages, and she spoke to me in English about her homework assignment. And I said, she's like, I'm sorry, I don't understand you. You're speaking a little bit fast. Like she was talking to me after class. And I get talking to her and I'm like, holy crap, she speaks really good. And I said, how long did you say you've been speaking? She said for 3 months, she's been working 5 hours a day on English and her closest equivalent is French. She does know like French pretty decently. And I was like thinking when I went to Europe, I worked an hour a day for about 8 weeks on German, and I can basically ask like, where's the bathroom? Like, where's the food? Like, you know, all the basic kind of crap. And now I've forgotten almost all of it. And she's like sitting there talking to me like fluid. And I'm like, holy mercy, right? But that's a schooling access thing, or if you can buy the app or, you know, whatever the labor conditions are, let alone if your country's war torn and you've been displaced, all that stuff makes it ethically and structurally different than from testing whether you can, you know, like parallel park or something is my point.
Look, that's a sound argument that maybe, I guess the argument, if I were to sum it up, I think you all wanted to go, but it's like, there is no safety issue with not knowing English, so we shouldn't require it. We should only, in the same vein that we require driver's licenses to the degree that it fosters safety, and we should only require things of immigrants to the degree that, you know, it has to do with safety, if at all.
Yeah, I think there's a confusion here between the idea of requiring people to use something and requiring people to understand something. They're very, very different. The reason why citizenship requirements include language proficiency is so that people can fully participate in the political discourse, be fully integrate into society, rather than living in separate societies inside the same country, which has a divisive effect and is not good for the republic.
Canada does that pretty well, right?
Who does that? No, Canada doesn't do that very well, which is precisely right. Provided no, they don't. Twice, Quebec came close to separating over this issue. So close that the last referendum only won by less than 0.5%, and that was after the federal government made all kinds of crazy promises to Quebec. There's been all kinds of stuff. I lived in Quebec and I live in Montreal, and I know how much issues have come up over language time and time again. It's a big problem. It's a big problem in Belgium. It's a big problem in almost every multilingual country. As I said before, there are certain exceptions like Switzerland, which works fairly well in a multilingual society, but they're separated geographically, and they have a very strong federal government where the power lies with the cantons, and the cantons are separated linguistically. In Belgium, it's a near disaster. It works well in Luxembourg. That's another example where it does work well, but that's because almost everybody is trilingual. So language proficiency is very important, that people in a country speak some sort of common language rather than separate language and separate, because over time it causes political division, which is not good for a republic. And that's
my entire father's side of my family is from Quebec as well, and my last name is like Smith. Basically, French speakers, they're a minority inside of a English dominant country. That to me isn't really an immigrant problem. That's more of a national minority protection problem inside Canada, right? So if you have, some kind of fear of cultural disappearance, which is what it sounds like whenever I hear this stuff with America, then you want a language protection policy. Not immigrants can't integrate, and therefore citizenship must require language. Those are different kind of mechanisms, right? Like, just because you have a razor thin vote, kind of like we did with the Trump thing that I'm always saying, right, doesn't show like multilingual citizenship is something that you can't have. It just shows that you have like an identity and sovereignty question that's a really big freaking deal for the people that live there. You can have one language, one culture, and still have razor thin civil conflict all over the world. I heard Elliot saying something like that earlier. Places have conflict all the time. Language isn't the driver. It's power and it's political status when you look to most countries. Quebec's just regulating their public institutions, not like some human value or worth. Like most Quebec language laws, and I'm probably out of date with some of this stuff, but I can't imagine it's changed too much. It was all like, what's going to be the freaking way that we do the public science, right? Like is that going to be English or French, or what's the education system stuff going to be? The workplace, all these things we got to figure out every day. That's just how you're going to design your institution. That's very, very different from saying you as a person, you can't fully belong politically until you perform cultural conformity. That's some bullshit, bro. That's just confusing how governments operate with who counts as a citizen. And you don't make that law up front and say, fuck you, you can't come in until you learn the language, right? You just don't do that unless you're practicing white hegemony. Then you can. Then go for it.
So, Pro, I think we're much more in agreement than you seem to realize. I'm not saying that I'm against multilingual citizenship. I specifically gave the example of Luxembourg, which I said works because people are trilingual. I'm not suggesting you have to have one language and one culture. What's that?
Jeremy, I won't let you speak, and I'm just trying to read Jeremy here in the chat.
Okay, sure.
What is he saying here?
He's like, he's being a little colorful there. I closed my eyes after a little while.
MAGA, anti-free speech Nazi. Yeah, that's me. That's what everybody tells me. They're like, damn, man, you're a MAGA.
Yeah.
But
Well, just to finish my point, I'm not saying I want one language, one culture. So I agree with you. Multi-languages are a problem. But people that are emigrating to Canada need to know either French or English, at least one of the two. And that is part of the citizenship requirements. It's even part of the immigration requirements in Canada, as it is in most countries. You want people to be able to succeed and integrate in society, and language proficiency is one of those things. And just the second point on the Quebec law. So the Quebec language laws applies not only to the public institutions, but also to things like business. Obviously, just to be clear, so obviously it doesn't legislate what people do as individuals, but in terms of like conducting businesses and providing services.
Okay, I know you're not being, you disagree with this. You think it doesn't lead to this, but I do think it is an entailment of your view. Like, remember when you told the story about the place of origin? Like, what did you say? Like, from a Roman place that used to speak Gaelic, but now they speak
not Gaelic. No, that's Gaulish.
Gaulish. Yeah. Gaulish. Sorry about that. Yeah. So you said like, while it wasn't mandated that by the Roman government that they changed their language, it wasn't mandated. They did eventually, over time, adopt a language, and nobody speaks the old language anymore. And I have a similar story. You know, I explained this earlier. My father's side of the family is French. They're all from France, and you know, like we came, my ancestors came here to escape religious persecution in France. The Huguenots, they came here to the States, or to the United States, to escape that stuff. And we've been here for, I don't even know how many generations now. And then like, I can't help but like wonder, like, you know, what culture that could have been me that is not me, because I don't speak French. I don't have like the culture of my ancestors from France. I don't have any of that stuff. None of that is a part of me. It's like that seems to be like the entailment of the view that you're expressing, that with these like requirements to at least be proficient in the language for democracy's sake. Because when we have like the important discussions about democracy or democratic things, like discussing a statute or whether to vote for this or that candidate or whatever, you are having the conversation in a different language that is not of your native origin. Not of your native cultural origin.
I'm dying to get Jeremy up here. I want to see what's up to Rovis and JCC and IO, but Jeremy seems to really have some impulse control. So let's bring him up. This should be fun.
He hates Americans.
That's good. What's up, Jeremy?
But with respect, I'm Canadian, so I want everybody to get
with respect. You say after all that stuff in the chat, your first word is with respect?
Oh, I know Jeremy. I think he's all right. He's a bit of a firebrand, I guess.
Crow is literally Trump. Crow is literally MAGA. Is that what you heard?
You're trolling, right, Jeremy?
No, Elliot, I'm not. I raised my hand to have a say in this conversation. I'm Canadian. I wanted to contribute.
I just want to let everybody know that I identify as an American. Fuck this Canadian clan.
All right, well, you asked for it, Jeremy. You asked to have a conversation with Pro, so good luck.
Well, you can have a conversation with everybody. It doesn't just need to be me. I was just wondering why I seem Trumpish. So did all my stuff there sound very Trumpish?
Yeah, so I'll respond, but I'll meet up the second because I'm Canadian. What I was saying is that I asked to join the conversation. I asked for free speech, and over again, Pro shut me down. He refused to have a conversation.
I didn't even see it until I saw it. Until I looked down. I wasn't shutting you down. I let all kinds of weirdos come up.
Do you expect to be brought up as soon as you, Jeremy? Do you have an expectation to be brought up on stage as soon as you raise your hand?
No, sorry, I don't, JC. I don't.
Okay. Okay, cool. So that was the case, right?
But what I'm saying, JC, is that.
But what's up, Stutterhead? Are you Harley? What the hell? What the hell's going on, dude? You nervous?
Not immediately, but there is a 30-second requirement.
So I'll respond again, guys.
What did you say? I was going to say, Jeremy. I know Jeremy from the religion debate rooms, and Jeremy's an excellent conversationalist with the religious people. I think he says a lot of very interesting things to them. But this stuff about Pro being a Nazi or whatever, you're fucking trolling, bro. You're off your.
Elliot, I appreciate that. Elliot, I appreciate that. And guys, again, I'm Canadian, so I'll mute up the second y'all want to interrupt me. But brother Elliot, when I'm making the comments in the chat, and I'm saying, hey, I'd like to contribute to this conversation, and Pro over and over again will not allow me. Guys, it's in the chat. He just says, hey, I'm gonna not listen to this man. And this is, and I'll be really succinct because I know that Americans don't have a lot of tolerance. When Democrats have no tolerance, who literally shut down anyone who.
Where did Jeremy respond? Where did Jeremy respond in the chat?
Pro didn't see your message.
Pro didn't. Jeremy, Pro didn't respond. He didn't respond to anything. All I see is you spurging out in chat. There's like 30 fucking text messages from TA Jeremy.
I literally said, hey, I see Jeremy said, what is Jeremy talking about?
And nowhere did Pro fucking respond. You stuttering Canadian dumb fuck.
And Pro literally stopped the conversation to address your concern.
Yeah, exactly. I also want to point out, Jeremy, that free speech, you're free to say a great many things, but you are not free from the consequences of those things. That means you could be put in the audience, or you could be ignored by Pro. Come on, Canadian.
Or Sleepy Benjamin. He's up there.
Go ahead.
I don't see how a Canadian can be such a snowflake. I mean, I thought they were tough because they live in the tundra. So this guy's acting like a fucking snow.
I don't know why you weren't mad at Benjamin. I mean, Benjamin's never really sleeping, is he?
Only fakes it.
Jeremy, I'm still waiting for what you got to say. You seem like you had a lot going on.
I try, and again, I'm going to mute up the second any American wants to interrupt me. And then this.
Oh, that's your thing. I didn't catch that. So he's muting up the second anybody talks. Oh, I see. So you need the entire floor. Gotcha. Okay. So everybody, shh. Jeremy's gonna talk. Don't interrupt him. Let's give him a fresh five.
Yeah, I haven't.
Fresh five, Elliot.
And please,
maple syrup.
Bro, I just want to be really clear, right? Like all I'm trying to say is that I am a Canadian. I'm civilized. I don't assume to be better than any of you. If you want to talk over me, I'm going to mute up and listen to you because I want to learn. And all I'm trying to say is that when I call you a Nazi in the chat, because when I ask to participate in the conversation, you don't allow me. You don't invite me up, right? You come off mute and you say, hey, I'm not going to invite Jeremy because he's up in the chat asking to participate in free speech. I don't know if you're a MAGA or if you're a Dem, but I know you're an American, so I know you're a fucking Nazi.
Right, okay, I would like to just I'll take care of this Canadian. Listen, guys.
Pro didn't say that.
We have to call the herd. Jeremy, just look over here. Can you look down this barrel?
But wait,
oh my goodness! What?
Pro never said he's not going to bring him up. Like, he's lying.
Yeah. Pro never said that. Pro just
guys.
Maybe a best myth imagining.
But
this is like main character syndrome. This is simple. Main character syndrome. He's like, wait, you didn't respond to my message? But it was my message.
You're missing the key point. Facts are irrelevant to this argument.
So
was the only thing that you wanted to say? I'm sorry. I was just going to say, was the only thing you wanted to say that, what is it? Was it Americans and Nazis? Was that the whole thing you wanted to say? Americans and Nazis? I mean, I got no problem with that. There's a lot of Nazis in America. I like to think I'm not one of them. What else did you want to contribute? I mean, it seemed like an emergency, so it couldn't have just been.
Go ahead. No, not at all. Not an emergency. I've only come up when I've invited. I've only spoken when I've been allowed, and I've muted up the second y'all want to talk over me. All I said was that you were acting like a Nazi. That's all I said, brother. You were shutting down my First Amendment. Americans are killing all of their amendments with ICE and the First Amendment with Trump. Like, you guys, your country is collapsing by kicking yourselves in the balls by cutting your shitting on all your amendments. And then I'll end with this. I'll mute up because I know you guys don't want to hear from people who are American. I'm Canadian. You guys, the Republicans are agreeing that Alex guy shouldn't have had the right to have a gun with bullets. Like, are pigs flying in the fucking sky when Republicans say that a God-given fucking gun-tearing motherfucker shouldn't have a gun? And you have a Canadian in here saying that, yeah, actually, he should have had a fucking gun. Let me repeat that. A Canadian is in your room telling you that that fucking Democratic motherfucker was killed by ICE, who should have had a gun. And you're going to tell me that I should shut the fuck up? Bitch! Wash your legs! Your fucking legs, cracker!
No.
Okay.
I was calling you a cracker.
This is
Jeremy Trump.
This is too much.
No one ever told you to shut up.
Jeremy, you're encroaching on my territory, which is to flip out and fucking rage at everyone. And that's trademarked. And
there's only room for one.
What the
This is peak
fuck
Jeremy.
was that?
We have a one diva rule in this room, and as far as everyone is concerned, it is Royvis and I that is the secret bromance. There's no more room for other.
Crash. That was not a good
crash.
Irony
is the technical term.
The irony is I'm probably the biggest lefty on the whole stage. that's like hardcore lefty, bro.
Yeah, hardcore lefty who's a Nazi.
No,
Nazi, I guess. Maybe it does clip around back.
I feel the passion. I feel the same way, except minus some of the details. But
majority of the people in the room are anti-ICE. We're not liking what's going on.
Most of the details.
We're not supporting anything that Jeremy is claiming. It's like, what the fuck?
The weird thing is to not let me up after you've been told like 6 or 7 times. I didn't see your stuff, bro.
JCC,
I don't understand what you're talking about.
You fucking blonde-haired Mormon Jesus, stop it. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to. I'm done.
Did you
I'm
just
done.
call him Nazi Jesus?
That was pretty good.
He's not going to do this, JCC.
I have not heard more blonde-haired Mormon Jesus ever.
Call me Mormon Jesus.
That was good. I'm going to give you that one, Jeremy.
That's fucking hilarious.
Well, I mean, if you just drop one of the C's, it's just your name becomes JC.
JCC, we're not going to do this.
Jeremy, where have you been?
I'm going to do this.
Jeremy, I would have brought you up with the quickness if I know that.
Pro loves entertainment. You're definitely entertainment.
He's bringing a lot of spice to the room.
Yeah, Jeremy has some good energy. Oh, sorry, Jason.
Guys, Elliot, I'm so sorry, brother, and just Elliot, this is for you.
An American.
Mon call tabarnak, si je suis vrai, je parle en assis, mon assis. Let me say this. Hold on. Let me say this, Pro. Let me say this, Pro.
Mm-hmm.
What do you value more, brother?
I don't know.
Do you value entertainment? Do you value Trump? Or do you value
Bitcoin?
Oh my God! I'm sorry, and you know what? This is it's good, bro. No, but this is why intelligent people don't talk to Americans anymore. This is why y'all just fucking go chamber, and smart people are like, you know what? Fuck y'all. You're gonna interrupt me every time I speak. Fine, go fucking concentration camp. You're Nazi shit asshats.
Get control of yourself. Get in the camp.
Get it all out, Jeremy.
Put yourself in the camp. Okay.
Jeremy, I think everyone else will stay quiet just to finish that comparison. So is it true? You asked me what's more important, Trump or what?
Let me ask you what Pro just said. What Pro just said is pro a Nazi concentration camp owner, because as it being, just said, listen, Jew, come and play violin at my Nazi party.
You can't afford it, Jew. You can't afford it.
No, I'm gonna mute up. I don't want to.
I'm really loving it.
I'm
like surging Canadian energy right now.
My violin, my little Jewish violin here. Get the fuck in.
So
I think this is. Go ahead, Euro.
No, I was just wondering if there's any anti-American sentiment in Canada.
I mean, it's hard. It probably are, but it's hard to imagine because Canadians are just, they're just so fucking nice. Sorry, I'm trying not to curse.
He's Canadian. He's Canadian.
I think I've been cursing the most here.
Canadians are so nice.
All of you
that extends.
Can't swear worth a shit. You fuck.
That's okay, Jeremy. I'll say I'll say enough curse words for the both of us. Okay.
Jason was trying to
cut back. But I'm really loving your energy here, Jeremy. We need more of this anti-ICE energy You know, maybe you're directing it at the wrong people, but you know the energy's good.
Anti-American,
brother. Elliot, I appreciate that, brother. And listen, I'm Canadian. I don't want to be. And listen, and I'll be really honest. I've been on Clubhouse a lot, and I'm just gonna be honest. I'm hanging out with Americans, and I really dislike how American I'm starting to be. I'm just being honest, brother. And so, Elliot, can I ask you a question rather than just fucking Nazi your ass, man? Can we have a conversation?
Well, I need to know, first of all, are you trolling?
Show us your papers.
Fuck, I hate all of you. You asshats. I'm sorry. You know what? That was the American in me. That was legit. That was the American in me being American. I'm sorry for saying that.
When you first found out you were bipolar, what was the reaction that you gave?
That's a great question, Pro. And that's super Canadian of you to ask that. So let me ask this, Elliot.
Breaking character, Jeremy. Breaking character. It. This is not good for your reputation.
I'm legit not. You know what?
Guys, this is getting a little tiresome. I mean, he's just like losing control here over and over.
I mean, to be fair, the non-English debate was pretty boring, though. So
yeah,
I was in college. Elliot, can I ask you this? Are you a Canadian?
No.
Oh, go fuck yourself.
Okay, I got a question for Jeremy.
Go fuck yourself.
I got a question for Jeremy.
What's up, Sia?
Yo, what's up, guys? Here laughing. I've never seen Jeremy drunk before. It's pretty funny.
He's not drunk.
He's always like,
he must have smoked a different strain because he's really insane, right?
He's not drunk. He's high.
The only time I've interacted with him, he's like this. Every time I interact with him, he's like this. I've never seen him any other way.
So I have a question for Jeremy. If you can be honest, are you Canadian?
He's not on the stage anymore. Oh no, he is.
There he is. No, I'm 100% Canadian. Yeah.
And you're honest.
Yes, I am. And Earl, thank you, man. Thank you for engaging honestly, bro. Yes.
Well, thanks for removing the ambiguity because I wasn't sure if you were Canadian or not.
And mad props, because like what Euro just did is said, hey, I'm not about black and white. I'm not about like making assumptions. I just want to ask questions to learn. And Euro asked a question, I answered. Wow,
like,
guys.
Something that I was trying to keep you in the audience and hold you down, right? No assumptions like that.
You were trying to prevent us from knowing that he's Canadian.
Right. Instead of maybe I didn't see it. Could have been. You know, I'm just saying.
And brother, I'm Canadian. Yes, sir. And listen, limited exposure, and also we've probably talked a lot, but I'm a Canadian, and I am not stripped of my democracy because I smoke a lot of weed. Also, I don't remember a lot of shit we've said in the past because I smoke a lot of weed, right? But also, I can vote because it's weed, and I won't be put in prison because I'm an American because I smoke a lot of weed. But let me start. Brother, and I mean this genuinely, man, because I think you're gonna. Do you think that my opinion should be suppressed because I'm Canadian?
Absolutely not.
Wait, you're Canadian?
We should take
your opinion might need to be suppressed because you're stupid, but that's a different argument. That's a whole different thing. Not because you're Canadian. I gotta have my rationale, right?
We'll take your Canadian opinion, your head that like splits in half when you talk.
Actually, stupid people have opinions too. You don't have to suppress them.
And they're beady little.
Your fucking hockey and your fucking maple syrup and your fucking, so nice, obviously apologetic about stuff. You can shove all that shit.
Rush, fucking.
Rush is badass. And Jeremy, you weren't suppressed, so the accusations of being suppressed are wrongly assumed there, bro.
Yeah, but I think we can be honest about this. He is Canadian.
I think so.
Sorry.
I think he's Canadian troller. That's how the Canadians troll.
Let's be honest.
Listen. White Mormon Jesus JCC up in here. And
I can affront that.
Wait. I'm sorry. I'm mute up.
That was blonde.
I ain't trying to front though.
But hold on. Also, everybody who's privileged enough to have internet access, just Google White Mormon Jesus, and you motherfuckers come off mute and tell me that motherfucker doesn't look like JCC. But let's not hold on.
You were Googling in your free time White Mormon Jesus or blonde White Mormon Jesus?
I don't think I have internet access.
Bro, how many MAGA rallies have you fucking attended? How many fucking cross burnings have you? How many tiki torches do you fucking own, you piece of shit?
Bro's been to quite a number.
Not enough.
Wait, you forgot the stinky leg. What happened to the stink leg? Stinky leg.
See, tell me what a white person's leg smells like, you fucking cracker.
Jeremy, I got
Jeremy class.
I'm gonna.
White people don't
pay a compliment. I'm gonna pay a compliment to Canadians, and I would like to hear a compliment.
I'm really turning on my computer to look up White Mormon Jesus.
And I want to hear a compliment from a Canadian. I want to hear you give a compliment about Americans or whatever. So here's my compliment.
I'm down. I'm so down.
Are you ready? You probably like it. So, shortly after,
brother, I'm gonna rough the shit out of this shit. I'm a fucking.
So shortly after Trump was elected, I think was it the first or second time? I'm fucking misremembering.
Are you?
Anyways,
American education. Sorry, go ahead.
It wasn't the
American education. I mean, it's hard to remember my point when everybody keeps talking, but I'm gonna say, there was shortly after Trump was elected, there was a very big important game in Canada involving hockey sticks. Okay, and it was such an important game. It was such an important game that they played. It was America versus something in Canada. Some team in Canada, I forget, and the American national anthem was played, sung by a talented singer. I don't remember her name, it's not important. Anyways, the Canadians in the crowd, while she was performing the national anthem, the American national anthem, they waited until there was a lull, a pause in the song, and then they booed the shit out of the song. Okay? So, as an American, right, so as an American, Jeremy, I can really appreciate the nuanced opposition to Trump, or to at least part of America, which is Trump land. I can appreciate the pushback against that. I think it's it's very nice way of saying fuck you. So let me say, okay, so what do you got for Americans?
Oh, my sweet baby Jesus. Oh, my sweet baby Jesus. Oh, my sweet baby Brie. Oh, my God.
All right, I'm done with him. Okay, that was fun. Yeah. So what else are we talking about?
Well, I'd like to go back to the boring thing, but Pro, it's your room. We can change it.
Jeremy, I'm sorry, I'm ignoring you.
Yeah, we can change it to something else.
No, you're suppressing him, not ignoring him.
Sorry for being a Nazi, Jeremy.
The Nazi in Pro resurrects. So the booing at the national anthem happened 3 major times: 2003, 2019, and 2022.
And what was it about in 2003?
That explains what I couldn't remember.
These
was one of those that when fucking Fergie did that horrible thing?
What about the knee, taking the kneel? Kaepernick taking the knee. Isn't that also like a disrespect to the national anthem?
I agree, it is.
According to
should have been deported. He should have been deported.
No, that's what this country's founded upon: freedom of speech.
Shouldn't he have been lashed first?
He has the right to do that.
Yes. He should have been lashed, put back on the boat, back to Africa.
Oh my goodness!
No, I think the appropriate punishment is what he got, which is from the NFL.
It just was terrible, you know.
Where's Steve been? Steve's mighty quiet.
I'm right here, Pro.
There you are.
Wow, that's big restraint for not chiming in at all. I can't believe it.
Well, if I chimed in, it would have to be about my total distrust, distaste, and plain old negativity towards Jeremy. I don't like him. I don't trust him. I think he's one of the biggest hypocrites on Clubhouse. And
no way.
That's
totally upstanding.
Yeah, there you go. So I thought it would more adult of me, especially since I'm in your room, Pro, just to shut my mouth.
He's like normal relative to the other talking apes in that room.
I'm glad
he's the, you know.
I'm glad Steve didn't tell us about his distaste towards Jeremy. Did that include distaste towards Canada or just Jeremy?
Jeremy last night actually made a comparison between the way Nazis treated Jews and human beings eating animals. Okay? So that's just one example of why I can't stand his guts.
Yeah, but you don't despise Canada, just Jeremy, right?
I don't despise Canada.
Okay, good. That's what Euro asked you. Okay.
Yeah, and contrary to what Jeremy says, he's not the way he is because he's Canadian.
Right.
He's the way he is because he's fucking German.
But he's honest. He's Canadian.
Americans love Canada.
Wait, Jeremy's fucking himself? What?
No. But Euro, you lived in Canada? You grew up there or something?
No. I didn't grow up there, but I lived in Montreal for a little while.
I've been to Montreal.
I was there as well. It was a long time ago.
I was watching the first episode of Wonder Man before I jumped in here, and I feel like I'm needing to go back and watch Wonder Man. Everybody watch Wonder Man yet? Waste an hour of their life yet?
That sounds like a Nazi tendency.
It does, doesn't it?
Wonder Man. Never heard of it.
We are the Wonderland.
Marvel show. It's a superhero show. It's on Disney Plus. Disney? It's Nazi too.
That's cool. That's awesome. I think we all need to get a little more, we need more Nazi? To be a little more at peace with the Nazis. Yeah, let's get a little more Nazi, They had some cool style, right?
That's what, what's his name said? Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Well, let's be at peace with the Nazis. Come on.
You advocating for just a new holiday?
Yeah. Nazi Day. That's a good idea. And we could use the word Nazi in a positive way. That's really Nazi to me. That's cool. It
rhymes with Yahtzee.
Right. And, yeah. The German army is expanding, and I think they should license the stormtroopers from Star Wars. That would be.
Well, we got to be honest. They did have good uniforms.
They did have good uniforms.
They were immaculate. Pressed and crisp.
They had some good ones, but that's all in the past.
If you're going to master extermination of human race,
you want to be dressed nicely.
You want to be dressed nicely.
You don't want to solicit any ill will.
Right. Yeah.
Forget about that little bird thing. Yeah. All right. Well.
No, look, we were talking about some things earlier. I guess zooming way out, I got a sense from both you and Elliot that I was basically very wrong that a nation would have a rule requiring language training or language proficiency. But every nation does it. Literally every nation does it. If this was a terrible thing that, undermined democracy and freedom and civilization, there could be no good countries in the world. You know,
my hairs go up on the back of the spine whenever I hear it, because usually it's like when people have some kind of an anxiety, that's when I usually hear that, right? When people feel there's like a demographic change, which we have, right, or political power shift, or cultural, unfamiliar. What's the word? Unfamiliarity. I was going to say unfamiliarness. That wasn't good. I think sometimes that language is a stand-in for, I don't recognize the country the way I used to. So I'm used to hearing that from a lot of people, and then they get that learn the language, right? It's kind of emotionally sacred than saying I'm uncomfortable with rapid social change and or fear of a black planet or whatever it is, right? Like, I think Chuck D kind of had some of that right. I'm not saying that that's evil. I think it's actually human. It's what people tend to do, but it's not a policy argument when I usually hear that stuff. And if you think that that might apply here, that's why it makes people pause, because the pushback comes from a lot of times I hear that when people grew up when institutions already were built in their language, and schools already built in whoever's saying it's dialect, and the civic systems already are designed for whatever those norms are. So learning that dominant language feels like a minor little inconvenience or personal effort to people, right? But I just think when you're talking about immigrants and refugees, especially, it usually means working full time, raising the kids, navigating the legal system. Then you're still trying to, like I was talking about with my student, you're trying to master a second or third language from inside privilege. The cost looks pretty tiny, but from outside of it, that's a big, big cost, because that's keeping you from being a part of it. Like, a lot of people are learning quickly, right? Not everybody, but I think most people, it's amazing how well they learn the language here. If we just have that as a policy, then it's like, okay, well, now that person can't commit, right? Because of something somewhat trivial.
It would be
nicer if everyone knew it.
But it's already a policy. You can't become a citizen if you don't take the test and pass basic English proficiency. It's already the policy. Yeah, so I'm not saying me and you, Euro, we're not, sorry, I say his name the German way sometimes, even though he's French. We weren't saying have a new policy that you can only come to the country, period, if you can pass an English test. We were saying there is already a rule that to become a citizen, you have to pass an English test. And then Elliot was arguing against this, basically. And then that's all we were discussing, right? And then, but the tone you're striking here is much more severe, but you're talking about a much more serious thing. Okay, which I guess would be excluding people from entering the country unless they already speak English, or not getting a student visa or something like that. Which, okay, is a totally different thing, and is different in many ways, but the big one is, obviously, if you're not a citizen, you're not becoming a citizen, then participating in the political system is not an issue. And so requiring them to speak the language to participate in political dialogue does not make sense. They're not going to vote. They're just a student on a student visa, so that's not relevant.
Yeah, and the proficiency level is intentionally set very low. The idea is just to allow people to be functional. It's not like they have to be able to be a playwright or whatever. And to Elliot's point earlier about his family losing French, this is where I think the wrong idea is being suggested here. I'm not saying that his family should have lost the French language. I think he would have been enriched if they had kept it, and it would be a very positive and good thing. But what would be a bad thing is if he never English. Learning English is an important part of integrating into society, and it just seemed clear to me that that's the case.
Sometimes it takes a couple generations. I mean, don't you? Any of you live in a big? I know Pro does. There's areas near where I live where it's just fucking Chinese people. I went to a Vietnamese restaurant. Recently, it was a vegan place Buddhist monks go. They barely fucking one lady barely spoke English. I had but I had a Vietnamese woman with me and she translated. But it's the food was amazing. It's why do you want everything to be so whitewashed and shitty? I'm a fucking foodie. I want to go get authentic Korean food. I don't care if they speak English. I just want the food to be amazing.
That's not.
I don't understand.
we're not saying.
Yeah, that's what you're missing. We're not saying
what I'm saying is they don't have a problem with areas being like diasporas of people or whatever, where they have their own like centers where they work out their issues at like benevolent associations or whatever, and some of the generations just never learn English. I don't have a problem with that.
Well, no, you can't. In the long run, you can't have the generations never learn English. No, that's crazy.
Of course, the generations are going to learn English.
Yes, then that's fine. Okay, that's fine.
Everyone's going to learn English, but like your kids,
no,
of course.
some don't. That's what we're saying, Raven.
That's why they make it a requirement for citizenship. That's why they have exemption for old people, because they understand it might be too difficult for some people.
Yeah.
But their children should be learning English at some point.
But I mean, like,
I just think they would by default. I don't know why.
They learn anyway.
Oh, you have to have it as a law.
But
I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's necessary.
Well,
and if people don't learn English, I think they just
you don't think it's necessary, but every single country on the planet has this type of law. So you have to think that there might be a reason. And if you look at history, like when Italy was unified, most people did not speak Italian. The majority of the country didn't speak Italian until the 1950s or 60s, thanks to television. And it was a very important requirement for the state to make sure that everybody learned Italian, because it's a unifying factor. When after the French, at the French Republic, only 5% of the population, 8% of the population spoke French. So the Third Republic made it important that education was mandatory and that it was taught in French, because it was perceived as important to have a common language.
Well, that's really cute, but I live in Los Angeles and I'm surrounded by El Salvadorians and Mexicans. A lot of them don't speak fucking English. You know what? I speak Spanish, and they assimilate in other ways. They have the same cultural sort of goals that we have as a people. Like they're into like freedom, democracy. They just want to have a good life. And yeah, some of them don't speak English. That's no problem with me, because I'm not too lazy of a white person to like learn another language.
Wow.
But,
he's not a lazy white person.
What do you think?
No, I don't think you're white.
What do you think?
I think you're Somali.
I'm really close, but no cigar. Yeah.
I think JCC is white.
I think so.
Speaking of
I don't think I'm white though. I'm Mediterranean, so I don't.
You're a blonde, more Jesus.
I'm not blonde. That's not blonde. I got more gray in my hair. I'm brown haired.
Hey, Nargis, did I tell you that I made Fez on June the other week? Yeah. Fucking white dude. It really came out.
If you're white, why didn't you make a spätzle?
Why didn't you?
You take it's like 300 milliliters or whatever of walnuts, and it's actually like not that many ingredients. I was kind of shocked, and you put some pomegranate molasses in there. It was really good. It tastes like meat. It's bonkers. I made saffron rice. I made actual saffron rice, like a fucking Persian restaurant. I'm so proud.
Wow. Also, you're Persian?
Did you make
No,
it with,
he's white, he said.
You made it with, did you make the crispy rice at the base?
I didn't make the crispy. I just did the
original Aryan race. They qualify in some counts.
Yeah, maybe he's white Persian.
The Persians are the original, the Assyrians. But
we are the Aryans.
So
did you make crispy?
I took like 6 little saffron guys, and I made the boiling water, and I made the yellow, and I cooked the rice. I didn't make it crispy though. I don't know about that.
So
does anyone acknowledge that Jesus is here? What's up, Andre?
We'll talk about it later, whatever. I don't care.
Okay. You just have to step towards the end for 5 minutes.
Picture, because that's the one. That's the picture he was referring to. It's a Mormon sort of propaganda leaflet version of Jesus.
That's the JCC version.
That's the original. You see, JCC, one only sees that your hair is graying when one, actually opens like your profile and gets that thumbnail a little larger. Otherwise, it's kind of appears.
He needs more facial hair too.
I've seen a younger version of that Mormon Jesus, but I have to say I can't see a difference between that image and JCC. It's like identical. It's uncanny.
It's uncanny.
I've been cooking with saffron a little more over the past few months.
Yeah,
saffron in tea.
Saffron is a natural aphrodisiac.
Well,
really?
I'm an incel, so maybe I'm torturing myself. But you know,
don't do any of that. What Jin's thing? Yeah, stay away from that.
No.
Saffron should be a requirement.
Yeah, I put saffron in.
So says the elitist Frenchman.
Wait. Saffron has to be a
Saffron's the price of
requirement.
gold. Saffron's very
Wait, you disagree, Elliot?
Yeah. So if you should, okay, let me ask you this question. Euro, do you think that we should make it a federal law that all Americans use saffron in our cooking?
It should be a state law, not federal.
You think it should be a federal law? You can't be a felon, a rapist, a pedophile, or a seditionist to be president? You think like 1 out of the 4, if you have, is kind of, or do you think you need 2 or 3 or 4 out of 4? How many?
The problem is because a law wouldn't do it. You have to have a constitutional amendment.
There you go.
Yeah, it shouldn't be. It facilitates political prosecution. I see why the founders left it out.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it means the people can have even a person who the state has, run through the laundromat of like bogus charges and whatever. The people can still say, no, we want this person to be president.
Well, I think the founding fathers were under the assumption that a criminal wouldn't be elected.
No,
You don't need a law for it.
I think they fully understood how a rule like that could be misused.
Well, they also understood that and expected future generations of Americans to amend the law and interpret it in different ways. And that's exactly what we have done.
You think they thought
27 amendments.
You think they thought we'd have lie machines that can change the nature of reality and make images that never happened and movies that actually weren't based in reality, and people can be led astray by narratives in the newspapers that are completely fictitious, even though they claim to be real.
Not to mention time travel.
Always got to throw that in there.
Yeah, I think we should have some new amendments, like what the 28th Amendment. The president cannot be a felony convict. He cannot be credibly accused of sexual assault or rape or child molestation.
Can't be under 35, right? But you can do all these other ones. Long enough 34. All good.
This is so embarrassing. Every president should go through a background check and a lie detecting machine.
Well, you guys feel so strong about that, but don't you see the danger?
Anymore if they do that.
But don't you guys see the danger of political persecution, of this being misused, right? To make maybe even large numbers of people ineligible for office, really by accusing them?
No, that's why I
actually found guilty.
I qualified that. Court's valuable time that's going to go into persecution.
Yes, guys, let's face it. Let's just face it. The American people, or the voters, the majority, the popular majority, voted for Trump against their better knowledge from his first round. Yeah. So don't blame Trump. Yeah. He's just.
Well, wasn't a majority?
Yeah, it wasn't a majority.
Yeah, it was.
No, it wasn't.
Popular.
No, it wasn't.
Well, here's the facts. Of people who are of eligible voting age in the United States, 31% of them voted for Trump.
I'm not even counting that. I'm saying that the people that voted, he fell just under the requirement for majority.
Yeah, the definition of majority is probably what he was missing.
Right. I don't even know if it was a majority. I mean, so let me just make my whole point here. So 32% of voting age voted for Trump.
Did they get the majority?
He did not win the majority of the votes.
Hold on a second. I'm going to tell you what the majority is. Just listen. 32% voted for Trump. 31% voted for Harris. And 36% did not vote. Those are of voting age people. And that's not including all the people who aren't even registered to vote, but they could have voted. Okay, and which is millions of people. You know, so that's why I want to say the majority was, you know, nobody voted. That was the majority.
Right, but even of the people that did cast votes, he didn't get a majority. He fell just short of majority of those people.
Yeah, he won what is called the plurality. He won the popular vote. He won the most votes of any.
Yeah, that's what I meant. He won the popular vote. And all the 36% who didn't go to vote, you know, they don't have any excuses either. You know, they don't need to come and say, Trump this, Trump that. Yeah, if you didn't, you know, you considered your right to vote so little precious that you didn't go. Don't go complaining about Trump now.
So
they have the right to complain. They have the right to complain.
No one should be complaining about Trump because we avoided a much worse outcome, which was Harris. I mean, when you vote, you're not just voting for someone in isolation. You're choosing between two people, okay? And you have a choice here between a party and a candidate who conducted a massive fraud in the course of the election, okay? They concealed that the person they were putting up for everyone to vote for was a complete incompetent. Okay, it was like non-compos mentos. Okay, I don't mean that I dislike him or think he's stupid. Okay, and then when they realized that situation happened, who did they put in his place? One of the worst performing of their primary candidates, Kamala Harris. They didn't even pick a winning candidate from their pool. Okay, they picked a loser.
And there's one more element, was how she was picked. She was designated, and that offset a lot of people, including people that liked her. But yeah, the polling data show that he won precisely because people were against Harris.
He won the first time because people were against Hillary.
That's right.
Democrats are as guilty about Trump's 2 victories as anybody else that's blamed in this game. You know, had they put up Bernie Sanders the first time, it wouldn't have happened. If they had put up Bernie Sanders the second time, it wouldn't have happened.
I don't know about the second time.
Well, I don't know about Bernie Sanders, but they could have found a Republican and put him up, and then maybe they could have won. Okay, they don't really have anybody that people want for. So
yeah. So in 2016, what happened is both parties put up candidates with incredibly high negatives, and so a lot of people were voting against more than who they were voting for. So that happened with Trump. And then in the 24 election, it was the same thing. And the polling data very clear and consistent on that. Trump's negative vote, you know, the disapproval number, much, much higher than the approval, about 9 to 10 points. The only reason he was ahead of Biden and then Harris was their negatives were even higher.
Yeah, but I don't see why you're complaining so much about Trump. I mean, you're Andre the Swiss. You're not even in NATO, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't want to offend people up here, but, you know, I've heard a lot of sort of half-truths and, you know, things said about Europe that makes me think you're not really in the picture, not really in the loop. I mean, Trump imposed 37% tariffs on Switzerland, a country that the US once called its sister republic, because when Switzerland became a federal state, turning from a confederacy to a federal state in 1848, the only other republic in the Western Hemisphere was the United States. France was the Second Empire at the time. The US parliamentary system. So just because he didn't like our then president, which is a rotating, insignificant office in Switzerland, you know, he imposed a 37% tariff. And you want to tell me that I should like Trump? And then he kind of made an example of Switzerland again in his Davos speech, which you evidently didn't listen to, otherwise you would have known that.
Kitover, you're the last.
Trump has done something. You won't perhaps feel this in your lifetime fully, but I can tell you that this is not going to the long-term damage for the US from this is going to be very, very bad. Very, very bad. Pissing off China's allies like that.
Yeah, but everyone knows that we switch presidents every 4 to 8 years. I mean, I don't think that's. I mean, how can it be that damaging?
Andre, what did he do in the Davos speech?
He did use Switzerland as an example, and he referred to the lady in question again, and that that she
go home. 3 plates of salad. Personal best.
Come on.
Oh, I see.
He talks like a doctor.
I'd like to make a positive big one. Champagne. How many slices we got?
I like to make excuses for him. He's a artist. That's what he is. He's not a businessman.
It's about to attack my country. Like, Jason, what kind of question is this?
He's a bad man. Okay, he's just the worst possible president, except for all the others. That's the situation we have in the United States. Okay, that's not making excuses for him.
That's just the truth. Trump is, for Trump, this was a move of survival to become president again. Like it was for Jacques Chirac of France, when he became president the second time, was either that or prison. He later went to prison, but he could prolong his time out of prison by becoming president again. So we've had these things in Europe before. But, even Jacques Chirac wasn't that erratic. Yeah? And being erratic has its advantages in negotiations. He leaves people guessing. Nobody can really feel secure. But the long-term damage this is going to do to the standing of the United States in the world is there, and it's irreparable. The decline of the US will take a long time. It's not going to happen from one day to another unless he really wrecks the bus like the dollar or something like that. But, you guys, I do not blame Trump. I blame the American people and the Democrats and everybody else in that country as much. He's just doing what he needs for his survival. It's not like we didn't know what would happen if he became president again. This is exactly how we thought it would happen.
Well, but what was the American people's choice? I mean, you blame us, but what did we have to choose from?
Jason, when I hear you saying that Kamala was a worse choice than with Hillary Clinton, I kind of get it, But when you say Kamala Harris was a worse choice, or even Joe Biden was a worse choice than Donald Trump, that shows to me that you have a completely broken moral compass, like most Americans these days, I have to say. Including your Supreme Court. The founding fathers couldn't have foreseen, and nobody should blame them, what sort of moral depravity the US would come to over the centuries. That would completely undo the separation of power they had envisaged.
Okay, so it just is not sensible to you that there's just no good reason, or few good reasons, to prefer Trump to Biden or Kamala Harris. I mean, ultimately it came down to...
Yeah, absolutely, particularly after knowing him from his first term. No excuse. In fact, if I would punish anybody, put sanctions on anybody, it wouldn't be Trump. Yeah? Trump actually is doing us in Europe a huge favor right now, because he's unifying Europe. He's given Canada some sort of impetus that it hadn't had for a long time. He's doing actually something really good for us in the long run. But the American people are the ones that really need to feel the consequences of that. And they will feel the consequences of the decadence into which they have fallen, that they elected a mobster just because they self-radicalized against the liberal left in that sort of way.
Well, I guess you guys can stop selling us, energy, computers. You can stop selling us fancy German cars. You guys can stop selling us food. You can really put the screws to us, right? With all the things that we buy from you guys.
No. That's completely insignificant. That's completely insignificant.
Well, how will we feel the consequences?
You see, what's going to happen now is what Trump never said. Trump is right. America did pay for a lot of the defense costs of the world. But what it got in turn that he never mentioned is, and Mark Carney made this very clear in his speech at Davos, it is the other allies, Japan, Canada, and Europe, NATO, shutting up about US violations of humans and giving the US special conditions that it did not have to subject to the International Criminal Court and things like that. That was the hypocrisy he called out, and that was a right hypocrisy. But that's what the US actually paid for by paying more than the others that nobody ever mentions. And that's going to go on now, particularly after Greenland. Come on, guys,
So the U.S. is going to be subject to the Human Rights Court going forward.
No, it's not.
Then what's going to be gone? What's going to be gone?
Will probably isolate more and more, and it will be isolated because all its former friends are already finding different partners, different trade partners. The EU just signed an agreement with Mercosur and with India, and it hastened those processes because of what Trump did.
And Trump reacted.
You guys are friendless in the world. I have, met several U.S. tourists with Canadian flags around Europe in the last 12 months since Trump got elected. And that's going to continue because you're the pariah of the world now. And you know,
the pariah.
It's always a lot worse when your allies betray you than when people do that, like Putin or China, who you would expect to do that.
Like our allies buy all their energy from Russia and shut down their nuclear power plants. They don't meet the 2%. They don't meet their 2% target. They have 12 divisions on paper and one is deployable. Yeah, when your allies betray you, it's a bad thing, right? When they deploy 5G from Huawei, okay? Yeah, that's terrible, all right? And then we try to stop them from doing those kinds of things. But they just keep coming up with stuff, Andre. It doesn't apply to Switzerland. You're not an ally of America. You're not an ally of anybody. You're Switzerland, okay? And when the Germans wanted to give their 35 millimeter artillery to Ukraine, what did the Swiss say? Hell no. All right. So Andre, you're onto something, okay, but you're leaving a lot out.
That's what I wanted to ask you, Jason, because I agree with a lot of your points. But don't you think when Trump says that he's going to take Greenland by force, and territory from a NATO ally, isn't that simply going too far?
Maybe it's going too far. Yeah. Maybe it's super hard. Trump says a lot of things that I think he shouldn't say.
The pants are falling down.
The thing is that he does get some results. At least he gets some.
Chocolate milkshake.
No, listen, guys. America can still call the shots. I will be able to call the shots for a long time to come. But it will do so from a position of isolation and with no friends. We'll see. I don't know perhaps we should stop talking about
Kenan, open a room, bro. Kenan, open a room, bro.
Stop talking about Trump
Yeah,
that
Kitover,
much
you're the
and
last
look
vote.
into the future and see who's
Kitover,
going to run for president the next time, and perhaps look at the midterm elections, which are going to be the make or break for American democracy. I can tell you that already, because if he doesn't respect the outcome of the midterms, there's going to be a civil war of some kind.
I mean, yeah, that will be awkward, certainly. Yeah.
I mean, this is kind of weak sauce, Jason. I mean, like, you need to be more vocal about this stuff, because people, I was going to say people on your side of the political spectrum, they need to hear from people like you specifically that saying things like, there should be no elections, or that the Republican Party should take control of the next election. You should be very vocal about why that's wrong. You should be extremely vocal about how these Americans should do such things.
Unemployed in Greenland?
Well, I don't need to be vocal about them to you, okay? I talk about those things with the people, with the conservative people. But with you, I need to talk about other things, you know? But with you, I certainly say, yeah, it's an issue. It's not good. It's wrong. I certainly acknowledge that, but I don't need to sell it to you. Hanson, you want to say something?
Yeah, I just said it's a non-issue taking a Greenland by force. Do you need to take Greenland by force with the forces like 50 cooks on the land? Yeah, and then they send in some dog sledges as reinforcement.
I mean, I think we do need to take control of Greenland. I don't appreciate, there are things that Trump said that he should not have said, but I think we do need to take control of Greenland. It's just not sensible that Denmark could secure it, and we're relying on Denmark remaining a sovereign nation. But Europe is turning into a wing of, the Islamic Caliphate. I don't know, the Ottoman Empire. They may not even be democracies in 20 years.
Jason, you're such an ignorant buffoon.
Please stop with Islamophobia. We don't need this right now.
You already have several U.S. military bases, a lot of which you put into disuse, by the way, on Greenland. So absolutely no good argument at all.
U.S. has only one base on Greenland.
Yes, right now.
Yeah, it used to have more. Yeah, it used to have more. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? The current contract treaty between the US and the Denmark from the 50s allows you to reopen them. Yeah?
Not only reopen them, but open more.
Yeah, even open more. But there's no need for that. Absolutely no need, Jason. You have made zero valuable contribution to this conversation. You're just repeating Trumpist.
This is getting, we can disagree without having to take swings at each other, okay? I'm not going to take any swings at you. I'm not going to call you imbecile. I'm not going to say you contribute zero value when we disagree. Okay, I mean, sovereignty is a big issue. And Denmark, as long as Denmark is sovereign over that land, they can choose that we can't be there anymore. And that creates a security problem for us and not for Denmark. Denmark, if Russia invades Greenland, they're farther from Denmark than where they are now. Okay? But they're to the U.S. They're closer to Canada. I mean, it should be Canada or the U.S. that controls Greenland. That's because for a security standpoint, it sure as hell will be Canada and Denmark protecting it. And I think it always has been. In World War II, the U.S. protected Greenland.
The U.S. has protected continuously since World War II.
And we don't need to own that land in order to do so.
So I actually have a solution for all this. We can call it the Greenland problem.
Okay, what's the solution?
It's very simple. Look, the polling in Greenland, the overwhelming majority want independence from Denmark. So I would give them independence so they become an independent state.
Okay, we are here at the
so we get the separation from Denmark, which is crucial to the U.S. And then Denmark enters into a free association agreement with the United States. And then they effectively get all of the control over Greenland. And Greenland maintains its political autonomy. And the U.S. doesn't have to worry about, granting them CITIC and all that stuff that they would if it became part of the U.S. And yet they would control the defense system completely.
As if. All I'm going to say to you is no citizenship, no senators from Greenland. I can already tell you that if Trump did invade it. Yeah. So I don't know.
Puerto Ricans do have citizenship.
It makes absolutely no sense. Yeah. If the U.S. wants to and it already is on the verge of abandoning its NATO commitments, it may do that. Yeah. I mean, nobody's going to stop the U.S. But to claim that this is necessary, it hasn't been so far. And given the half-hearted commitment and swinging from one side to another in the Ukraine conflict that Trump is showing, I mean, it doesn't, I think Russia could just take Greenland anyway because of the way he sucks up to Putin.
So just to be clear, I'm not talking about Puerto Rico at all. Puerto Rico is U.S. territory. People there are U.S. citizens, and they don't have full autonomy. I'm talking about a different situation, which is called free association. It gives Greenland full autonomy, and it also gives U.S. complete control over defense and other areas. It also gives Greenland tremendous cash resources, and the U.S. already is in free association with 3 other states, and it's been very successful.
You know what happened? What you don't realize is that now, after all this charade, the Greenlanders do not want to abandon Denmark anymore in the way they used to before. So congratulations! Everywhere Trump goes or does things, unites people, unites. Quebecois are now singing the Canadian national anthem again. He doesn't for Europe, for Canada, and other places in that sort of indirect, unintended way. But this is not going to end well for the US in the long run, because now a lot of former or still officially on paper US allies are turning even to China and others to replace the trade they're having with the US.
So Andre, that's where I agree with you. He made a very tactical mistake by pitting it as U.S. versus Denmark. So what he should have done was go to Greenland and say, we agree with you. Your independence from Denmark is important, and we will facilitate that, and we will provide the necessary economic guarantees for your viability. Because like I said, the polling is like 80% in favor of this solution. And you're right, it alienated a lot of people.
Yeah, you're right. There would have been a lot more clever ways to achieve all the things he's done without being the elephant in the porcelain shop, the China shop.
And the Greenland political officials said they don't object to any of that. That's the thing that's odd about this.
Yeah, anyway,
it's the bull. Sorry, Andre, I had to correct you on that.
Oh, yeah,
it's the bull in the truck.
Yeah.
I've read some polling recently that in America, I forget, I might have been Gallup or something like that. I forget, but the idea that we should take control of Greenland, whether militarily or otherwise, is a deeply, deeply unpopular idea especially Democrats, but also with Republicans. It's well below 50% support. Hope that's a clue for you.
If you stuck at the same career level for years, I need you to listen carefully. Become a certified.
Yeah, it's definitely not popular. And that's what I said. I'm all in favor of free association.
Hello.
From the west side saying, "Oh yeah, bring it in," but it's going to bring taxes. It's going to bring our taxes higher for our area, and there would be no parking.
Yeah, I looked into it. The USA's and Free Association with Micronesia, the Marshall Islands, and Palau.
Yeah, that's the thing.
That could maybe work good. Yeah, that's a good alternative to us controlling Greenland. I do think you guys have like way too many sovereignties in Europe. There just are like too many countries there. I mean, Switzerland can stay. That can't really change. But basically, like we look at what do we got? We got Belgium, that other country right there, Netherlands.
Austria?
No, that's not there. Belgium, the other country there. Netherlands, Denmark.
It's Luxembourg.
Okay, Luxembourg. Yeah, they get to choose France or Germany. Okay, there's going to be one or the other, and then Portugal and Spain should be part of France. Austria should be part of Germany. Okay, and then I don't know, Norway, Denmark, Iceland. Okay, they're all going to be Sweden. That's what we'll call them from now on. This mess needs to be cleaned up. I mean,
well, we're headed in that direction, but slowly.
Well, it's an interesting argument, right? Like, what are the consequences if it doesn't get cleaned up? And I think one way to think about those consequences is that's the work China has done, because China used to be a series of small provinces, and it isn't that anymore.
The US used to be 13 separate colonies. Yeah,
for example, but not for very long, right? China has been a series of small empires for a long time, and it was unified, and now it's a big country. Now, that big unification means that the table stakes have changed on the planet, and because if you're not as big as the biggest country on the planet, then you have a power imbalance. So what is Luxembourg going to do if China decides that it wants to push Luxembourg around? Well, precious little, right? There was a time.
No, it's because the EU. That's what the EU is there for.
Already prevents that. Why do you think Trump walked back the same day?
Okay, I get that you're saying. Look, I want to follow this up. I get that you're saying that's what the EU is for, right? Now, in theory, that's what the EU is for. In theory, that's what NATO is for.
In theory and effectively.
It hasn't really been tested, to be honest. We've only had...
Andre just gave you an example.
Maybe he did. Maybe I didn't. China invaded... China invaded...
The U.S. had to back down because of the EU response.
Nobody laments as much as I do that the EU is not really the United States of Europe.
Oh, I don't think that's the case.
It will probably not happen like
let me get to I want to get to the final point here, which is that if the table stakes have been raised, Luxembourg may not have enough to play. Now, you say, well, the EU solves this, but here's the problem. Hungary has a veto on every decision the EU makes, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Turkey
not
has
every decision, but a lot of decisions.
On almost every decision.
No, a lot of decisions is the proper way to say it.
Well, enough.
Yeah, I would say enough. And this is an identified problem in the EU, and the EU is working on resolving that.
Yeah, including
at the pace. Right, but here's.
Look, Benjamin, I agree with you. They do it at a slow pace. But you know the other thing the EU always does is they're able to respond to a crisis And if it was a crisis that involved the sovereignty of Luxembourg, they would overcome the hungry beetle very quickly.
Of course, they're able to respond. They're able to respond at the speed of Canadian maple syrup is what they're able to do.
You didn't listen to what I said. I agree with you. They respond very, very slowly. But what they do is when there's an actual existential crisis, suddenly they speed up and they find the solution. And so Luxembourg's sovereignty, well, they've done they've resolved every single crisis.
Why do they have a war? Why are they still at war with a pissant country like Russia is on their border 4 years later, and they're still
counting on the United States to fulfill its commitments?
No. It's not because of the U.S. being unable to fulfill its commitments. The U.S. has to be able to save Taiwan as well, right? It's because the EU cannot make 155 millimeter artillery. It's because the French do not even know how to make a tank anymore. Okay, they cannot even build Leclercs.
Yeah, but the Germans do. That's not.
Yes, but the French cannot build Leopards. Okay, you can't just have only one country in Europe that can make tanks.
Okay. No, if your point is that the EU is not sufficiently equipped on a defensive front, that's true. But it's also a large part of that has been that there was always been this assumption that the U.S. and Europe work in concert on these issues, Europe was surprised that the U.S. flipped on the Ukrainian issue.
But there were targets that were set that were not met. The EU has a bunch of defense programs. Let me finish what I'm saying here for a second.
No, because you're being just. I want to point out that Euro is taking advantage of our generosity.
You mean, Benjamin?
Pointing out and pretending that everybody here doesn't know that Europe has failed to live up to its armament commitment. And I don't know why we're being that nice to Europe.
But I'm explaining.
I've always explicitly acknowledged that. So
but I'm explaining
somebody nice to Europe. I don't know why you're against it.
I'm explaining why. Okay, it is not because just of will or whatever. It's because of lack of coordination. All right, and that is why this sovereignty situation.
No, it's not lack of coordination.
It is. Yes, it is lack of coordination.
Complaining about what Europe is doing.
The Germans and the French have been trying to decide what made
guns. No, it's because there's no young people in Europe. The old people vote. They're all on Social Security.
Of course, there are young people in Europe. Come on, man.
I'm just talking about defense policy. All right. I'm just talking about defense
Europe
policy.
Europe is full of people who are only going to vote for social benefits for the old because they're all a bunch of old people.
But lots of countries have this. Lots of countries.
This is the craziest thing I've ever heard.
Lots of countries have this problem, but like the French and the Germans have been trying to decide what gun to put on the main battle tank they will both build for like 10 or 15 years.
That's a long time.
And they just keep doing these kind of discoordinated things.
Three or four wars. That's called two or three world wars of time. You have to put this in terms of wars. Like decisions like this in like a quarter of a war.
In like a year, a year.
That's why Jason's right that the lack of coordination is a serious problem.
It's a serious problem, okay?
Okay, but in that 10-year period, did they ever decide that it would be appropriate and acceptable to produce tanks that could be mounted with both the German favored gun and the French favored gun?
No, the French just decided not to. They shut down their tank building.
Right, that's a desire to not function as a military.
Right, and the Germans can make tanks, but they have to issue recalls on them a lot of the time, apparently.
Yeah.
So it's kind of crazy, yeah.
Listen, they can engage in a faulty or weak military building as an attempt at diplomacy and world peace. They could genuinely disbelieve in weapons of war such that they civilly disobey constructing workable ones. It's plausible.
It's the same reason the U.S. reduced its commitments all over the world, and it's because there was this mistaken notion that we had this huge peace dividend and that the world had changed, and then suddenly people are waking up and saying, "Oh, guess what? We still need."
But it was never a peace dividend.
Maybe we don't have to fight. Maybe the Europeans
are right. It was never a dividend. It was always an America dividend.
Whatever you want to call it. People called it a peace dividend.
Yeah. Ben wants to collect.
They believed the world had changed and that we need less defenses, and people started reducing their defenses.
Look at the American dividend for France, right? When France,
what did they get for it?
When France was attacked by Germany, France endured what was it, 14 hours of war, and then it said.
How many years ago are you going back, Benjamin?
It's going back to World War II.
Yeah, exactly. That was my point. Exactly.
And then America had to do to Germany. America had to do to Germany what France should have done.
I think
they helped France overthrow the Vichy government, which was occupying them from Germany.
Please let Elliot say something.
He's been trying for a long time. Go ahead. I reject this entire premise that countries like France are somehow incapable of producing a functioning military, whether it's tank specifications or whatever. France can absolutely do that if they want to. They're fully capable of doing such a thing. We've done, the United States, before, rather famously, but before we entered the World War II, the Second World War. We didn't have our military was fucking trash. Okay, sorry for the language. It was bad. Okay, our troops, our military equipment, everything was outclassed by the Nazis and the Japanese, and that quickly changed by the end of the war. Okay, because we had a desire to stay out of the war, and what's unique. And that seems like what some countries in the EU are now. They have that kind of mentality.
No,
but
that is true.
No, wait. There's more. So now I'm gonna bring up ICE here now as an example. So ICE is supposed to be an agency of the government that enforces and upholds the law. Okay, but the reverse of that is true. What they're actually doing is they're doing illegal things. They're doing bad things. We're supposed to trust them and what they're doing. And that's kind of a microcosm for Donald Trump in the United States right now with respect to the rest of the world. The United States is supposed to be, in theory, at least historically, kind of the good guys on the good side of things. Protecting freedom and democracy and sovereignty and autonomy and shit like that. And that is changing right now. That's changing right now. So, France can easily come up with this shit.
I disagree. I think that is not changing.
If I could speak to there are facts here that I know and other people's don't, I guess. When I said that they can't produce Leclercs, they literally shut down the whole facility for doing it. So unless they rebuild it, they can't make another Leclerc.
I think they should build drones because what we see from the Ukraine war.
Okay, but let me just explain to Elliot what I was saying. Okay, I'm not saying they're incapable. Benjamin, you have a lot of background, slapping and all kinds of stuff. Okay, so they shut down their capability to do it. That's what I mean by they can't make Leclercs. I don't mean they can't figure it out. I mean they put themselves in a situation where they are years away from being able to build another one of their main battle tanks.
Right. But Elliot is saying that the metric we need to look for is not whether a particular project in military innovation is stunted, but rather whether or not a country has the wherewithal to mobilize into a defensive posture quickly and effectively. And that's a broader metric. And he's also then drifting to America and saying that America used to be a trusted resource that some good guys could call in to assist them with a military victory. And he feels like now it's not that because of the officers of ICE that are patrolling for illegal immigrants within the borders of America. He feels like maybe America is not producing the good guys in charge of the big war machine anymore.
Okay, but this is what I was speaking to earlier was the Ukraine situation. And why has it gone so badly? It is because Europe lacks a lot of the manufacturing capability that it needs to sustain that war. And that's an immediate thing. That's not a thing 5 years from now. Okay? and the inability of France to manufacture armored main battle tanks, or of various other European countries to make military equipment, 155 millimeter artillery, or the inability of Europe to make drones. Okay, all of these things are industrial problems that are a big problem for Europe right now in the battle with Russia, really. And that is not about the future, that is about today. Okay, so I'm not saying the French lack imagination. They're actually one of the best partners the U.S. has, one of the best NATO countries. Okay, they have one of the largest deployable forces. They have done a full spectrum of military operations for decades. They are much more well militarily prepared than Germany, for example. But they have succumbed to this same industrial malaise. Okay, they have energy independence. They have kept their nuclear power plants. All right, their environmental movement didn't do to them what it did to the Germans. But nevertheless, okay, they're in the same situation as far as defense manufacturing.
Well, unfortunately, we did suffer a little bit on the nuclear front, not as badly as Germany, which actually just closed down their plants, which was totally ridiculous, and carbon emissions shot up and prices shot up to ridiculous levels. But there was a movement to reduce the degree to which nuclear supplies. The same reason, the renewal. They're
afraid of it?
No, not because they're afraid of it. It's actually popular in France. No, it was because to promote renewables. But
that's inane. Renewables aren't as good for the environment as nuclear.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They wanted to promote renewables, but it's not because, like in some countries, like in Germany, that they have a fear of nuclear. But what ended up happening is they ended up backtracking on that. So we've had a slight reduction, and it's going to continue because now it's going to take time to.
So you guys are like trying to use more renewables to improve the science of it.
Yes, yeah, we're definitely pushing towards more renewables, and nuclear is a very significant, overwhelming majority.
And have you developed amazing insights with renewables?
We have like almost full utilization of hydropower, so we can't get more there. And
is it hydropower itself problematic? Like, wouldn't we prefer renewables?
Well, I think they're considering hydropower as as one of the green sources.
That doesn't interfere ecology.
Okay, it's already maxed out, so they're not going to do anything new there.
They're just doing it.
They've already done it. It's already been maxed out for like a long time. And like Jason's point about the main battleground tank production line coming down. This didn't just happen recently. This is like 20 years ago. I think it was 2007.
Yeah, he said it's taken them 20 years to do nothing.
Yeah, he's right. It was 20 years ago they shut it down. So where was I going with all this? I got sidetracked.
So basically, focuses on the renewables and avoids the nuclear.
No, that's not.
That was a minor point. But basically, France has a strong military, as does the UK. But coordination is really a key issue, and the assumption in Europe up until recently is that the US and Europe, as part of NATO, were on the same track. And it didn't really occur to people that we would have divergence on major defense issues. And so that's one of the reasons why, they don't have sufficient defenses to be independent of U.S. policy. So now Europeans are starting to say, hey, we need to get better at building up our own defenses.
Yes.
In cases where the U.S. doesn't join us.
Yes, and they should.
Yes, and that's recognized.
I think it goes even further than that. Like the EU has been making a lot of moves away from the United States, like away from Donald Trump, like on trade, on energy policy, like where they get the energy from, stuff like this. It's not. I don't think it's out of concern primarily for like what Putin might do to them, but defend themselves from, like, say, Putin. I think it's more concerned about what Trump and the United States might do. Trump has been talking a big game about invading other countries militarily, and people are taking that very seriously, as they should.
Yeah, what I was trying to say was the EU is understanding the need to have more autonomy and independence, including from the US, to have their own capabilities.
Yeah, right, and they're realizing that that is a truth. Europe is not so short-sighted as to note that Donald Trump is in the middle of his second and last term as president, and that he will be replaced with some polished replacement politician. But what they know is that that seat can be occupied by Trump, right? Or someone like Trump. And they know that that will always be true under like the terms of America that separated from them long ago. So their considerations are whether or not they will rely upon that war machine with that open seat, or if they defend themselves and be ready to do so, have coordination with their other allies. Like you're telling me that France is having difficulty coordinating with its sworn ally, England, right there with the military, but like they can't talk to each other. Okay, that's a failure of your military. You as a citizen should not trust that government.
Yeah, they're all working this, and Canada is one of the ones that's been very vocal about it and been very explicit about it. So their prime minister has said,
"That's right. Canada has French people and a military. Where's that coordination?"
Exactly. No, but Canada has said explicitly, like the old long-term relationship with the United States is finished, and it's in their interest to also look further abroad and diversify, and they've started doing this. And
I think Canada will start to be the replacement army.
Replacement army of the U.S.?
No, of the EU.
Canada does not have a large enough population to do that.
No, but they have a trained, well enough army.
I think
just whatever the EU needs.
Canada and the EU will coordinate a lot more, sure.
Yeah. But Canada has a style military, and they're deeply integrated with U.S. air defense. And
that's right, they're American.
So really, like, Europe needs to rely on themselves for energy and many other things. And they're doing
American states.
They're moving in the right direction, and that's really positive. And that's all due to Trump, who you should be praising, Andre, and thanking. You should be saying, who can I donate to in America so that Trump gets elected again because of how many good things he has done for Europe. It's not about what he says, Andre. It's about the outcomes. The outcomes are what matter in policy.
Yeah, but he's doing pretty well as president, right? If you measure his...
Mixed, could you please let the foreign guy respond to my...
Already Caesar said, I love treason, but I hate the traitor. That's my response to you.
Okay, but Jason, there's a huge problem with
that sounds bloodthirsty.
I already explained this, but I'll try to say it in like a different way. I suppose in some way you could say that it's good that the EU seems to be becoming a bit more independent. I don't have any problem with people being more independent. That sounds fine to me. But the reasons why they're doing it are also important. I think primary reasons why they're doing that is out of concern for what Donald Trump and the United States may do to them. As I'm talking like militarily, okay, and economically. These are the reasons why they're doing it are not, I think, the reasons that you think they're doing it for.
I mean, it would be nice if we could choose, but as long as they're doing it, it's better than if they're not. And we've needed them to change for a long, long time.
Their motivations matter less than their actions.
So you're ad-libbing in this weird way, Mixed. It's just very weird. But the fact that that the conceit of the contention with Trump is extremely valuable to the European leaders because it gives them a way to have an enemy without a real enemy. Because ultimately it's the U.S. who is their buddy. And that makes it easier for them to sell things to their people that their people are not well prepared for. Okay. Their people are not used to this idea that the citizen has to defend the nation, and the nation has to buy weapons. Okay. And like very recently, Germany introduced voluntary conscription. What is voluntary conscription? It means that military recruiters can go to high schools and talk to students. It's not conscription at all, okay, but they call it voluntary conscription. Well, the Germans protested this, okay? The fact that,
a couple of kids doing something or saying something that is, just even to
all I know from what I've heard from other people who are friends with the people in like the board, right, are that they are heavy two-staters, like heavy two-staters. That's all.
Tiny bit fatty. You don't want it too fatty.
Yeah. Well, I thought the steak and the bread is butter itself. All the veggies were cooked separate, and then I put it on a griddle, and I just rewarmed up the veggies already cooked with the steak and the cheese provolone, and then like I cleaned with the bun all the fats that were coming off from it, like the griddle itself.
Cool. Sounds delicious.
Very fatty.
How was it? How was the taste?
I'm still chewing it. Like I can't even swallow anymore. Like I'm so full.
How was it though? What did it taste like?
Honestly, I'll tell you the truth.
Yeah, like the truth.
My nose is stuffed and I can't taste nothing right now. I'm sick.
Well, then stop eating.
I'm eating just to eat, to get some vitamins in my body. I do need nothing all day.
Listen, no. Now, is that what she said?
Yeah, she misspoke.
Driving, and I'm talking to somebody in the car.
Yeah, but listen before you talk. It's important.
You need to listen before you come up. Obviously, we're all having a dialogue, and you came up and just started inserting. Like, why are you so important?
Okay, so I'm not saying I'm important. I'm saying you're strong.
Right? No, but we're all talking, and you just came in and just started talking over.
I'm talking too. We're all talking.
No.
Well,
right.
saying that God
he's
was a Jew does not necessarily say he was only a Jew.
I don't care what Isaac was saying. We're all trying to talk, me, you, and Amir here. I can't have it. That's too much. Okay. My brain can't handle like 4 people talking.
Would you freak out if I told you I'm doing 10 other things while we're talking?
No, right, but I'm trying to understand and have dialogue with 4 people talking all at one time. I can't hear.
I got you.
That's fair, right? Yes, I'm doing 5 million other things while I'm talking to you, but I don't have having 5 people talk all at once. It's
okay. Whatever you can manage is fine by me.
Can you understand a conversation with 5 people talking all at once?
Absolutely. I do it every day, all day long.
I know.
And I was a New York City public school teacher, and that's what you do for that as well. Plus, I was managing 2 other businesses while I did that, and getting 2 master's degrees. I like to multitask.
It's done very well on Clubhouse, having multiple people talk all at one time. It's really, really, it leads to really great dialogue and understanding.
I'm reading like a couple of newspapers here. I'm texting my girlfriend.
Listen,
I'm like making plans with my kid.
On this side of the phone. I have a child too.
What?
So I've been doing a lot on this side. But you know, the difference between 5 people talking all at one time, all trying to be louder than another person. You tell me how
doesn't bother me.
Good. Well, obviously, because you partake in it every day.
That's correct.
Me, I don't just.
Okay.
Most people.
So let's move on from the meta to what you're.
Do you remember in kindergarten when you said, "Do not talk with other people" or "Do not interrupt"?
No, nobody ever said that to me.
Your teacher,
We all talk at the same time in my culture. So what do you want to talk about? I'm serious. They could go to the dinner table. Everybody's talking at the same time. You got to figure it out.
What? I mean,
it sharpens the brain. I'll tell you that.
It does.
Yep.
No, it does not.
Of course it does.
Now look at you.
Exactly right.
Hear about them.
Exactly right. Look at me. Look at what I've achieved.
When you're with an echo chamber, yes, everyone can
No, I'm never in an echo chamber. I find echo chambers boring.
Your family at a dinner table.
That's not an echo chamber. Everybody disagrees with everybody else.
Okay.
Okay, so let's move on. What do you want to talk about? Enough with the meta.
Okay. Well,
No?
it's too quiet.
So Adam, you believe that Jesus is God, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm telling you that the Old Testament says that God is not a man, right? And do not worship anything that's on the earth, in the seas, or in the heavens.
Oh my
and make
gosh, the Trinity.
And worship it, right? So hold on, let me finish, man. What's up with this?
I know, but
Stop whining and complaining. It's humiliating as a man. Men don't complain like this.
I'm talking about what the Bible says, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we heard that part.
Later on, a group comes and say God is a man. Do you see the issue here? Is that a big issue?
Yeah, it's a contradiction.
Exactly.
Well, no. I think a contradiction. So, are you asking me? It would seem like a contradiction for those that, and I understand things the way that I understand them in my faith, what I believe in, and I respect that everyone can think differently and have different faiths. I can respect that you have the free will to do that. But if you're asking me to explain it because you're trying to understand, or you're trying to strawman me, I'm not trying to have an argument or convert anyone, right? If you want to hear why I truly believe the way that I can go through all of that, but are you ready? You got pen and paper?
I'll listen to you. Go ahead.
Okay. So, do you believe that God uses all things for people to come to the light and come to Him, whether it be through a person? Like, God uses us in different ways, right? To spread the word of God or to learn a lesson from God, right? Like that gut, that conscience that you feel when you know that you're doing something wrong and your gut saying that's probably not the right thing. To me, that's like God telling me, you probably shouldn't do that, right? Can you understand that, Amir?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. So, like, to me, God lives within me. My conscience, like, I know right from wrong. I know that killing people is wrong, right? That is, and when your gut is like, you feel anxious, that's God telling you don't do that, correct? So when I say that God uses us all, why would it be so outlandish to think that God wouldn't be capable of sending someone in human flesh to spread the word of God? Why would that be? How else would we know God?
Right. So now I understand. I believe in Christ first though, right? So, and I believe that He is
Christ means He's the Messiah. That's not what Muslims believe.
That's
I can speak for myself.
You can, but you got to be accurate.
Why you gotta do this every time, bro? Like, I really don't want the headache, bro. I really don't want the headache. That's what
You know what? When men complain like that, it's humiliating to all men. You got to stop it.
I want to finish saying what I'm saying.
Stop with the complaining.
Bro. I can.
I don't argue with them on the street where I come from.
Amir, just talk to me.
I don't know where you come from. Where do you come from, man?
We chill here. We don't argue.
Amir, talk to me.
If you want to, if that's what you want to be the last thought that you ever have, if that's the last thought you ever want to have in your life, proceed.
Okay, so go ahead.
All right, so come on, man, please. All right, so we believe in this Messiah. We believe in the Christ. We believe He's a word from God, as Allah says in Quran, right? Which He is not God. Never did He ever say that He was God. He said God sent Him.
I am who I am.
Right? So,
I am who I am.
I am who I am. Yes, He is who He is, but He's not God.
Okay. When does He say that? When does He say He's not God? When does He say He's not God?
Okay, I'll tell you right now. He says in John 5:30, He says, "I can do nothing of myself. I judge as I hear." So that means He judges based off what He hears from God. And John 7, what's that? Where He says that there's only one God, and that God sent Him.
Who is the first person to hear from God? Or know that?
Adam.
Well, it's Adam.
Who was it? Okay, then who?
Yeah, Adam.
Okay, and then who?
Well, I don't know. Want to go skip fast forward to Abraham?
Yes. Okay.
How about Noah?
Okay. So here's the thing: is that in the flesh, that's how we would see God, right?
No, I'm saying that if you're saying that God was Jesus in the flesh, if you're saying he's all God walking earth, this is accurate according to the scripture itself. I ain't got to go for that.
Okay, but I also that is your interpretation of it. I internalize it different. You also believe that that Genesis is talking about Muhammad. So like we are reading it and internalizing it differently.
So you're telling me, sister?
I'm telling you that Muhammad is not mentioned in the Old Testament, sir. And you internalize it as Muhammad is mentioned. So,
well, he's described. I say he's described.
And no, you said he was mentioned first. Norm, and can you back me up?
What's that? Let me ask you this. If the scripture is saying, right, that this man is going to come from Arabia Peninsula, right? He's an Arab, so obviously he's an Arab, right? And it's saying that he would fight his enemies, right? And he would defeat his enemies, right? And he would come with a law, like the law, like Moses came with. He came with the Torah. So this prophet will come with a law, meaning he will have the word of God, and he will speak everything that God commands him, right?
Yeah.
And this is the life of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. That's in the I'm saying to you. Hold on, man. You can go. So we can hear each other. I'm telling you.
I know, but remember when we said, like, when I want to understand you, like, so I'm not, if I'm speaking, like, over you, I'm not trying to, but, like, you can't pancake with me because I'm trying to understand your perspective, and I think so is simplistic. We're not trying to interrupt you.
Okay.
So let's, like, talk slower.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that reading the Bible, I read the Bible before Quran, right? The star, and I made them stars.
Right,
like,
and when you first read it, you did not contribute anything to Muhammad, right? When you first read it.
No, it was this character that's in the Bible, right? That this is what led me to Islam. Mm-hmm. And it's talking about someone who will come and he will be like Moses. And it's not just in Deuteronomy 18:18. Then I go to Deuteronomy 33:2, and Moses is talking to the children of Israel. He's about to die at this point, and he's saying that God appeared. God appeared in Mount Sinai, and he appeared in Seir, and he appeared in Mount Haran, right? And he would come with 10,000 holy ones and a fiery law for them. So this thing is like, wow. He's talking about a man is coming. Now, I don't know who these holy ones he's coming with, right, at this point in me reading the Bible, but he will have a law for them because Moses already had the law. He had the Torah. Mm-hmm. So he's talking about someone who's coming, and Paran, I remember reading in Genesis that Ishmael's mother.
Wait, hold. Do you consider Moses to be a prophet?
Yes.
Okay, keep going.
Of course he's a prophet.
No, I'm trying to ask his perspective. I'm trying to understand him, where he's coming from. Keep going.
Right. So now I'm reading Genesis all the way through. And I'm in the pen at this point. I'm in the penitentiary at this point. So I have nothing else to do but do this. So I'm reading it and I'm saying,
did I call it or did I call it, by the way?
You got it, Norm. He obviously is acknowledging that, and he paid his time for his crime. So that's where it's at.
Pointing out, I know what I know.
Point out something, right? So people paid their time for their crime, and he's done that. So why do we keep bringing it up?
Right. So now look.
Why? He brought it up, not me.
No, you brought it up first, but go ahead.
I didn't keep bringing it up. He brought up penitentiary.
You brought it up. Wait, you brought it up 3 hours ago, Amir.
Right, and he brought it up just now. So when you say keep bringing it up, he's the one who kept bringing it up, not me.
It's okay, El. It's okay.
I know it's okay. I'm not ashamed of it.
He wants you to feel.
I have a question for Amir.
Why should we be ashamed?
Amir.
That's what it is.
Not you, Norm.
Hold on, L. I mean, I just want to build on what you're saying, right? Let us say, right, the Bible spoke of this man from Arabia who's going to teach us the word of God. Now, the understanding, Jesus Christ spoke about him. So the understanding is this, right? This man is supposed to teach the same God that Moses taught, that Jesus taught, right?
Right.
So if according to the Bible, right, according to their Bible, the Torah and stuff, right, if they say that this God, right, is the same God who appeared to Moses and showed him his back. If if he preaches a different message from this, what Moses taught, right, in his Torah,
yes,
should we accept him?
The answer is no.
No.
But that's what Muhammad did.
Right. You gotta understand this, right? We are talking about what was revealed to Moses, right? Now understand this. When I'm reading,
and you believe that Moses was a prophet.
Right. I'm considering
it was a prophet
God,
to you.
right?
So you consider Moses and Muhammad to be equivalent?
Right. They're the prophets of God.
Word.
Both of them. Jesus is a prophet from God.
I'm lost.
Did
Abraham is a
Moses
prophet
see
from
the
God.
back of God?
Oh my God.
All of them.
Yes, he did.
Moses led the people to God.
Hold on. Amir, did Moses see
on
the
Mount
back
Sinai.
of God?
Yeah.
Yeah, he
Okay,
did.
now
Amir, I'm asking Amir, guys.
I'm going to answer you, brothers, when I get a chance to answer you. I want to answer you right now. I want to answer you. Now, the Quran says that the Jews changed their scripture. They corrupted.
Why are we bringing?
Oh, and the reason why I'm telling you this is because things that's in the book is things that God would not have done. They're things that are fabricated, right? For example, when you say that God showed his back, right?
Okay. No, let's get to no. The simple question that Simplistic was asking you, the direct question, please don't dance around it, is Muhammad. To say that Muhammad is equivalent to Moses and had this revelation from God, explain how that happened 600 years later, 500 years later. Tell me how that happened.
I mean, how would happen? How you got the?
How is Muhammad a prophet?
Right, because he received revelation from God.
You worded the question better, Simplistic. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think the more specific question is this: what we're talking about is the prophesied individual, right? Of which you're saying in your case it's Muhammad. Fine, I give it to you, right? Let us say it's Muhammad. But my question is now this, right? Then, if he is that prophet, they're supposed to at least, in some sense, teach the same message. So I'm just asking. Moses told us that he saw the back of God. Muhammad needs to agree with Moses. If he doesn't agree with Moses, then he's not that prophet you're talking about.
Right, so there's a contradiction there.
So now, right? So now, look, now we got to use our minds that God has given us, right?
God warned us about prophets like Muhammad.
This no, it's not about that. It's about
yes,
truth.
it is. It
That's
is
why
about
that conversation. It's just about the truth. Now look,
you're lost in the grift.
Now if Muhammad,
lost in the grift.
Oh my goodness!
No, really.
What did he say that made you think that, Ann? I stopped listening at some point.
What?
What did he say that made you think he's lost in the sauce?
I mean, the fact that he believes that Muhammad was a prophet. That he believes that Muhammad was a prophet. And that, right? No, right. But it contradicts. What God had warned us about in the Old Testament.
What, about false prophets?
Yes.
I know. What are you going to
do?
A lot of people fall into that trap, man. What are you going to do?
And the grift.
Have a conversation.
Like, give them grace and try to lead them to God. Because that's what I'm supposed to do.
Well, just because you follow a false prophet doesn't mean you're not following God. It's just you're in the bad path.
Okay, but what I'm asked to do from God is to spread the word of God and bring people to the Lord.
Yeah, you're doing that.
Right.
Well,
that's all I'm doing.
So I just want to answer your question then.
So wait, hold on. Hold on. Just give me 2 seconds. I don't even talk for a little bit. I know what you got. People, the Jews, right? They corrupt.
Matrix. Can you start over, Simplistic? You're in the Matrix for just a minute. Can you start over?
Okay, I was saying that I know what Amir is gonna say. The gist of it. Let us say, right? Amir is right. The books have been corrupted, right? Amir, then we have a problem because then the question is, how do we know that what Muhammad is telling us is exactly what Moses taught? Because your premise begins in the Hebrew Bible to say that when God said, number one, even like me.
Wait, Simplistic, go back 10 seconds. You dropped out again. Go back 10 seconds.
Oh, I'm just saying that Amir, right, is going to say that the Bible has been corrupted. But then the problem is, how do we know that whatever Muhammad is telling us is what was taught before?
Right.
begins in the Bible. That's where he starts. He starts by telling us facts. Moses said this.
Yes.
So can I answer that?
I don't know if you heard me, guys, but yeah.
I heard you. Yes. Yes.
All right. So now, this is the thing. These are all the questions I ask myself, right? Mm-hmm. So now, is the Quran from God? That would be the question, right? Is it from God? And what criteria would I use to determine if it's from God or not? So now I gotta have a criteria. But this criteria can't be subjective. It can't just be based off what Amir say. It has to be based off of what all of us say if we all believe in God, right? So 3 criteria. We all believe that God can do that which man cannot do, right? We all can agree to that. If you're a Jew, if you're Christian, we all agree about God. That's our criteria.
Perfect.
Right? And God knows that which man does not know. Right? We all can agree to this, right?
Right?
Oh no.
You.
Because we're trying to see if this book, is this Quran from God. And God is perfect and man is imperfect. These are 3 criteria.
But hold on. I mean, there's a problem with that criteria of yours.
What's the problem?
The problem is this. The way in which we're all agreeing is by looking into our relative revelations and seeing what agrees. For an example, if our revelation said God is all-knowing and your revelation says God is all-knowing, right? That's how we come to that criteria you're coming about. That's how we agree.
No, I believe that God was all-knowing before I read the Quran.
Yeah, but
before I read any kind of scripture.
Hold on, Amir, slow down, bro. But you gotta understand, right? The only way in which we can know about God, who He is, what He is by revelation.
Yeah. Revelation.
So what I'm trying to explain to you, Shen, what I'm trying to explain to you is that before any religion, right, I came to the conclusion that there's someone taking care of us. You understand what I'm saying? By looking at life itself, right? We come into existence, we rely on our mother, we're weak, we don't know nothing, and then we grow, we're given this strength, we're given wealth or riches or we're poor, and then we die, we go into an old stage. We go back into being feeble, like we were babies, right? Like we now need someone to wipe us. We need someone to take us across the street, right? We're weak again, right? So it's a purpose for our existence on earth, right? There is a purpose for us being here. Why am I here? It was the question, right? So now you're looking for, this is just innate things. If you're using your brain, if you're actually thinking, and you're saying, is there a creator?
But God warned us about false prophets and things that false prophets would do, and gave specifics of what a false prophet would do. And then 500 years later, here comes Muhammad. His characteristics. He is exactly who God was talking about. That of being a false prophet. He checks a lot of the boxes, and for you to ignore that, and to me, to ignore that and turn the other cheek is you making that choice willfully, to willfully ignore. So then the Old Testament means pretty much nothing to you, the first book that you read, right?
Well, there's things in the Old Testament that I agree with 100%, right? But you don't agree.
Then Muhammad came along and changed your mind.
No, Muhammad agreed with those verses in the Old Testament. For example, Ezekiel 18:20. Right?
Yeah, he agreed with some things he had to because he was grifting just to create his own thing, his own religion.
Let me speak. I'm speaking of the Old Testament. I agree when I read the Old Testament.
You're not addressing my point. I'm going to say it one more time directly. Moses is who God warned us about. The characteristics, this is who God warned us about. Do you understand? He was very detailed in what he explained what a false prophet would do. Muhammad has done those things.
Okay, let's run it down. What did Muhammad do that? Let's see if it matches.
Oh my God, Mixed went over this with you, like in great depth. In great depth.
You cannot do it, sister. I've already tried.
Lots of ads that can't be.
Muhammad passes with flying colors. The only one that looks like a false prophet, it would be Jesus, because the Old Testament said he who dies who's hung on the cross is a curse from God. So when you say that they crucified Christ, you're saying he is a curse from God.
And you guys don't believe
all
that
the
Jesus
curses.
was crucified.
He took all of those curses on himself.
Exactly.
Remove the curses from the people that he
Exactly.
died for.
Thank you.
That's what it says.
Amir, and I
It
know
says
that
he took-
Muslims don't believe that Jesus was
Let's be
crucified.
honest. Amir, let's be honest. Muhammad only passes with flying colors if you get rid of the Tanakh and the Bible. That's when he passes with flying colors.
Exactly.
Right? Any verse, I'll challenge right now. Any verse
Did you hear what he just said?
A false prophet will not match Muhammad, but it's going to match who you call Jesus. Want to bet?
Yeah.
It's simplistic because it was so awesome and you totally missed it.
Muhammad never cured anyone.
That's not what in our mouths. And
Okay.
it's the truth.
Well, can I tell you something? Then if Muhammad was this prophet, okay, and such a great prophet, so like I believe Jesus is God, right? And I will say that Christians overall, if I'm going to say as a collective, now individual Christians, we have our own relationship with God. As a collective, I would say that we've done a pretty good job since Jesus' time of spreading the word of God. When I think of Muslims, which the Prophet Muhammad created the Muslim religion, and what the Muslims have done with spreading the word of God, that looks different than what I believe spreading the word of God is. Very, very, very different. And when I see them side by side, I'm like, ooh, that, my gut, the discernment, my wisdom from God tells me that is not right. That is bad. What I see and what I know with my eyes, with my ears, everything says that is not right. And I know this from God.
So how do Muslims call people to?
Tell me this, and because I cannot wrap my head around this one thing that just gets me. How could anybody believe that God would tell you that to get to heaven, paradise, that it's okay to strap a bomb onto your own child to go kill your enemy? Tell me, what kind of God would tell you to do something like that?
Not in Islam. It's not Islam.
Oh, really? Really?
Yes.
So the war that is going on in the Middle East, you're trying to tell me that there was not anybody that tied a bomb onto their own child to walk them over to kill Jews. You're going to try and tell me that?
Sister, I'm telling you.
That was a corruption. That's a corruption.
That's not Islam. I don't care who did it. It's against the religion.
No. It's
against the religion to kill a child. It's against the religion to kill a woman, to kill a citizen. You only
Amir. Right. So what I'm saying when I asked you earlier, do you believe that Muslims as a collective have done a good job in spreading the word of God? And you said, well, yes and no. And then you went and you didn't answer the question directly. When I'm seeing what Muslims have shown me in my lifetime, just what I've seen, it is bloodshed. It is murder.
But
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. But the thing is that is a corruption of their beliefs.
And
they've suffered the same thing that Christians have in the fact that people empowered do try to use the faith for their own means instead of to serve God.
I know. I just can't. Like, I'm like, can you imagine? I just can't wrap my head around how someone would believe that their God tells them to do that to their kid. It's
heartbreaking. It is heartbreaking. I don't think Amir believes that.
Anyway,
because he knows that the Quran says that to kill one person is to kill 1,000.
This is
the
Quran also says that those who die fighting of Allah.
Like crazy. This is not Islam, which is speaking about sister.
Islam and Muslim is different.
No, right. Yes, the religion is from Allah. It's from the Creator. The Muslim is one who says that he submits to that, right? So I become Muslim by saying, Ashhadu la ilaha illallah, right? I bear witnessing that there is no God worthy of worship except the one true God.
And I'm going to be honest with you, Amir. You just said a bunch of nothing. I don't know.
But the problem is that any time that we don't look at it critically and think about it. Like, we can't blindly follow leaders. We have to like directly understand what the scriptures are telling us, and not just blindly follow any leader.
And
because that's how people get
believe that
straight
except for
from the right
Jesus
path.
and God is the only, like, that is the only blind faith that I can say that's then I believe that. My blind faith is that Jesus is God. And that's the only thing that I can say is a blind faith. What I know in my heart and my soul is that. And that's the only thing that I would say.
So even though Jesus said he's not God?
He didn't say that.
Yes, he did. John.
Okay, so again, the way that you're saying it and internalizing it is different than the way that I'm reading it.
We don't read the same.
No.
You want to go there?
We did go over, but you can go over it again.
No,
and give me your interpretation.
I love the Bible talk. I love to talk this Bible.
I know, we went over that part, that scripture that you're talking about, and the way that you internalized it, and the way that I read it is different.
No, we didn't go over the scripture, sister.
Yes, we did. I love that you called me sister.
Look, I'll show you. Look, 17.
A sister from another mister, huh?
Yeah, you're the Christians. A lot of things.
Right. So God, Jesus. I'm a child of God, Jesus.
Yeah, that's what you guys say. You make the claim, but justice is always what.
So when you call me your sister, then that would mean, okay, if I'm really your sister, then Jesus is your God too.
No, I mean that.
Then stop calling me sister.
Then
stop calling me sister. Then I'm not your sister then.
You come from Adam and Eve, right?
I come from God, from Jesus.
You are the descendant of Adam and Eve, right?
Jesus is God.
That's your belief, but you're a descendant from Adam, right?
Oh my gosh, I'm a descendant from God.
So we are a family. It's called human.
Who created Adam and Eve?
God created him.
Okay.
Not Jesus.
Okay, that's really funny too. See, this is why are you laughing? Why are you laughing at me though?
I had a question for Amir. Now, since Amir said that, hold on, Amir, this is interesting. So you said God created Adam, not Jesus. How interesting is this?
Oh.
You say Jesus is just a man, right?
Oh,
At the same time, the Bible then says all things were created through Jesus. How can you make sense of these two?
That don't make sense to me.
Right.
What does that mean?
So if you say God created Adam, that means that. Hold on,
Wait, hold on, listen.
Listen to this. If God created Adam, right? It actually, and if what Jesus said is true, that means God created Adam through Jesus. How does that make sense?
I wouldn't know what that even meant.
Did God create Jesus? Did God create Jesus?
The only thing you can do is give you a.
Did God create Jesus?
What that
Did God
is
create Jesus?
And that's already going to make you going to be
Did God
misguided.
create Jesus?
Did God? Yes.
Okay.
Do you believe God created Jesus?
I believe that God is Jesus and Jesus is God.
No. The scriptures say he was made. Jesus was created.
Now, if what Jesus Christ says is true, that means Jesus has always existed from everlasting with the Father.
No, I'm saying, does the Bible say that God created Jesus?
Why would it come such a passage that says that?
I am.
Y'all, I guess y'all ignoring.
No, but you're the one that said that Jesus said that he's not God, so I'm still waiting on that.
Yes, he said in John 5:30, he says, I can do nothing of myself.
I can do nothing of myself. Say it slower and understand what you're saying.
Okay. He says, sister, I can do
Sister
nothing.
from another mister, I love this.
Listen. No, I mean, I'm just saying that for just to have respect.
No, respectful, that's actually disrespect, because that would be a sister from another mister, and that's weird. But go ahead.
I was just trying to give you some respect. Jesus says, where was that? Yeah, he said, I can do nothing of myself. That was Jesus speaking. He says, I can do nothing of myself. I judge. My judgment is coming from what he hears from God. So if he's saying I can do nothing of myself, why would I turn around and call him God Almighty?
Okay,
he's
wait.
telling me that he judged.
Just a clarifying question. Hold on, fine, he did say that, but you also believe that a man can do whatever he sees the Father do?
What does that mean now?
That's what Jesus said. You're saying,
I really want you to look at that verse, right?
I'm gonna make it simple. You're saying Jesus said, I can do nothing of myself, right? At the same time, Jesus says, whatever I see the Father do, whatever. He didn't say some things, one thing. He said, whatever I see the Father do, I can do likewise. Just as God can give life to people, he can do likewise. That's what Jesus said.
Right. And Jesus is saying, if you understand what he said first, I can do nothing of myself, right?
Right.
He said, that means that what he does what God shows him.
So are you saying that it can, so are you saying that by permission of God, a man can do whatever God can do?
Yeah, and he's not saying that he's powerless. He's not saying that he's powerless.
He's saying
that he's not perfect. That he's claiming that he's like in perfect unity with the Father.
Let's read it. Can we read it? I'd rather read first, right? That way we don't have no
if Jesus could do something separate from the Father, it would mean there are two gods or two compelling wills.
Exactly. So
if he can do nothing of himself, he is saying his nature and the Father's nature are identical. They act as one. John 5:19, for whatever the Father does, the Son does likewise.
Yeah, have you ever seen? So have you ever seen a man who can do whatever the Father can do likewise?
A prophet or a man cannot do everything God does. Only God can do what God does.
Can we read the verses, please?
I just.
It's real easy to do this, right? The verse is going to tell you itself. I ain't got to do it.
John 5:19, for whatever the Father does, the Son does likewise.
Okay. All right, let's read it. It says here, right? John 19 says, then answered Jesus and said unto them, verily, verily, I say unto you, the Son can do nothing of himself, but what he sees the Father do, right? So he's dependent on the Father. The Father is independent. You understand that? So he says, he says, but what he sees the Father do for what things soever he does, these also does the Son likewise.
Yeah.
Right. That means that he is dependent on the Father.
Yeah, but
the Father is in him, and it means in the Father, and the Father is in him.
But
answer the question first.
I'm seeing it first.
Amir, listen. What the thing is, the concept is not one of a specific entity. We believe that God is something. God in one form is separate. Christ in one form is separate, and the Holy Spirit is something. There's distinct entities but all of them have the same spiritual being. It's integrated between them. That's why he says the Father is in me and I am in the Father. He can't do anything apart from the Father because it's part of him. It's like the cells of your body. Okay, it's like
Jesus was a vessel.
Yes.
Okay, so now look, let's read the verse, right? Because Jesus going to tell you.
Hear her point. You should understand this because in Islam they treat water as a symbol of purity in life. Okay. Water is one of the elements that's very important throughout all of our religions. It's one of the things that connects us. And it's also one of the strongest examples of what we believe in Trinity, okay? Water can transform from steam to liquid water to ice, but it's still water. And that's what it is in the Holy Trinity with God. They're still God. It's a different form, but they're still
God.
God.
Ice is not water. Listen, it's not water, it's ice. Different molecule. It's different.
It's typically the same thing. You're not listening to me. You're trying to find fault instead of listening.
He's just galloping.
Look at the Surah 1094. Okay, you should know that quote. It says that to find truth in the word of the Quran and in the Quran, if you have doubts, look to the older books. It says to look to the people who read the older books, to the Jews and to the Christians. It directs. The Quran directs.
So now, if I was to do that, right, then Jesus is telling me to be Muslim. Because in this verse, I'm going to read it. He's saying, for as the Father raised up the dead and quickened them, even so the Son quickened whom he will. For the Father judged no man, but has committed all judgment unto the Son. So the Father gave it to the Son, right? So that all men should honor the Son even as they honor the Father. He that honors not the Son honors not the Father, which has sent him. See? He's the Father sent him. Hold on. Let me finish, and I'm gonna mute up. All I'm saying to you is that I'm reading the scripture, and what the Christians are saying to me, that he's God. God is not sent by no one, because he's the Almighty. He sends, right? Jesus was sent by God. And it makes it very clear in this verse that Jesus is dependent on God. That makes Jesus not God at all.
And dependent on God. Okay, so I'm going to read John 10:27-33. My sheep hear my voice, and I give them life everlasting. I and the Father are one. The Jews then took up stones to stone him. Jesus answered them, many good works I have shewed you from my Father. For which of those works do you stone me? The Jews answered him, for a good work we stone thee not, but for blasphemy, and because that thou, being a man, makes thyself God.
And what did Jesus say? Keep reading. It's going to answer itself. You see, that's what I'm like, you can't. If you
John 20:27-29.
Right. So now
then he said to Thomas, put in thy finger hither and see my hands, and be not faithless but believing. Thomas answered and said to him, my Lord and my God. Jesus said to them, because thou hasn't seen me, Thomas, thou hasn't believed. Blessed are they that have not seen and have believed.
All right, so now, sister.
And Thomas calls Jesus God.
Hey, sister, you know you're talking to somebody that read the Bible, right? That first verse that you started reading, right? You didn't go on to read how Jesus answered the Jews when they said that he was committing blasphemy by calling himself God, right? He answered them. And that's what you didn't read. See, I've read the book already, so you can't get me with it. I read those scriptures you're reading.
Okay.
I read the whole book.
Okay. So explain to me why you were so certain of this. Okay, I want to know why you were so, you speak with conviction. You speak with conviction that you know what you know. And I want to know why you believe, why you have your full faith in the Prophet Muhammad. Explain it to me so I can understand what gives you the conviction that Prophet Muhammad is going to lead you to Allah. Explain that to me. How do you know that is true, that Prophet Muhammad's word is the word of God? How do you know with conviction?
Right, because when I read the Quran, and I told you the criterion that we all agree about God, that he knows that which man does not know, he can do that which man cannot do, and he's perfect and man is imperfect. That's the criterion that Christians
that you're just speaking in platitudes.
I'm saying that the Quran passes this criterion. It's like no one can like it, but
I have a question for you, Amir.
One second here.
Okay.
One second.
Okay. So the Quran, Allah says in Surah Al-Baqarah, he says, if this is not the word of God, then produce a chapter like it or similar to it. But if you can't, which I know you can't, then fear the fire, the hellfire, who fuel is men and stone that's prepared for those who disbelieve. So now Allah's challenged them and all humanity until the end of time that if this word, if this Quran is not from God, the creator of the heavens and the earth, then why don't you make something like it? And we know as human beings that anything a human being can put together, another human being will come behind them and put it together or something better, right? We know this from history. But no one can create a bird.
How did Jesus die? How did Jesus die? Amir, how did Jesus die? How did Jesus die, Amir?
You said what?
How did Jesus die?
He didn't die.
Okay, so he was crucified, right?
No.
Why don't you believe that?
Because the Bible says so. From the
Not just the Bible. Not just the Bible.
And it says so to follow up.
Not just the Bible says it.
Yeah, because Jesus said, ask God of anything that he shall give. What is it like a son asking his father for a piece of bread and his father give him a stone? Or a son asking his father for a fish and his father give him a serpent? And Jesus asked God, he asked God in John.
Hold on, stop. Don't speak too fast. Don't speak too fast.
God heard his cries.
You're speaking too fast. So if you say that Jesus never died, so, hello? Jesus is everlasting life, which is God. So no, Jesus never died. He didn't die.
He will come back, and then he will die.
You said Jesus did not. You said Jesus never died.
The thing is,
no, he didn't kill him.
You said.
Can I ask that question?
Like one. Sorry.
The Quran is the servant's path. It does show you how to lead the life of a servant. It does do that. The Bible, the Torah, all of these things do show us how to live a life closer to God. But the thing that's different about Christianity, about Christ, is that he gives us forgiveness of our sins. The grace that comes, that's the key element that is not within the other belief systems. Right.
So are you saying that by you being a Christian, right? Are you saying that by you being a Christian, right? That Jesus died for your sins. So does that mean that if you sin, you will not go to the hellfire?
Oh my gosh, you keep on changing.
Wait, hold on.
Can we have from the speakers?
He died for all our sins.
Yeah,
okay, does that mean that if I go and sin, I will not be punished? I will not go to the hellfire? Does that mean that?
Lyrical beast, you might as well.
If he died for our sins,
would you say something?
We have to confess our sins and we are forgiven.
So once I confess my sins, that means I can sin, right?
Okay, what's a sin?
Disobeying God.
It can't be. It can't be an empty confession. It has to be something that's true. A true conversion.
And God is the only one that knows our heart, right?
If I believe what you believe, can I sin? Will I go to the hellfire if I die in that state? That's what I'm asking.
No, you won't go to hellfire. You won't have to go through that. That's the difference. In the belief system, you do have to go.
Right. So that's what I would believe is a religion that doesn't come from God. Because any religion that encourages you to sin, because the mind believing that Jesus died for our sins, so now that would mean to me, on surface, I can sin. Because I won't go.
Well, we're given.
No, it doesn't mean that.
If I know I'm not going to be punished.
Wait, is it you're not going to be punished?
It doesn't have to do with having to be punished. The thing is, it's not. We don't serve God. We don't follow Christ because we're afraid to be punished, or because we think we're paying off so that we can go to heaven. That's not why we follow Christ. We follow Christ because we love him, because he changes us intimately in a real way and on a very, very essential level of our spirit, even to every cell in our body. It changes us. We are different.
You're explaining why you follow Christ to a guy who doesn't even know what Christ is.
And I appreciate you, but it's a lot right now. So I don't know how long you've been in here, but can you just get in when you fit in?
So y'all don't let new speakers start.
I'm not being mean. It's just too many voices at one time. I can't keep track of everything.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's been him.
Well, we were in Emma was in the middle of speaking. You came up and interrupted her. And Amir was speaking. And we're interrupting him. So read the room. Appreciate it. With all due respect, Amir. So what were you saying?
If we get the concept of what you're saying to me, right? I mean, talking about before I became Muslim, the Christians are saying to me that Jesus died for my sins.
Yes, sir.
Right? Mm-hmm. And then my question was always, that means I can sin?
Okay, so we are given free will, okay, by God. And but we confess our sins So, and you would have to, what is a sin to you? Because, there are like 200 sins, right? So essentially every night before I go to bed, because I've done something throughout my day where I've sinned multiple times, and I talk to God about that, and I say I will do better tomorrow, and if I don't do better tomorrow, then my confession just falls flat. So I'm confessing that I've done these things, but then I continue to do it, which means that I'm disrespecting God and not following God, right? So that's different. So God knows our heart. So when you say, well, I can just do whatever I want. Well, yeah, you guys, you can see clearly you guys do whatever you want. You kill people. God doesn't say to do that.
No, that's not true, sister. See, the thing is, Anna, is that when I'm looking at what that doctrine is saying, right, what you're telling me is that Jesus died for my sins, which would mean, if this is true, right, that he died for my sins, will mean that I can really sin and I won't go to the hellfire if I died in that state. Meaning if
there's only one way. So we are not perfect, right? The only thing that is perfect is God. We can agree on that, right? So essentially, we are all sinners because God is perfect. So we are.
So now look. Now that's.
So we are not perfect like God.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you, if I'm looking for righteousness, that doesn't fit righteousness to me.
Because God will give you the grace and forgiveness. If you ask, if you ask for it, you're not understanding. And at this point, you're not trying to understand. Because you are talking over me, talking over Emma, talking over Simplicity. You're not talking to understand. I talk to understand. You're not trying to understand what we're saying, because we are trying to literally say it in so many different ways. You're not trying to understand it. So why are you wasting my time? Don't try to ask me questions when you're not trying to understand where I'm coming from.
I am trying to understand.
No, you're not, sir.
Okay, tell me, how do you understand?
I have in so many ways, and Emma has, and Simplistic has, and even McStud has. David has, Megatron has. So many people have. Stanley did. In so many different ways. You're not trying to understand, sir.
Do I not understand? I'm saying I'm understanding.
I don't think you understand, but that's okay. You understand what you understand. You understand what you understand.
Okay, is my understanding wrong?
I'm not to judge that. That's something that you have to answer to God.
I have an understanding of what that says, is that I can go on and sin in my life, and if I die, I won't go to the hellfire.
Who said that?
Regardless of my sin. Because he died for me.
No, that's not what it means. Look, if you go into the belief and you just continue to sin, you do it falsely as a overture just to be seen by other people or to be accepted into a certain group, or if you do it for any other reason than a true conversion, then no, you won't be forgiven. You won't be forgiven, and God knows. God knows all things. You know this because you believe in what you believe is the same that we believe about God, that God knows all things. And yes, he knows if someone is doing something falsely. He knows.
Okay, so now if I do certain sins, right, and you're saying that if I continue to do them, I won't be.
Any sin.
Right, anything. You're saying that I won't be forgiven at some point, but Jesus died for the sin, right? See what I'm saying? Like, if he died for the sin, there's nothing. I don't need forgiveness no more.
He didn't die for the sin. He died to cover all sins. And then there's that. So that opened up the availability of the Holy Spirit. It opened up the availability of us to become reconciled with God. But we have something that we have to do too. He made the door. He made the gate. He made the keyhole. But we still have to open it. We still have to go to God. We still have to do that. And we still have to try to live a godly life. It doesn't just say, profess your belief and walk on in your life. He says, profess in your life and sin no more. He says, pick up your cross and follow me. You know, he does not say that you can just go on with your life and live your life the way you were in the past. It's supposed to change you. It's supposed to do something different about you. You're a different person. That's why it's called born again. That's what all this stuff comes from.
Right? And we like to do bad things, right? And
I literally don't like to do bad things since I accepted Christ. I get physically ill when I get exposed to stuff.
Because I know Christians. I come from a family. I'm in my family. So I know y'all do some bad things.
Well, you know what? The thing is, my dad always told me. My dad always told me that standing in a church and calling yourself a Christian is about the same thing as standing in a garage and calling yourself a car. Just because someone says they're Christian doesn't mean they really are. It doesn't mean their conversion is real. It doesn't mean they believe.
Exactly.
That's the same thing with Muslims, right? Just
Are you saying?
that they're being Muslims.
Are you trying to say that Muslims are perfect or something? What are we talking about?
They're divine.
Are you saying that Muslims are the most perfect, holier than thou people in this world?
I did not say that.
No, he didn't make that claim. He didn't even infer that.
Wait, Susan, we've been in this room for 5 hours. So over the course of time, that's the reason why Simplistic asked what he said or asked what he did.
Yeah, plus just bring us.
Is that why he asked, or he didn't ask?
No, I'm telling you, there's been a lot of dialogue in the past 5 hours, so there was a reason why he prompted that question.
No,
so you know.
It's because
it just come out of nowhere.
It's because okay, right now we're talking. Amir is talking about how I get it. Jesus died for the sins of the people, and we have a lot of Christians that are not perfect.
Wait, I thought you said Jesus. Oh, sorry, I thought that was Amir. I'm like, Jesus never died. You said sorry.
No, that was. I'm saying isn't that what Amir is sort of alluding to say that Christians somehow the story is now going into line of we have Christians who are not perfect who done all this stuff. I mean. And I think you guys have been answering, they're not perfect and yada yada you're talking about. So I'm wondering, where's this conversation going? Are we supposed to be holier than thou? What is it?
Well, see, because Noah said that.
He believes that Christians and the Jews are going to walk through the hellfire, is what he believes.
I get you.
The thing is, we don't think we're holier than thou. We don't think that we're holy. We don't think that we're godly. We serve a holy God.
So I mean,
Emma, you're going. Emma, you're in the matrix a little bit. Can you start over? And Amir, can you not talk over her? Emma, try again.
I said we follow a holy God. That's the thing. Our direction is always toward the God that we follow. It's not supposed to be about us. It's not supposed to be about us. We're supposed to serve God. We're supposed to be vessels for that light in the world, and we're supposed to try really hard to follow the path that is laid before us. But it's a narrow path. It's hard to follow. That's all there is.
But as humans, we are natural sinners, but we want to do better every day. But no one's perfect. God is perfect. God is perfect. That's the only thing I know to be perfect.
Okay,
I agree, but this is the thing. Is that I'm sort of like.
Can you finish chewing whatever you're eating and then talk?
I'm not eating anything.
Oh.
Listen, this is the thing.
Lying.
When I'm reading the Bible, right, the first story was Jacob's story, right? That he lied to his father Isaac. It was hard.
Going past the Jacob thing again.
It was hard.
We spent an hour on this earlier.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear this earlier. What the story?
God, I don't want to hear it again. No, go ahead.
I'm just saying that the Bible, I'm reading the book, right? It seems like you guys haven't actually read the book because it's like you're standing against me. I'm like, I don't know why you're standing against me. It's explicitly in the book, right? Mm-hmm. So if in the book, if it's saying something, and then later on in the book, it's saying something that contradicts it, then there's an issue there with me, period, right?
What's the contradiction? What's the contradiction?
I'm going to go deeper into why is it an issue, right?
Yeah, why is it a contradiction?
If it was from God, it won't have it.
Wait, this is a complicated situation, so let me explain some things to you. One of the reasons why we do find the validity of the Bible is because the books that are put together, they have been verified back for very long time periods. They were written in different time periods, in different contexts, in different countries even, under different governments. And they were written specific to the time period where they were written. And in order to understand some of the things, the contradictions that you're talking about, we have to go into very deep study about all of these issues.
Yeah.
And so I can't answer that simply, but I would be happy if you would send me a list on the private chat on the backside of your contradictions that you want me to look at. I will look at them and I can come back and talk to you about it. But it's so complicated that you have to look at it.
But Emma, we don't even read our own book, right? That's what he said. So he knows.
No, I read my book.
Amir said that we've never read our book.
I read the Bible 2 times before I was 14 years old.
Yes.
I read the whole Bible 2 times before I was 14 years old.
But he knows better than
I was taught to memorize scripture. I read the Quran. I read the Book of Mormon. I read the Bhagavad Gita. I've read stuff. Okay. Mm-hmm. But that doesn't matter. You can read whatever you want, but that doesn't mean you have any understanding. The understanding only comes from Christ and Holy Spirit.
Exactly.
Like I read the Bible, right?
Leonardo, misunderstand.
Bible, right? It is Ezekiel, right? And it says it. It says this, right? And I love this guy.
You love that your son's not GPT. That's how you're reading the Bible. I love it.
But look what it says. It says, I'm gonna go start at
straw man. That's it.
No, let's listen to this. It says,
okay.
Yet he asks, why does the son not share the guilt of his father? Since the son has done what is just and right and has been careful to keep all my decrees, he will surely live. The one who sins is the one who will die. The child will not share the guilt of the parent, nor will the parent share the guilt of the child. The righteousness of the righteous will be credited to them, and the wickedness of the wicked will be charged against them. But if a wicked person turns away from all the sins that have committed and keeps all my decrees and does what is just and right, that person will surely live. They will not die. None of the offenses they have committed will be remembered against them because of the righteous things they have done. They will live. Do I take any pleasure in the death of the wicked? So here in Ezekiel, God telling you, if I'm a wicked man and I want to live, then I turn away from all of my wickedness and follow the creed of God, and I will surely live. That means to me that no one has to die for my sin.
Okay, then why are so many people being perished in the Middle East? Do you think that's God's word?
Someone died for my sin.
Explains it, but when I asked you simply, and Jew the Muslims as a collective, are they a good example? Islam and Muslims are different, which that I don't understand that. And I apologize for my ignorance. But when you say that that's different, when I think of the Muslims as a collective, it looks really bad, Amir, and not something that I know God would not ask of me to take it upon myself to fulfill what he needs to fulfill, which is coming back. And the trumpets, and people will become ash. And there are others that will just walk through it. And when I see that, what's going on in the Middle East, does God tell you to kill your enemies? My God, Jesus, tells me to pray for my enemies. Pray for peace. For them to have joy and peace within them. When you have inner peace.
Bring my enemy to me.
What?
Lord, bring my enemy to me, and Jesus will cut him up. The Bible says that.
When you trust in the Lord, when you trust in God, you know that at the end, when it is our time, we all have judgment day. We all will have to answer to God. Right? We all will answer to God at the end. Right, Amir? Amir?
I agree with you. We all will answer to God in the end. And that's why I choose Islam, because Islam gives the rights where I'm just towards you. I don't have to disrespect you because the law says not disrespect the Christian.
You can just do whatever the fuck you want. Sorry for my French. You can just do whatever you want. You can just sin, you can just murder, you can just do all those things. No, to me,
no, the Quran does not say nothing of that sort. You can't read that book of Quran and come out.
I don't read it. I'm just saying based on what I see.
Understand, sister, that is whatever you see is what an individual does. Whether
no. That is not just an individual.
People do a crime and they say I'm Christian. I don't think that's against.
Amir, that's why I asked you 1,000 times.
I mean, look at my profile.
Do you believe, Amir, as a collective, as a group, if I group all Muslims together, would you say that they're doing a good job in spreading the word of God as a whole? You're like, well, you say yes? Okay.
Yeah,
so when I see the majority of Muslims right now, today, I see, the most horrific things that I'm like, oh my gosh, I would never want to be a part of that. You think that you are doing God's work in the Middle East? Do you think that's God is asking you all to do what you're doing, to kill innocent people? Do you believe that is God telling you to do that? Is God telling the people in the Middle East to do what they're doing? To kill innocent people? No. Answer what I said, and we'll have no problem answering what you have to ask after that. Is that God telling them to do that? What?
Did you believe that everyone?
No, you cannot answer a question with a question. No, do not dance. Do not gish gallop. Answer the question. It's simple. Is God telling them to do what they're doing in the Middle East, or are they taking it?
Yeah, that's a vague question. Can you clarify?
Susha, please. Susha, it's been a really long room, and we have gone through many, a lot. Okay, Susha. So I am a Christian, so I am calling for peace and pray for everyone to come to God and to see the light. And I just want peace as a Christian. I don't take sides. We are not in this fight. My family left Lebanon and came to America for obvious reasons. So Amir.
What does that have to do with you clarifying the question? I don't get it.
Of course you wouldn't, because you've been here for 2 seconds. Read the room.
I'm reading the room. Like, it's easy to track. You're asking a question that's ambiguous.
I don't want to do this. But I'm going to say that my patience level is just like, you're a distraction. Amir, what's going on in the Middle East is God asking people to kill innocent people. Does God ask the Muslims to take it upon themselves and to kill innocent people? Simple question. No. Right. So as a collective,
if I showed you the prompt and showed you the verse that the God said kill people, fuck their, for example, wife, I'm sorry to say that, married with a girl that has an under age of illegal. I mean, she's under 18. Your promise, Muhammad married with his wife when she was only 9 years old. And he, I'm sorry to say that again, fucked that daughter, that little girl, then she didn't get period. I have a fact, I have I don't know, verse, everything that you have, and I share that with my profile, one of them, that even his wife said, he fucked me, then I don't get any period. He's only 9 years old. How do you support this kind of religion?
Amir, so when you said that God does not ask you to do this, so then how can you say as a collective that the Muslims are doing a good job in spreading the word of God?
Because in Islam...
No. This is for Amir. No.
Let me tell you.
No. This is...
We have a kind of being that we have to call it Alpar. It's the enemy of Muslims.
Hello?
Please, let me...
No. That was a question to Amir. Amir, go ahead.
All right, repeat your question, sister.
You said the Muslims as a collective, you believe, are doing a good job in spreading the word they're spreading the word of God. And then I asked, does God ask the Muslims to kill innocent people? And you said no. So that's a contradiction.
So what are you saying?
So I say that the Muslims are not doing a good job spreading the word of God because God does not ask you to take it upon yourself and to kill innocent people. But you're doing that. As a collective, that is what's going on currently. Yes or no? Am I wrong?
Now I would have to know.
Sister from another mister.
Who is doing it, right? Who is exactly doing it? And are the people...
I'm a simplistic, who's doing it? He doesn't know.
I would have to know if they're innocent. I would have to know these things to make an actual judgment.
I said as a collective.
Right, but Islam is the fastest growing religion in the world, so obviously.
Oh yeah, because you guys are okay with procreating with your brothers and sisters. It's weird. No pun intended, but kinda.
I mean, I answered your question, right? If Islam is the fastest growing religion in the world, then obviously.
Okay, all I know is that the Christians that lived in Lebanon, my family, Maronite Catholics in Lebanon, majority of Lebanon and Syria were Christians. Guess what? How many Christians are in the Middle East still today? Not very many. And how many Christians are taking it upon themselves right now to kill innocent people in the Middle East? None. You want to know why? Because we pray for peace. We want peace. We are told to not kill. And we, my family, along with many Christians, fled the region because we don't want to see it. We don't want to partake in innocent lives being taken. And it's not us that is supposed to be doing any sort of thing. So when I think of God, I think God wants good for all of us. God is good with all things. You tell me that killing feels good? I can't imagine.
I never said that, sister.
No. Okay. So tell me. So are the people that live in the Middle East, okay?
They're not just Muslims that live in the Middle East, sister.
Right. Oh, right. So when we think of who's killing who, it's pretty much the Jews and the Muslims are killing each other, right?
Is that what's happening?
I'm asking you. I asked you.
Well, that's what they say is happening.
No, I'm asking what do you believe? Is that what's going on?
I think nation states are killing one another.
I think that the Jews torturing the
he
people.
Is dodging any sort of kind of question, so I'm trying to make a generalization, try to get somewhere, but he's acting just completely ridiculous.
Well, yes, that's
yeah. So Islam and Muslim are different. I can't even wrap my head. I think that you guys are very confused. You're very confused.
Wow.
As a collective, Christians can all agree that Jesus Christ is our Lord and Savior. You're saying Muslim, Islam, it's all different. Like, you guys don't know what you believe, and that to me is concerning. When you don't know that everyone's just taking upon themselves to whatever they think is right, then they're going to take it upon themselves, and that's very dangerous.
Okay, so now, sister, the Quran says in Surah Al-Ma'idah, in the 5th chapter of the Quran, ayat 32,
you guys don't know what you believe. I don't care what the Quran says. Y'all just do whatever you want.
Outright, it's like killing the entire humanity.
It's like
and saving our life. It's like saving all humanity. This is what Allah says in the Quran. So if I go against this, then I'm going against Islam. I'm going against.
Oh my gosh, right. And so according to the Quran, Christians and the Jews are going against Islam. So essentially, you guys think that we are going to go through the hellfire. Thank you.
No.
Imagine that when the Christians just want peace and pray for you.
They think everybody's going to go through hellfire.
Exactly, except for that.
They believe everyone will go through the hellfire.
Right, except for that.
There's a spot
they
where
will go through hellfire.
No, you believe if I die, right? Allah says, "Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu wattaqullaha haqqa tuqatih wa la tamutunna illa wa antum muslimun." Oh, you
English. We are not talking Arabic.
Come on, man. Chill.
I'm chill. I'm chill. Just all of my friends die because of your religion.
Talking to the Muslim, right? He said, "Oh, you who believe, fear Allah, he should be feared, and do not die except in a state of submission." So
in a state of what? In a state of what?
So do not die except in a state of submission to his will, right? Because this is the way, as Jesus said, according to your scripture, right? That he does the will of the one who sent him.
Well, according to our scripture in Revelations 19, Revelations 19:20 says otherwise.
Get it?
In Revelations 19:20, it says, "Hell is not for human beings; it is for the place of the beast and the false prophet." That's Revelations 19:20. That's where your Muhammad is.
That is where.
Let me ask you this: Revelation 19:20, is that the word of God?
Who is it? Allah says in 1094, "Go to the people of the book." Yes.
You quoted something. I'm asking you, is that the word of God?
Yes, that's the word of God.
Okay, how do you substantiate that that's the word of God?
How do you substantiate the Quran is the word of God?
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you about the substantiation of the Quran, but I'm asking you right now.
You answer questions with questions. You don't answer questions, Amir.
Serious at all.
Well, let me answer this, Amir. Do you want the answer?
You can't.
He's not trying to understand.
No,
He's not trying to understand, to be honest.
He's the flex. There's nothing left of Islam. Uthman burnt whatever was left after the goat ate the two babies.
Right, so they're all just taking upon themselves what they think.
You never answer the question.
No, you don't answer questions. You gift gallop.
And even though their scripture talks highly about the previous revelation, whatever's left of their scripture.
It's just a grift.
Yeah, the scholarly commentary on 36:14 mentions Paul by name. It mentions that they sent 1 or 2 witnesses, and then they sent Paul.
I got it, man. Y'all don't want to honestly. But
and even the Quran says that the Bible's true and preserved.
The Quran
it doesn't have a nice day then, because I don't know what the night before is saying then.
Bible in the Quran.
What does it say?
Not in the Quran.
Amir, you tried to tell me and convince me that Muhammad was in Genesis. And of course the Bible is in the Quran because it was a grift.
I will say this to you, sis. I will say this to you.
Sure,
if you only listen to what you think and what you was taught, and you don't expand yourself and listen to other people, you're gonna always be misled.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, why is Muhammad?
You don't have to offend no one. You don't have to talk over no one. You can hear someone out and you can respond because you're upon the truth. Those upon falsehood, they have to hide. Because those upon truth will ask the questions. They will investigate. That's the thing I've learned. And
why does Islam use the foundation of Christianity and Judaism?
Because it's a graph. Because it's a way to try and get people to convert them over.
That day of death is coming, and Allah is warning.
Well, we already know where
Muhammad is. Married within 9 years old.
You better be sincere.
Why he married?
Oh my gosh, Emma, I think that I've lost my patience and it's probably not good. And it's been so long in this room that I've lost. No, it's been too long and I don't want to do this because it would be not the right thing to do. When it's gone on too long, and then I'm like losing my patience, and it also means like I am getting frustrated and I'm not called to do that.
Because Muslims can't refute nothing. They play these tap taps.
No, they gift gallop. So it's been like a hamster wheel. So I'll ask a question. Multiple people are asking the same kind of question, wording it differently because he's not comprehending or he's purposely not answering the question. He will answer the question and not address what we had said. And
what question did I answer?
No. What question?
What question did I answer?
How about this? Why are you gay? How about that question?
You said what?
Why are you gay?
I didn't hear what you said.
Why are you gay?
Wow, you don't try to.
That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at with you. So like you've taken me on your hamster wheel, and it's been fun. I'm done, but that's my question. Why are you gay?
You don't know what to talk about.
Right? Why are you gay? Why are you gay? Simple question. You could say I'm not gay, or you could say I am.
Or you can even say since he's supposedly Muslim that Allah deems
He
it
asked
so.
me what question
Well, I'll tell you what I say. I'll tell you something better. The Prophet Muhammad said.
Oh, wait a second. You asked me what question you have for me, and I said, why are you gay? Now you're not going to answer. You have a question for me, sister? Ask it. I asked you another question, and you're not answering it again. Even, why are you gay? Can't do it.
I'm answering.
No, it's why are you gay?
Quran says that a man goes into a man, he should be taken to the highest mountain and thrown off.
Oh my gosh, and you're going to be put in hellfire.
So
you're in Paris with me. You're in Paris with me. We're going to be.
Wait. What was the story of Elza?
You said what?
See, that's where I'm at.
What's that?
I know one thing about Christians. Y'all like to talk at the same time to fog up the conversation.
That's actually not fair, Amir.
I know that about Christians.
Think about how long me and you have been in this room. That is not fair for you to say to me, Amir. That's not fair for you to say that to me. That's not fair for you to say that to me. And for 5 hours, Amir, for majority of this conversation, who has been silencing and throwing people to the audience so that you can speak, Amir? Who? Me.
Amir, you got cooked like 3 months ago by a pastor.
He's burnt toast.
You don't want to have
and then you left the clubhouse and then you came back.
You don't want to be honest, right? You don't want to
wait until you run into pastor
again. You're not honest because I gave you so much praise and I moved people off the stage so that you could speak, Amir.
That's crazy.
No, you want to know what's crazy?
You don't gotta have the conversation, yo.
Amir, I've put people down so that you could speak multiple times. You saw this, and I was trying to understand where you were coming from. But
he's just using Zakia.
He doesn't know where he's coming from.
So you don't understand me, and when I
and you know my book better than I do.
That God, he can do nothing of himself.
You told me that I've never read the Bible. You told me I've never read the Bible, so I don't know shit about shit.
I brought you to the verse, right? John 5:30.
Yeah, I know. I've never read the book.
Yeah. So when Jesus says that I can do nothing of myself, can't you see that I understand
There's
that Jesus
so
is not
many
God
different scriptures
based off his own admission?
Okay, so that is one scripture of the Bible. I can go through many and show you where Jesus does claim that he is.
Okay, so now, anything that contradicts this.
Anything. Well, what's a contradiction? If you read the Bible in its entirety, not just pulling like a scripture from here, if you read the book in its entirety, and not just once, because every time that I read the Bible, I see something different that I didn't see before, which is actually like really beautiful.
Because they call the God of deception, the best deceiver.
You can pick certain parts of scripture and then you can interpret it the way that you want to interpret it.
Jesus says in the Bible in John 44, he says that you seek to kill me.
John 44.
He's talking to the Jews, right? Or to Israel. He's saying that you seek to kill me, a man who's telling you the truth that I got from God.
I read you the scripture where Jesus.
He's telling you he's not God.
Okay, so Emma and myself and Simplistic all have read scripture to you. You're all here for it. And giving our other takes to say where Jesus is explaining. And you are not trying to understand, Amir. You are purposely trying to misunderstand us. Right. So you know what? I know that we don't read the Bible, right? Us Christians. And you know more about the Bible than we do. Okay. I just want you to stay with the Quran. You got it. You got it. You got it. You're right. We're wrong.
I swear, if you
I swear by the moon and the stars in the sky.
You'll be Muslim. There's no doubt about it.
Amir, you were cooked by.
Hold on, that sounded like a threat. I took that as a threat.
You become Muslim because you would read the Bible now with sincerity.
Wait, hold on.
And you act the right
question. I take that as a threat.
Amir,
you're saying you will become Muslim whether you like it or not. That seems like a threat.
You would rather be governed by the Sharia.
Listen, no. Governed.
Yes. If you had the New Testament to govern you as a woman?
No. I read the Old Testament and the New Testament.
Amir, you were cooked by pastor. You disappeared for 5 months.
You have a voice when it comes to these conversations.
Okay. If you had to get, when you were younger, Bible, you got beat with the Bible or the belt, would you pick the Old Testament or the New Testament to get spanked with?
Amir tried to say that Muhammad was the Holy Spirit in the Bible, and he got cooked by pastor. Took the Bible out of context.
He tried to tell me that Moses and Muhammad are the same.
Yeah, that's a big stretch.
That's a big stretch. That's a what?
You guys like this?
No, that's actually I took it as very disrespectful.
America, right? America.
Yeah, why they just gotta disrespect Moses like that?
And he tried to say that God is just a white man.
There's a whole bunch of debtors, right? That's in the public. This is Christianity. God, it is America today.
Christianity.
That don't know law
Christianity,
so they don't know how to even file their taxes.
Guess what? Majority of the people in the world are Christians. Majority of the world are Christians. Majority of the world are Christians because we don't have sex with our brothers or sisters or children to have babies. Christians are the holy one.
You know what I find interesting? Like, he'll take the Bible out of context and then he'll say it means something else.
No.
We'll read the Quran word for word and then he'll say that's not what it means.
Even if it's to his sister, then that's like doing the word of God.
If I go to the Bible, but you won't tell me. You get frustrated.
You guys just like need to spread the seed because you're okay with just like setting your kids off with a bomb.
You do word for word.
You guys don't care about life. You don't care about life.
The Bible says
you don't care about life. You don't care about life.
And listen, what the Bible says that if a man is being assaulted, right, and his wife is with him, and the assaultant is beating him, right? So say if he's beating him down, and his wife grabs the man by the balls, right, to get him off her husband, that the man is to have her hand cut off.
Amir, can I ask you something? What do you think?
Do you want the verse answer?
Listen,
what do you think of Proverbs 30, verse 4?
Women should be seen, not heard.
To take babies and bash their heads against rocks.
Who would tie a bomb to their own child and go fucking send them off to kill themselves?
It says in the Bible.
Who would do that?
You must be talking about jihad. You must be talking about the 72 virgins of jihad.
No, I'm talking about what's in your Bible.
No, listen. You don't know about the Bible. You've never read the Bible. You've never read the Bible, Amir.
I can give you the verse.
Amir, you've never read the Bible.
I bet you would never challenge me and say, Amir.
Amir, you've never read the Bible.
I bet none of y'all would ever say Amir.
Amir, you got cooked a few months ago. You left Clubhouse and came back.
It's proving.
He will not address the things that I say to him. Amir, you've never read the Bible.
Okay.
And right, exactly. Okay. I can say that I've never read the Quran.
I've read that whole Bible.
That's the truth. You've never, right, you're trying to tell me as a Christian or Emma that we've never read our Bible.
No, you probably read bits and pieces, but you never really studied it.
How could you read the Bible when you don't even memorize your own Quran? The Quran is a pamphlet compared to a phone book.
I memorized Quran by heart. A lot of
times.
Really? By heart? You know what? Oh my gosh.
But there are others.
What do you say?
Gosh, the Talmud.
Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. You can't take it away.
You can't ever get your child back from sacrifice your own child and strap a bomb on your own. No, you can't take that back, and that's really sad. Someone can even do that. That's sickening. What do you mean? Oh, because that doesn't happen. I'm lying?
Yes. No, Islam does not like that at all. Killing yourself. You will never find a chapter, hadith, that ever encourage a Muslim
when I asked you if the Muslims are doing a good job of spreading the word of God, that means
but I will find it in the Bible.
Hello.
Amir, you do acknowledge that there are imams. Amir, you do acknowledge that there are imams that promote this sort of behavior, that corrupt the word. You do acknowledge that.
No. You can't corrupt the word, right? You can corrupt yourself.
The word of
God doesn't have it. Okay, the Quran.
No,
right? When I say
Amir, the people that proclaim that they are Muslims. Let's just say the people that proclaim that they are Muslims and that they're doing the work of the Lord of God in the Middle East. That say that they are Muslims. You know, are those? Do they align with you? Because they say that they're Muslims.
Right. So now,
it must be true, right?
Let me understand. I want you to understand something. Allah speaks of three in the Quran.
That can answer the question.
I'm gonna answer the question. I promise you. If you just let me speak.
No, I've let you.
I will answer the question. A Muslim is one.
Answer.
Listen, a Muslim. I want to make it clear what a Muslim is, right? A Muslim is one who testifies that there's one God and that the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu is his last messenger, right? That makes you a Muslim, right?
That's it?
That's all that makes you a Muslim, right?
Wow. It's that easy.
That doesn't make, hold on, sister. It doesn't make you what we call
and if you fart in front of praying, you become un-Muslim. You are not Muslim again. It's the way that they advertise Islam.
Mm-hmm.
You don't answer me why your prophet Muhammad married the 9 years old girl. I have a fact, I have a document, anything that you want, and have a sex with her. Why? Why our people, our girl in the Iran married with a fucking 50 years old man because of the Islam and the things that the Quran said?
These people are having sex with their brothers and their sisters to spread their seed. Ilhan Omar is married to her brother, and they have children. Hello?
Was that nasty?
Is Ilhan Omar? She's a Muslim, right?
Oh, nobody got nothing to say now.
No, Amir. Is Ilhan Omar?
You need to answer my question. Why your Muhammad? Why she was 9 years old? Tell me.
He won't acknowledge that.
He was a
why Aisha Muhammad's wife was 9 years old.
Mary.
Immaculate conception, sir.
So you accept your brother married with a 50 years old man?
Immaculate conception. No, right. He was told to look after her.
So he was 90-something years old. And
Joseph. How old was Joseph?
I have to document anything that you want to submit to you. Even in the Quran. Look at my profile picture.
Mary was 14.
Look at my profile picture.
42. Arian, 1 second. Mary was 14. Joseph was 42. Joseph was to look after and protect Mary. That was what was asked.
Consummate a marriage with Mary, according to the scripture.
Yes.
Okay. Was he 90-something years old?
He was 42 years old, and she was 14, sir.
He was 90-something years old.
So you agree if one person have to do this with your daughter?
Hold on. No, Arian, wait. You tell me, back then, the lifespan, you're trying to tell me that someone was 92, could live up to 92 back then? You got me crazy. He was, that's 42, sir.
Who told you that?
You just did. That's wild, sir. Listen, I know that you want to, I know it's hard to, how are you going to justify, Muhammad had sex with an 8-year-old girl? That is hard to justify, right? So then you have to jump to something else. Because you can't justify it. Because morally, you know in your gut that it's wrong, but you can't say that because that would just diminish everything that you believe in. And so you can't. So you cannot acknowledge that. You will not be able to. So you will jump to anything that you can and grasp anything. Then acknowledge that that's bad.
Let's talk about Muhammad marriage, right? This one talk about?
No. Having sex with an 8-year-old.
Right. So now I want to
jump around.
Look at my profile. I say the verse. You can read and translate it anything that you want.
Sex with an 8-year-old. I know that to be. My daughter's 11, and I can't even imagine. That's it's a pedophile.
So now let me ask you this: what makes a woman a woman? What distinguishes
a woman? So women go through. We have periods. We become a woman when we get our period.
Okay. So now, what age? Is it a standard age that girls get their period? Is it a standard?
So every woman is different. So when Muhammad had sex with Aisha,
you're saying that's okay because she was period.
Hold on, Eric.
And she get woman.
She had sex with Aisha. She did not have her period yet, sir.
Okay.
She was a child, so he's a pedophile. He's a child. And a girl at that age cannot consent. Consent. So he raped her.
What age do a girl get a period?
He raped her and justified it.
Even right right now in fucking 2026, you have a lot of girls in Iran that's legally married without touching.
If you should be a
Tell me that I should
marry according to the New Testament.
Amir, I respect that you
marry according to the New Testament.
I respect that you believe what you believe. Listen, I respect the fact that God gives us free will and you have the right to believe what you want. And I do too. But I am through with this conversation and I respect that we can agree to disagree and I'm okay with that. And I wish nothing bad on you. And I pray for Muslims. I pray for Muslims every single night. I do, just so you're aware. I do. And there is power. Wait, hold on. No. Again, I am no longer participating.
You can see it. You can search it. You can't find it anywhere.
No, it's moral.
Moral. I've laid out.
You have any internet? Just search it on the Google.
No.
See who was the Muhammad wife.
You're right, Amir. I don't know shit. Right, Amir. I don't know shit.
Aisha, Muhammad's wife, married with him at 9 years old. And before she get a period, she pregnant him and having sex.
It's not trying to understand. Aaron, I spent like 6 hours now.
Because that's the Muslim ideology. They kill, they do anything that they want and they don't understand. They don't actually respect to another religion. They actually want to advertise this religion all over the world. Even he tried to make you Muslim. Why? Because everyone know that it's a dirty religion and it takes all over the world and he wants to make you Muslim.
Oh, well, no, but he...
And if you become Muslim, and change your religion, you'll be killed.
Listen, that's not what he said.
All in the Quran.
Arian, wait. That's not what he said. He actually threatened me and told me that I'm going to become a Muslim whether I like it or not. So that to me was a threat. So he's not trying to convert me. He's saying that I will become a Muslim. That seems like a threat.
No, I never said that you will.
You said I will become a Muslim. Is what you said.
If Amir was here in front of me, listen to me. If Amir or any Muslim was in front of me.
Amir, please wait, Arian. Amir, I am done.
Right, sister, you don't listen really well.
I know, I'm hard.
You don't get everything mixed
You're
up.
right. I know. I need to do better. What else? Will you pray for me?
You gotta ask yourself the hard questions.
Will you pray for me?
But you still have to ask yourself the question.
Can you pray for me? Because I'll pray for you and the Muslims tonight. Thank you. That I get like better hearing, that I see the light, yes, you can pray however you want. I would love for prayers for me. And I'm going to pray for you as well. It's been great. Hasn't it been great? Emma, I'm sorry. I told you that my patience was out. Now I've done like a horrible job of my
I just want to ask you.
Can I just talk to Emma just for 1 second, Amir? No, hold on. I'm just going to throw you down just for like a minute. I just want to have like a 10-second dialogue with Emma. I can't. What?
It's been nice meeting you and Amir and everyone in the room. So thank y'all for being here.
No, I appreciate you staying in here. Oh, by the way, did I move? Emma, I did not mean to do that. Come up here. No, I appreciate you staying in here. I appreciate that. I'm glad that I came across you.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I when I was talking at one point to my daughter, I was confusing the conversation, so I apologize for doing that.
I left for like an hour. Of the conversation. And I came back and I was like, oh, and this before you came in because I was taking care of my daughter. So yeah, kids first, right?
Yes, always.
Gosh, I was doing so well. I was like, and then I was like, I'm losing my patience. I should probably tap out.
Yeah.
No, because that actually like got me like really frustrated because I genuinely will give someone the benefit of the doubt at first if I don't know them and try to understand where they're coming from. And then like I realized hours in. But that was just because there were so many disruptions with Norm and them screaming, and there was no dialogue. So when I finally got to have a little bit of back and forth with him, I then realized, oh my gosh, I've just spent like 4 hours trying to explain something. He's dedicated to misunderstanding everything other than what he believes. And I'm like, and then I got mad at myself. Like, I've wasted my time.
Yeah, I don't think it's ever waste our time to share.
Because if you change your mind for religion, it becomes the enemy of God.
I love you so much, but can you just hold 1 second?
Okay, I'm great. Okay.
I want to encourage you because, like, it's never a waste of our time to share our belief with other people. Just don't let yourself be discouraged. Don't let yourself get angry or anything like that, because that's really our enemy trying to get in between.
That's when I said to you, I'm like, tell me I need to leave because I'm losing my patience. I know that's not what I'm called to do. So that's when I knew I needed to check out, and then I kept going. So I even said it out loud. So that's my bad. But no, I mean, and then I started to get frustrated, and then I was like, okay, why are you gay? Because it's just like, okay, you want to just play me? Well, all right. How about this?
I didn't understand a lot of things about what he was saying, because I think he was talking about things that he talked about earlier before where I arrived. So
yeah, he was re-asking questions that literally we had talked about for me and McZed went over one of his questions that he asked in great depth. I'm talking deep. So when he asked it again, I was like, hello? We went in great depth. I mean, an hour and a half to say.
Yeah, and I think he really genuinely did want to know more about, understand where we were coming from in our belief system. Because
right, but he also then said we don't read the Bible. He's also said then we don't read the Bible. So why?
A lot of Christians don't read the Bible. A lot of Christians just go to church and they read Thomas Cade books. Well,
right, and they're the one that go on Christmas Eve, and that's it.
A lot of Christians don't even know what the original language of each of the books of the Bible are, and they need to know that because that affects a lot of use of words. I had an argument with Andrew about that one. Still in progress, that argument. I got really mad at him, but anyway.
And that's something I acknowledge tonight. As a good Christian, I need to learn. I need to learn the Hebrew language so that I can read the book in Hebrew. That is something that I feel that I should do.
Just use some of the websites. So they have some great tools now where you don't actually have to learn the language necessarily to be able to understand more clearly. They have concordant type websites where it has the Hebrew, the English, has the Greek, the Aramaic, all of it in the different books as you go through and read them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it has a translation. I can share some of that stuff.
Will you send it to me?
I will send it on the back side.
So I'm excited. I don't know. I think Hebrew is probably hard to learn. I don't know. But essentially, yeah, I would like to read it in its original form. But essentially, it doesn't change it's not going to change my mind of that. It's not going to lead me in believing that Jesus is not God. But I would like to, I don't know, Norm got really frustrated with me, and he's never talked with me like that, saying that stop trying to convert me. And I'm not trying to convert. I'm trying to exchange ideas essentially with him, to try and understand where he's coming from genuinely. I wasn't I need to convert you. No, I really just trying to understand where Christians and Jews, where would it be in the Bible that we separate? Where is it exactly? Why is it the way that it is?
Yeah, that's why I tried to focus it on the fact that the difference between the belief system, really the main thing is that's the difference always to me, is that Christ, for me, he gives me the salvation, the grace, and those are the things that you can't get anywhere else. And that's what I try to focus on for me, why it's different, why I'm drawn to it. And I don't ever feel like I want to convert anyone. I feel like that's impossible. Well, my belief, my religious beliefs as the type of Christian that I am, because I'm descended from Waldensians and Huguenots. So I don't believe that I can, I don't believe it's even possible to save.
Right, we're not going to change someone's heart, but
Right.
we're just told to spread the word of God. So like expressing what we know, in our soul to be true, right?
And I want to know what other people believe. I mean, I want to hear their beliefs and I respect that. But if people want to hear what I have to say, I'll share it. Of course, obviously.
Like when you said, if you really want me to, I remember when you said, if you really want me to walk you down, it's going to take me some time. Because that is true. But that's so true. Like, if you really want to, I don't think you have had it in you to want to hear how long it is. I think I would love to share it with you. But your attention span is it there? Because I can't walk you through it. But when I ask simple questions to a Muslim, like anything, they don't really know. They kind of scatter, and it's like I know what I know, and it's so in my soul and in everything that I do that I'm with conviction. If you ask me something, I can go on forever like you. With them, I feel like they're jumping around, and it just shows if you're not sure about things, and you have to jump from one thing to another. That wouldn't make me feel good. It'd be very unsettling. And right there is why I know that Jesus is God. We are not supposed to feel that anxiety. He takes that from us.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was trying to explain. That it's a personal thing that changes you. That's different inside of you. That's what I try to express to people. They question it. They say, "Oh, that's just anecdotal or blah blah blah." Well, I do understand that, and they're not wrong. But it is my story. It's my life, and I know my experience. So that's all I can share, really.
And we all go through. We have an experience, and it's different at different times in life. Where I'll be honest, when I got to my knees, right? There are times in my life, as of recent, I will say that I was like, God, I need you, And I was like, I need you. I can't do this without you. That Jesus moment,
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? And the next day, I literally walked outside, and I just immediately saw God in everything, and I can't explain it. But tears just started streaming down my face, and it was bittersweet. It was so beautiful, but the guilt of you've been here, and I just walked by you, and every day, But I asked God, I need you, and God was there.
That's true. I think that when you ask that, you ask Him into your heart.
Yeah.
It makes a big difference, and other people can't. You can't know that unless you've been through it.
Yes.
So it's just that's the leap of faith that He always talks about, right?
That's the blind faith I was saying. Yes.
I always say that I wouldn't want to know what life is like. It must be so hard for people who don't know God. Yeah. That I wouldn't want to know a life like that because it would be so hard for me.
Yeah, but I look back at all the times where I had anxiety or doing these things. I've always believed in God, but there were times where I turned away from God. And when I look back at those times, I'm all those times, if I would have, that was because I was ignoring God, But acknowledging that and doing better, because we all go through that. We're sinners, and we do tend to get distracted, and we can, but acknowledging that moment, unless you have it, and it's hard to put it into words, but if you know.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, and I'm surprised I've not come across you on this app before after it's been on for 5 years.
Oh, I started using it whenever my friend in 2019, when they first started it, she invited me because it was invite only at that time. And I had a friend who's kind of a bigwig who was on here. So I came on here a couple of times for that, to talk to support him on here.
That's
yeah, but I quit. I put it away. I put it away because I just didn't have time for it and stuff very much. And then I ended up having a car accident, and I had a really bad complication afterwards, and I ended up in the hospital, and couldn't walk, couldn't talk, couldn't use my arm. Didn't know if I would ever be able to do any of those things again. And the lady was telling me that I should talk as much as possible. And earlier in that day, I've been trying to talk to my daughter because she's the one that's always around me. She's 13. She's 12 years old.
Okay, my daughter's 11. So
yeah, she was 11 when this happened, but she turned 12. But so I was trying to talk to her, and I could see how upsetting it was for her. Little eyes, tears were welling up in her eyes because I couldn't talk right. I couldn't find the words. I couldn't say her name right.
Yeah.
And so I was like, I can't do this to her, but she's the only person around me. I was thinking these thoughts in my head. And they said that I only have 6 months after this event to try to get back, things. So I like at that moment, for some reason, God brought to mind this app that was on my phone. And so I was like, I need to talk to people. I don't really want to talk to my friends because none of my friends came around after my accident, except one, my best friend. She came and took care of my kids while I was gone. But
that's beautiful.
Yeah, but so I logged into this app, and I had made friends with one person. I talked to a group of people, and just started coming on here in the English, not in speaking rooms, like to learn to speak English, practicing in there, and then talked more and more to people, and kept moving up and up as I got better with my language and stuff. And so, God blessed me, and I got probably 90% of better now, so I'm really grateful for that. It's been over.
Emma, me not knowing anything about you, right? I wouldn't have. I'm not just saying this. I would never have guessed that.
Oh yeah.
Just because I don't know any different. I just know what I hear. So I'm happy for you.
Yeah, I'm happy too. God really, He blessed me, and I don't know that
Hey sisters, can I bless you guys real fast?
She was in the middle of talking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you are sorry.
When you get a quick chance, can you read through the chat real fast? Some of my chats that I entered, and tell me what you think.
You can just say it right here.
Oh, just read through.
I don't have my hand my phone in my hand at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. So about Christianity, right?
Oh man.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Go ahead about Christianity.
We were just talking about God.
Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so within Christianity, do you guys believe in Jesus being God or God being God?
Did you not
or the
hear
Holy
me and her
Spirit
just
being
talking for the last 20 minutes, me and her? Were you listening to me and her talk?
No, I just jumped on.
Oh, okay.
Probably like 5-10 minutes.
Love that. Okay, cool. What was your question?
So is Jesus God or is
What do you
God?
think Christians believe? What do you think Christians believe?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure because the Trinity is not spoken of anywhere in the Bible. Where?
Okay.
Where is that?
Are you talking about Catholics? Me? Are you talking about me? Not all factions of Christianity.
In the King James Version, where does it say the Trinity, Triune God?
There's okay, so there's many parts of the Bible, which I'm not gonna lie, I'm not dodging you. This is not a 6-hour room. I've overstayed my welcome. I'll be honest, I am tired. However, she wants to explain it. I'd love for her to, but I am cashed out.
Okay.
But go ahead, Emma, if you would.
So yeah, it'll behoove you, sisters, to read through my couple of comments and just ponder and just think about it. It's straight from the Bible too.
I understand that you don't believe in our Bible, right?
Right.
I believe that the Bible was sent, that the Gospels was sent by God through the prophets, indeed, and it's the Abrahamic faith. Yes.
Okay.
Abraham. All the way from Adam, all of the prophets, peace be upon them. And what the thing is that language can be contorted and changed. That's why God had chosen 3 different languages in order to bring his scripture in, so that man can never
speaks
change it ever again. So
in every language.
The Hebrew text can be distorted, and the Koine Greek, Hebrew, these all can be contorted. But finally, yes, the Arabic language was chosen because this is like, they were poets at their time, and you cannot change, like your favorite song, right?
The entire book of Psalms is
you know it by your heart, right? So it can never be changed. Even though if they burn all the books, it's in people's hearts.
Yep.
And there's no contradictions in it. Which, on the contrary, in the Bible, there's so many contradictions. Like if I ask you, how did Judah die?
The actual Hebrew letters was given by God to the people.
Yeah. If I can ask you guys,
carries with it specific blessings.
do you guys know how
you asked her a question, so let her respond to you.
Do you guys know how Judah died?
No, hold on, Ricky. I'm not going to read this to her. You asked a question and she's answering you, so listen to her in its entirety.
The Hebrew language, the Hebrew letters were bequeathed to humanity from God. They imbued with the power of God in them. Each of those letters are given by God.
Mm-hmm. Mm. Okay.
That's
so do you believe that there are contradictions in the Bible?
No.
Numerical.
I believe that people create contradictions because people are imperfect, and I believe that people can do so in any religion, in any faith, with any.
So you're agreeing that there's contradictions in the Bible?
No.
But I can pull it up for you.
Okay.
Like Judah. How did Judah die? Do you guys know how Judah died? Well,
I thought you were going to tell us.
In one book, he said that he hung himself, right? In another book, you would find that he ran and he tripped and he fell headlong and his entrails gushed out. Mm-hmm. Which one is it? That's clear contradiction. If the Bible is the Word of God, it should be perfect.
You tell us.
No contradictions.
Okay, yeah, but
that's a contradiction.
Man made the Bible.
Right. So man made it, exactly. So it's not the Word of God, right?
Okay. So go ahead.
Yeah.
Do you want to respond?
No, we believe it is the Word of God.
Mm-hmm.
We believe it.
Like she just said, man made it.
It's the inspired Word of God.
Right, and every story in the Bible, I believe to be true in its entirety.
Should be true. Yes, I agree too.
I believe it is
not.
True. Okay,
but it's not though.
And I respect that you have your own opinion, and I'm okay.
It's not my opinion. It's a fact.
Okay, so I'm okay with agreeing to disagree.
Google it.
I don't need to Google. Why would I Google things about
Judah, like how Judah died?
Okay, so sir. Okay, I'm okay with agreeing to disagree. Are you trying to convert me?
No. I'm just stating the fact. No.
Okay,
there is no impulse. There is no impulse in religion.
What's the definition of a fact?
What is the definition of a fact?
What's a fact?
A fact is the sky. The daylight comes when the sun comes up. That's a fact.
So I know for a fact.
You're a woman.
Wait, so I know for a fact that
you're a woman. That's a fact.
So I know for a fact that Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. I know that for a fact.
He's your Savior?
I know for a fact that Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior.
Sure.
The Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. I believe that. Yes. 3 in 1. Yes, Jesus is God. I know that for a fact.
So Anne, sister, do you have children? Do you have children?
Why is that relevant to you? I don't know you.
Okay, so Jesus died for your sin, right?
Yes, he died for all of our sins.
Okay, so would it be fair that a murderer goes to trial and you're the judge? Mm-hmm. And then you're going to say, I'm going to kill my children for
this is like
you cannot say that you're a Muslim, you celebrate it.
Is that logical?
No, I won't accept that argument from you. You celebrate
it. But is that
it.
logical though?
Sir.
Logically speaking.
Okay, explain to me why you celebrate it. Come on, tell me.
Sorry?
You offer sacrifices in it. Tell me, you celebrate it. Please tell me.
Eid? Oh, Eid. Yes. It's just like how Abraham sacrificed the lamb, right?
Exactly.
Oh, I don't
exactly the same way that God. That act was an example for us to see.
You know the story of Abraham.
I do know the story of Abraham.
God removed his son and put a lamb.
Why did you come up to fight with women?
God.
So Abraham's son didn't get sacrificed.
That was an example to us of what was going to happen. That God would come and that God would send Jesus to be the sacrifice for all of humanity.
The Lamb of God.
No, you disagree with us.
Many prophets were labeled as Lamb of God.
I don't believe.
You just need to read your Bible.
I've read my Bible. I know what my Bible says.
I know what my Bible says too. I know these people.
You know, in Corinthians it says that he is not the author.
On this page in the Bible,
he is not the author of confusion.
Okay, right, and not to lean on our own misunderstanding.
There's no confusion.
There isn't a confusion.
Yes. Did you know that Jesus was cursed and he went to hell?
What? Said who?
Did you know that? In the Bible it says Jesus was cursed and he went
on the
to
cross,
hell.
he took the curse of all the people.
Yeah,
he went onto himself.
What's
make us
funny?
reconcile with God.
Pure. He's without
That's why he can make it reconcile with God. That's how.
And why is he going to get baptized when he's pure?
You have no way in your religious.
That's clear contradiction. Left or right.
He's trying to answer. You're just pancaking. Like, chill, bro.
You have no way to reconcile.
I'm just trying to state the facts, though.
No, hold on. You have
no way to reconcile your people with God. You have no way to do it.
Stanley, you want to take this one? I'm going to do first. We're going to let you have this one all on your own. It's good.
Oh, thank you.
So you just don't fight with women. You need to forgive your mother. I'm going to invite Stanley up, and Stanley will have this dialogue with you. And I think it's a fair,
Stan the man.
a better match.
Bye, Anne. It was nice to meet you.
It was nice to meet you. Please send me the that in the back channel. By the way,
what were the things you wanted?
The Hebrew of the
okay. Yeah, I will.
Yeah. Thank you. Stanley, please do not sit down there. You will. Stanley, will you take this on? I'm going to mod you. I know it's not my room, but I think that Garth is sleeping. I am crashed out for the night. This man wanted to take on the two women when me and her were just talking about God after a long room. So this is your project. Have a nice day.
Oh, okay. Wow. I'm going to try to do what I can.
Anne's gone?
Hello?
Anne's gone. Okay. Too bad. I want to talk to Anne. She's not gone.
I don't know how I got brought into this, but I'm in a noisy area, so if it's bad, let me know. What was I asked to do?
I'm not sure, brother.
Oh, okay, well, I'm going to sit behind here and just flow along with it.
Sure.
All the council. Council of Nicaea and found the canon of the Bible. No, I've read it. Can you show me from the Council of Nicaea? Can you show me? Because the Council of Nicaea doesn't confirm canon at all. Neither does the Council of Constantinople, neither does the Council of Chalcedon, neither does the Council of Ephesus. None of them do. So why are you saying all of them? They talked about three. Well, no, okay. That's a separate question. You're saying they're confirming canon. Can you prove that the Council of Nicaea confirmed canon?
In the Quran, it says that Jesus.
He's going to carry on doing. Can you prove that the Council of Nicaea confirmed canon? Can you prove?
The Quran said that Jesus is a spirit.
Just relying on him.
about scriptures.
Okay. Firstly, you don't believe in Allah, yeah? So bearing in mind your own scholars say for the first 7 centuries of Christianity, more non-canonical books were read than canonical books. So you can come forward. Anytime I ask, just tell me to believe me for the sake of belief.
Is that North Africa and all around the world in the Roman Empire and stuff like that, they were being martyred for their faith.
Yeah, being martyred doesn't mean and then a Bible confirmed.
We have printed Bibles. I don't think first not even existed.
No, you don't. It's only you can only have printed Bibles after the printing press, and the printing press came long after. Okay, you're jumping. Can you show me from the Council of Nicaea where it confirms that?
Why do you bring so much confidence on a different point?
Yeah, because you brought that one.
I didn't bring it up.
You said every council confirms it.
You were talking about the council. She was talking about the scripture and the manuscript.
You said every council.
We have manuscripts that date back to the first century.
I'm listening to you, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. You said every council confirms the canon of the Bible. I said, no, it doesn't. You said, yes. I asked you for an example. You gave me Council of Nicaea. I said, prove it. That's what
She's talking about a different way than you're bringing up the council.
You brought up that point. Now you're trying to gaslight me into thinking I brought it up. Yes. Those councils that I mentioned do not confirm the canon of the Bible. Can you prove to me that they did? That's because you don't have the answer. You raised the point.
We're talking about the actual scripture. And
no problem.
No problem. Does the Quran have any money?
Yes.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
There.
University of Birmingham.
One copy?
Yes, the one copy. Yes, the one copy. Okay, interesting. I'm going to respond to this. Right. So you're saying, tell you. You've asked me 5 questions. Which question do you want me to answer first? All of them. You're going to listen to the answer, yeah? Are you going to listen to the answer? Okay. So you said, yes, manuscripts are a copy. Otherwise, it would be multiple manuscripts. That's the first point. Secondly, it's not. You are referring to one side. It's not even one side. It's 4 sides. It's 4 folios. And those 4 folios have been carbonated to the time of the Prophet, and they have 100% word accuracy with the Quran that we have today. No problem. I literally asked you, are you going to listen to my answer? So I'm going to carry on in the hope that you're going to listen to me. Then, if you want further, we've got the Sana'a manuscript, which has 99% of the Quran, and we've got the Topkapi manuscript, which again has pretty much 99% of the Quran as well. And they are within 1 or 1.5 centuries of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Prophet peace be upon him. Secondly, you asked about Uthman. Why did he burn? Yeah, he didn't burn versions of the Quran. He burned certain manuscripts that had not been quality controlled. He did not change the canon. He did not, can I finish? He did not change the corpus. He did not change the canon. I will answer all of your questions. But when you ask me 5, when you ask me 5 questions, I'll answer all of your questions. Sorry, you have to listen. You have to listen. Adding a 6th question in. You're adding a 6th question in. You're adding a 6th question in. If you want me to answer one by one, I'm sorry, you're going to have to listen to the answers. Even though we don't like those answers. Don't ask me multiple questions if you don't want to hear multiple answers. Ask me one question, then wait for the response. Now, continue it. So when it comes to Uthman radiallahu anhu, well, I'm going to have to, if you're going to shotgun attack 6, 7 questions, and when I'm answering those questions, you're adding more questions on top of that. Because multiple people overhead. So at the time of Uthman radiallahu anhu, he did not change the canon. He did not add to the canon. What he did was quality control the manuscripts that were there. In terms of the Quran, we do not rely on manuscripts. It is not a bookish religion. The Quran, first and foremost, is an oral tradition. The Prophet memorized, passed on to the companions, and we have entire chains of narration of an oral tradition. The manuscript is supporting evidence to that, unlike the Bible, which requires manuscript as primary evidence. Go ahead. The next question.
How you actually rely every
All right. So how do you rely on the memory of people? Right. So when the Prophet, I thought you finished your question. Go ahead. I'll let you finish. Okay, very good. Right. So if the
What's the behavior? Two factors.
He's a Christian. He's from your place. You want to move a bit down here? You want to move a bit down here? He's got the Holy Spirit within him. Okay, so just to remind me of the question. Unfortunately, there's a lot of such Christians in the Bible. We just have to do it. Let me think of what you remind me.
So we're getting to echoing and continuous questions.
Answer this question.
And not urge conversation. These are the short things.
How would you? Okay, very good. Right. So when revelation came to the Prophet, peace be upon him, he would then narrate it to the companions. The companions would immediately write it down. They would then. Can I finish your first question? You've now started another question. Sister, you have to have patience. Sister, you have to have patience. Sister. One of your questions, they come back and get this guy shouting. You have to have patience if you are to like. How do you know one? How do you know the rest of what I'm going to say? How do you know the rest of what I'm going to say? You know the rest of what I'm going to say? Then have patience, please. If when I finish, if you feel I have not.
Psychology, where one says the truth, the other is conflicted and hurt out.
Answer your question. You are more than welcome to ask me anything. I'm not going anywhere. Yeah, your Christian friend is still going to be here as well. So the Prophet would narrate to the companions. The companions would write it down, then recite it back to the Prophet, and they would memorize it. Then that recitation would be recited in the prayers. The companions would memorize it before the death of the Prophet, peace be upon him. The whole Quran was written down. However, the Quran does not rely upon. Face this way, yeah. So, sorry? Yeah, because if I face you, then he knows that he's going to come in the middle, so I have to face the cameras. If I face you, then he gets fired up again. So I'm addressing you, but I'm looking this way, yeah? What do you mean about? You've not been holding your ears. You've just been holding your ears because he's loud. Now I'm catering towards you, and you're somehow trying to gaslight me again. Oh, wow, you're performing for the cameras.
Like gaslight.
Then come forward then. Come forward then. Okay, now you want to stay further away, and then you want to allow him to come in the middle because somehow you're threatened by the answer. Okay, ask me the question, and then no problem. So then when the prophet needs to be upon him, yeah, before the prophet needs to be upon him passed away, the whole Quran was written down. Yeah, and the companions had memorized the whole Quran. I'll count the question. I am answering the question. And you should come forward then. I am here. Come forward. I am here. Christian logic 101.
Worship. First line. I don't mind. And just really, because the God gave attribute. God gave you a mind, heart, logic, reason. We don't have a real control. Pretty built. Built your own research. Come to your own mind. Stop it. Seek it. Question. And this is what the church was. Don't want you. And it's a blasphemy. You get a question. Science is called blasphemy. Science is viewed as blasphemy in the Christians.
How can we verify? How can we verify? Everything that was memorized was correct. I'm telling you. Because if one imam is reciting from the Quran, if he is making a mistake, then you have people behind him correcting that. That's number one. Yeah? Number two, there will be multiple versions of the Quran. I'm literally in the middle of the answer. Oh, hold on. How many versions of the Quran do we have?
Nile. It's terrible. Terrible. Oh.
What? Okay, I want to show you. What? You don't think so? Prove it. Okay, prove that. What? Prove. Oh, now suddenly you care about that. Before, when you were asking a question, you were very loud.
It was a speaker's corner. Check it out. Great discussion. It's Christians, Buddhists, you make open discussion.
Now when you can't answer, now suddenly you're getting triggered by him. Where are these versions? Should be one. Give me the name then. You don't have to bring them.
John Kittle.
One name.
He was putting up the 26 different versions.
Correct. Give me one name. As people they're on. Say, what we done? I'm asking you for proof. You've given me zero proof. So my point stands. The Quran is the same as it was from the time of the Prophet in terms of manuscript evidence and oral evidence. Next question. Told me they were quality control. Because there was ijma, there was consensus amongst the companions when this occurred.
Any questions? No? Okay. Hope you guys found this educational and entertaining at the same time. Peace be upon you, brothers and sisters. Seek the truth. Question. Come to your own conclusion. It is your God-given right.
this. Sorry! It's fine. Whoa! Hot coffee! Easy there, partner. I thought you were drunk.
Hey, folks, I'm John Kitover, and to the...
Hey, move for me! That's a lot of iron.
I'd like to deposit $1 trillion Bitcoin.
Depositing 1 trillion.
I'd like to deposit.
Go on. Please leave me alone. What are you trying to do, you darn bee? Can't you see I'm trying to drive? Oh my God, the drive bee! Fight for your life! Tables have turned. The hunter becomes the hunted.
Mission accomplished. No one just survived that blast.
Now that's a well-made shoe.
जो कहे भी नहीं कदे जान लिए फिर एक नाम है वो भी बदनाम लिए फिर एक तू मैं जो मैं खड़ी है पे बाकी दुनिया खिलाफ तमाम लिए फिर जो कहे भी नहीं कदे जान लिए फिर एक
Good evening. I'm John Kitover with Channel 7 Investigates. Tonight, allegations of criminal fraud are surrounding two members of the city council. Plenty of doses today, all free, thanks to the sorority.
pray if you are for her, because she sees it, man. Like, but then so quickly she's the devil comes and takes it away.
Yeah. We give her a Thomas Watson, right?
I know Thomas Watson. I don't know what you're referring to.
Have them take him back to
Yeah. Yeah, have him take him by storm. He talks about this.
Yeah, I don't remember.
The kingdom of God suffers violence, and the violent take it by force.
Right.
city.
How many cousins got that break? This is Grand Carol.
Big day, Valentine's Rush. Where's the display tray? Coming right up, Bob.
To the brightest investment you'll ever make. Looks brighter, right? Just wondering how safe it is.
Afternoon, what can I do for you?
Heard you buy gold. How about a solid gold bowling champ?
Afternoon, what can I do for you?
Heard you buy gold. How about a solid gold bowling champ, 84?
Let's test that theory. Well, unless gold got magnetic overnight.
So, not gold.
Not even close. More like yellow. Afternoon, what can I do for you?
Heard you buy gold. To the brightest investment you'll ever make. Looks brighter, right? Just wondering how safe it is. Safe. You're gonna love this. One press of this button, man. To the brightest.
Big day, Valentine's Rush. Where's the display tray? Coming right up, boss. Wait a second. Why do these tags say 2 for 1? We're not a pizza place. You said to move inventory, so that's the whole inventory. Good news, floor sparkling. And apparently, big day, Valentine's.
How many cousins got that bracelet, Grand Carol?
2 carats, flawless, except for the thing. All right, City Herald tip line. This is the tape that's going to nail Councilman Bragman for funneling campaign cash into his new jet ski. All right, City Herald.
Good evening, I'm John Kitover.
And I'm also John Kitover.
Did I stop?
This right here is our island car.
Hey, it's John Kitover. Welcome to my place.
Good evening, I'm John Kitover, and this is Kitover.
Hi.